Let me move that down. It's dangerous when the power button is next to the clamp. Why does that sound like a euphemism? Oh, right, start over. Right, we are completing the second half of the weekly All Signs love readings. Because I had to have a few days out, I really wasn't well. I think I've been overdoing it. No surprise there. So yeah, I had like 3 days just not doing readings. A migraine for 6 hours is not fun. Throwing up is not fun. So thanks for your patience. I will start tomorrow with the signs at the beginning of the zodiac wheel because you've waited a week. But it'd be silly to try and do the other half of the zodiac wheel as well so soon, because we're only just getting your weekly readings done now. So I'll wait till the end of the week to do your like next week's readings. Yes, I'll probably do Aries and Taurus tomorrow. I've probably got pottery, I'm in work, so just bear with. But yeah, today we're starting off with Libra. We're going to go on to Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius and Pisces. Okay, I'm absolutely fine today. So let's get the cards. We're still using the Viking runic tarot deck because we love it. And we've only had like a week or two of it, so we're going to continue with that. The heating's not on, but I feel really hot. Is that weird? So let's have a shuffle. I am feeling loads better, thank you. I think it was like a huge shock to the system to be like double busy. And it's always a bit tense going back to work, going back to school. Like everyone feels like that, don't they? But we had snow, so then I was meant to go to pottery, and a lot of cars had gone off the road. And I said, like, I don't think it's a good idea for me to like be traveling to pottery. I've got to go to work. If work say I've got to be in, I've got to be in, because that's my form of income. But I'm not traveling to go and do a course, in like making pottery if it's dangerous. Because really, we shouldn't have gone into work. We shouldn't have gone into work because there was cars totaled like everywhere. My car slid on the ice. So that Monday was just so bad. And then it was the Tuesday where I had the full-on migraine all day. And, I pushed through it. We got on with it because I'm quite a stoic person. I'll work through if I'm like, for me, a headache is a headache. Like, you expect it to go after a bit, and it didn't. It just was persistent for 6 hours. And then I thought, I'm going to throw up over myself driving home, and I drive down the motorway for an hour. So it's not that easy. Like, it's got to be a full-on emergency to pull over. And it was like, I thought I'm going to be sick. And then I was sick when I got home, and I just had to lie in a dark room because it was like, and it's on the edge of coming back. And I thought, I really don't want that. I won't be able to cope. So I did the right thing, having a quiet few days. Quiet after being in work. But yeah, I'll just phase myself back in. I hope everyone else is doing good. I am loving how beautiful the like sunrises are at this time of year. I really like it. We get clear blue sky in the UK at this time of year. So, for a country that's predominantly overcast, to get like gorgeous clear skies and the air's very clear as well is really nice. Okay, so we're starting off with Libra. I've got the card out. I don't take questions in the lives. I don't pull cards for people. You just watch your sign or the sign of your person, the one that you're interested in. And over a few weeks, if you follow that ongoing narrative, you will get the answers to your questions. Having said that, personal readings are available. And I had like a very cool experience on Friday night. One of my mods, Sarah, she asked for a reading and she said, can we do it live? So like I did a live stream with her, like as the only person in the live stream, like it was private. Didn't quite work out because there was no sound, but what we noticed was I would start to shuffle the cards and a card would fly out, like definitively fly out straight away. So the energy was so, it was like very powerful. It made me quite exhilarated because it's yet again confirmation that there's something in this. The connection was like even more potent, so it was crazy good. I feel exhilarated off it. I feel like I've had an experience where I've got more confirmation that there's something in this, you know, because my readings, when I pre-record them and then, you know, send the video to people, they resonate. They 100% resonate. But it's just normally I shuffle. I don't shuffle very long, do I? But normally I shuffle and it's like 30 seconds before a card comes out. It was straight away. Like, it was weird, but it was kind of cool. So when I've watched readers previously say, oh, if you get into the live, like, connect with you, like, you know, more positively, like, I can channel your energy. I thought they were just saying that as like business talk, you know, to get us into the lives. But it's true. I've experienced it now. So that was very cool. I'll have to I'll try it again and see how to do that, because I did, like, I just threw myself into it and tried something. I had 10 minutes to research how to do it, but it obviously didn't work. So I will look into that because just because it was so effective. It's a very relaxed one today. I'm in my dressing gown. I'll be staying in my dressing gown. Right, spirit guides, the universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Libra's highest good. How is Libra feeling in this? Now, what are we looking at? We're going to look at the 3rd week, aren't we? Or am I going too ahead of myself? We're 2nd week going into the 3rd week, aren't we, of January 2026, with regards to the one they're thinking about, dealing with, or manifesting in. Yeah, 2nd week, because I'm getting confused because I would normally be starting with Aries. So we're still on the 2nd week of January 2026 for you guys, approaching the 3rd week of January, with regards to one they're thinking about, dealing with, or manifesting in. 3 cards for Libra, first of all. How's Libra feeling? Thanks for the likes. Thank you to my mod, Varian Redbeard, our resident Viking. Always good to have a mod at the start. So Libra, you've got the 5 of Pentacles upright. The 5 of Pentacles, you can see from how this person, they're all beaten up. You know, he's got like a bandage over his eyes, quite seriously wounded. It's snowing, you know, he's got like his hood up over him, like his fur. It looks like he's having to eat through a straw. You know, this is critically injured. This is like, there's the shields with arrows through them, all through that tree. I love the artwork on these. This is the walking wounded, literally. Okay, so the vibe of the 5 of Pentacles, 5s are a symbol of change in tarot, but when it's like this, it's a bad thing's happened. It's bad change. So we're on a downer. We're down on our luck. You know, Pentacles represent time, money, and energy. So we're feeling a state of lack. I'm lacking someone's time, money, and energy in love, because this is a love reading. It's when you're down and out. Yeah, you're having a rough time. So that's upright. So sorry about that, Libra, if you're feeling like that at the moment. You could just be feeling a bit neglected. You could feel like you're just not getting the attention from your person that you need, or you might not have any love going on at the moment. We've got the 8 of Pentacles reversed, so realising that there is no growth and expansion in this connection. whether it's on pause, whether it's active. It just isn't giving us what we need emotionally, financially, practicably. I don't feel fulfilled. I feel a state of lack with regards to this person, this connection. Eight of Pentacles, when it's upright, you can see they're like working really hard. They're creating these shields, you know, they're completely ornate, they're being polished, they're being refined. There's a lot of hard work going on. They are stacking these pentacles up because the shields represent pentacles. This is people who are, you know, if it was a general reading, I'd say, oh, you're like refining your skills, you're upskilling yourself, adding to your trade if you're a tradesperson, taking on a professional course if you're a professional person, you know, building your business by expansion, you know, opening other branches. It's about grafting and building, investing into the future with someone. So when that's reversed, there is no future in this connection with this person. It hasn't got legs. Let's get one more for how you're feeling, Libra. So not good at the moment, quite negative to be honest. Yeah, Seven of Wands reversed. Seven of Wands is someone who's like, they've reached the summit, they've reached the high ground, they got there first. You know, they're competing with everyone else who's doing this climb. They're on the precipice of, you know, making waves. They're closest to heaven than anyone else. You know, we've got this electric energy from the storm. I am powerful. It's fire energy. Wands is fire, passion, ambition, motivation, competition. A big part of Wands energy, and especially the Seven of Wands, is being in competition with others. I have got the advantage. So with you having that reversed, you feel at a loss, you feel at a disadvantage, you feel like other people are getting more attention from your person than you. You feel like they value stuff in other people before they value it in you. You may feel bottom of the list. You may feel like someone else is getting in the middle of stuff and it's just really taking all your person's time, their money, their energy. Or they're deliberately putting you in competition with other love interests. Okay, people who are sexy or people who don't want, you know, commitment. Or this person is just non-committal. So even though you're gorgeous, even though you're great on paper, they're just not treating you like that. So, you know, you feel at a disadvantage, whatever way you want to look at it. Thank you for the likes, guys. I really appreciate it. Now let's get three for the one that's showing up in your energy, because you've definitely been dealing with someone. It's very clear. So who's Libra been dealing with and how are they feeling? Now they've got the Ace of Cups reversed. So the Ace of Cups, when it's upright, can represent two things, okay? So it's self-love or it's being in love, okay? And an Ace of Cups is something that we really want, something we really value, something that we're really trying to feel with another person is the Ace of Cups. It's a cup of love that is giant. It's worth lots of cups. It's so powerful. Aces are something we're actively striving for. It's a goal or ambition that we've got. It's something we really want. And it's met with good luck from the universe. When it's reversed, that cup of love is spilling out. All that water that's in that cup, all that emotion is gone. So it's where there was love and there isn't any more. So I think they feel like either they recognise they're not in love anymore or you're not in love anymore. Okay, so it's a connection that once was very powerful. It's not no more. If we're going to put it in Scouse terms. Double negative. It's not anymore. Okay, the love is gone. Sometimes we realise our person just isn't looking at us the way that they used to. They're turning away from us, you know, avoiding kissing us. They move their hand when we go to sit with them on the couch and hold hands with them. It's the worst feeling in the entire world. I hate that. I hate it. I think that's so hurtful. To avoid talking about how your feelings have changed and just start doing horrible shit like that is just, it's totally cowardly. But people do it, okay, because they don't want the awkward conversation. They don't want to feel guilty. They don't want the tears and the tantrums. Awful. Now, we've got the Two of Swords. So, with her body language, she's saying, keep away from me, okay? If you look at that, looks like a wolf, doesn't it? That wolf's fur, the expression on its face is fierce. So the overall energy, she's got her arms crossed, her legs are crossed. She's saying, keep back. Do not proceed, don't approach me, don't come near me. So this person doesn't want to deal with this issue. They're very closed off. It's like, I don't want to think about this right now. It's that kind of energy. Swords are thoughts. They're also communication. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to open this up. Now we've got the Queen of Cups in combination with the Four of Pentacles. So by itself, that would have been a card of forgiveness, a card of having an open heart chakra. It would have been a card of being balanced, okay? The King and the Queen of Cups have very calm water around the bottom of their feet because that represents their emotions. You know, if it was a tsunami or a stormy sea, the stormy ocean, that would represent chaos, anger, you know, fury, bitterness. With still waters, you know, with just slight ripples on, it's very calm, it's very serene. We've got a dolphin. If you look carefully, there's a dolphin here. We've got a kind of heavenly looking sky. So it's all really nice by itself. But when it's in combination with the Four of Pentacles, it couldn't be more opposite. We've got all this fire. You know, the sky is filled with smoke. It's black. It's complete fury. It's burning down what's there. It's burning bridges, burning people's ships. It's all out war, you know. 4 is a stable number, but with the Four of Pentacles, if you think of Ebenezer Scrooge in A Christmas Carol, he's very uncharitable. 4 of Pentacles is the miser. It's someone that does not want to share, someone that is not thinking of others, someone who has got a very kind of merciless attitude towards people who are less fortunate. So this is why I'm hanging on to my pentacles, which represents money, time and energy, and I'm conserving it for me. So really, that's just saying with regards to forgiveness, with regards to warmth, emotional intelligence, I'm not giving of my energy to anyone. I'm not giving energy to this anymore because I've got to be miserly with it. I can't afford to lose any more time, money and energy to this situation, which fits with the Ace of Cups reversed and the Two of Swords crossed over. You know, the love is gone. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to think about it. And I am not giving to this anymore. Which is putting you out in the cold. You're realising there's no growth and expansion. You're at a disadvantage. This person's made their mind up, right? So let's get 3 for the outcome. Very, very clear message today. Take it as there like a timeline, and that's what, you know, was earliest, and this is more recently. And then the outcome is like what's likely to happen if it hasn't happened already. For the 2nd week of January, going into the 3rd week of January 2026. What's the most likely outcome? Oh, the Eight of Cups reversed. One of you wants to fix this. One of you wants to stop the other person from leaving. One of you definitely wants to like to talk about it. Please don't go, you know, stay and sit down. Can we at least have a conversation about this? You know, I can change. I will make more time for this. You know, do we need to do more things together and have more time together? Like, what is it that we need to do? I'll communicate. I won't sulk. I'll do whatever it takes, you know, like I'm willing to compromise on whatever you're not happy with. So one of you is trying to stop the other one from leaving. Because the Eight of Cups, when it's upright, is one of us walking away from the other. I'm just looking at the imagery because I just go, oh, it's the Eight of Cups. I never really look closely at it. Okay, so there's some sort of beast here and it's got red eyes and it's got like horns. It looks like a wild boar or something like that. It's trying to bite the leg of, you know, like an antelope or a reindeer or something that's trying to get away. It's trying to stop the other person from leaving. The Eight of Cups upright is walking away, choosing. So this person's choosing to get away. Well, it's not Pokemon cards. So let's be respectful. The tarot cards. You wouldn't say the Bible looks like a dictionary, would you? This is someone trying to leave, trying to get away, and the other person trying to stop them. This is like, I'm going to try my best to stop someone from leaving. Please don't leave. Okay, so I need to work out whose energy that is based off of your timeline and their timeline. They don't want to discuss it. They don't want to discuss it. They just feel like the love is gone. You're feeling out in the cold. There's no growth and expansion and at a disadvantage. So I think you're the one that's trying to convince them to stay. Let's get two more. I mean, it's Vikings and mythological beasts, though, so. The Nine of Swords upright. Okay. The Nine of Swords upright is. It's someone who's like awake at night. Swords represent thoughts, okay? So the overall look of this card is incredibly dark, incredibly depressing. It's cold, it's dark. You know, we've got this like veil coming over of darkness, and there's so many swords in the back. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 swords in the back, one through the heart directly. Okay, and there's more besides as well. So we're feeling completely besieged by negative thoughts, upsetting feelings, very anxious. It's the Nine of Swords upright. So this is like, I can't sleep at night for worrying about this. You know, I feel desperate. I think this is your vibe, to be honest, Libra, based off of, you know, someone doesn't want the other person to leave and you feel at a loss, you feel at a disadvantage, you feel out in the cold. You wanted growth and expansion. They don't want to talk about it. They feel like the love is gone. So they're a bit harsher about this. They're like, I don't want to talk about it. Now we've got a major truth, major confession, major revelation. Okay, so clarity. See how there was a storm, but suddenly the sun's breaking through. And this person stood in a power pose, aren't they, with this huge sword. They are realizing something. Something's become clear. In English, you know, we would say a pathetic fallacy. So the weather represents the mood. Things are clear now. I know what I want. I know what I'm going to say. I'm going to tell someone how I'm feeling. I'm going to tell someone what I want because now I know what I want. It's that major truth, major confession, major revelation. So if you've been in the dark about something, it's going to be illuminated, okay? This person may say, this is what I want, I know what I want now, because before, they weren't prepared to discuss it. Let's get a message from them. So this is a no contact deck, but no contact could be a day, a few hours, it could be weeks, it could be a year or two if you're unlucky. My fantasy, you're my fantasy. I have pictures and videos saved of you and use them for inspiration. I want you. So maybe this person's softening up, okay? They've seen how much you are devastated that this is, you know, coming to an end, and they still have a lot of passion. Often when we're this hurt about something, it's because we care. If I'm that affected, where I'm like, I can't give to this anymore, I can't talk about it anymore, it's because I'm hurting, right? So maybe you're going to realise that your person does still feel like very crazy about you, like they certainly find you very physically attractive. So it's, if they're, you know, trying to walk away or give up on this, it's not because they don't fancy you anymore. It's not because they don't feel really turned on, and, you know, they're not looking at anyone else like that. You do it for them, okay? So let's get another message from them. It's not to do with a lack of passion for you or towards you. 15, you make me want to do bad things. Now I'm a little bit worried because they're a little bit too much thinking about the sexual side of things. Excuse me. The problem that has kind of been coming up with some of the Libra readings, sometimes you have a lot of an X energy, and your other readings are this person has a lot of passion for you, the sex is very good. If we don't get beyond that, if we keep just focusing on that, it's going to burn out at some point. There has to be substance to a relationship, there has to be substance to a connection. So the fact that they're just thinking about how sexy you are and things are at the point of, you know, falling apart, that is worrying to me. I was hoping that something else would come out. I was hoping that something else would come out, to be honest. You know, something with a bit more like emotion, or, you know, I left because you told me to, oh, I follow you, could lose everything. Something, I just dream and wish for everything. And we're looking for some sort of like other, like a reason why, you know, they don't want to talk about it, or it's very sexual. Let's get the messy truth. This wasn't love. Fantasy crashed, truth exposed, done hoping. See, that's what I mean, is like, it's too much passion based. It's very surface level. Passion's fine, and passion might always be there between two people. But if we can't get to a place of depth, there could be cheating, there could be a lack of commitment, or we commit to someone and they're seeing other people, or we commit to someone and we just can't see eye to eye on basic stuff, fundamental stuff that's really important. You know, we both want to be in charge in the home. Neither of us wants to do the tidying up, the cooking. One of us wants kids and the other one doesn't. One of us wants to stay in this country and the other one doesn't. If you can't agree over fundamental stuff, or you can't connect. I was talking to one of my viewers the other day because she bought a reading from me, and she was saying like I can't I can't get to a deeper level. Like, we talk about service level stuff all the time, and I've known someone like that before, and I don't I don't know. I get a lot of stimulation from other people in my life. Like, my job's quite intellectual, my hobbies are quite intellectual. I get that off friends, but ideally, I want to be able to get deep with my person. And that's what she was saying, as well as, like, wanting to go out more and this and that. You want to be able to connect, don't you? Talk about philosophy, talk about ethics, talk about, creative stuff, history. This is passion based, and passion is great. But if there's only that there, someone may be not so loyal to you then, because they can get passion from other places. And you might feel like, do you know, it's horrible if you come home after a bad day in work and your person doesn't really have much to say about it, and you've kind of opened up and said, I've had like a really shitty day, and like this kind of person is in my workplace, or feel like they're out to get me, or I'm getting set up here. You want some strategy. You want someone to say, oh, I've had a situation like that and this is how it played out. Or like, why don't you try this? You can't just go, oh, don't let it bother you. Don't let it worry you. Okay, so I'll just not think about it now. I'm going to be sitting there reeling and feeling like you weren't able to help me. And you're my person, you're who I come home to. Um, be interested. Or like, if I show you photos of, like, because I used to work in early years and we'd take the kids out for trips and stuff, and I just have like the nicest pics of them. And, I'm not like sharing it on the internet. I'm just showing my person who I live with, who I'm making a life with, because I'm working from home. Um, and he was just like fairly disinterested. And I'm like, why doesn't this like make you feel proud of me? Why don't you feel like, oh, what a brilliant job? Say something positive. Oh, you get to do that with them. That's probably takes a lot of organisation. Like, what a brilliant experience. Like, say something positive, be supportive, be involved. I think that's why a lot of romances begin in the workplace, because you kind of know what someone's dealing with. You know the set of people, but you also know what it takes for someone to do their job well. And it's very attractive to see someone really, like, what's the word? You get motivated, you get inspired, you've got admiration for that person when you see them like being really good at their job, or really caring about what they do, doing it with a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of passion. It's very attractive, isn't it? You're full of admiration. So a lot of like teachers go out with other teachers, for example. I'm sure it happens in a lot of workplaces though. What have been the issues then? Like, why have things become difficult, so toxic, destructive relationship, manipulative, and gaslighting? So someone, um, it could be this person. They could, like, gaslighting is when you're kind of like, no, I never said that, but the person definitely said that. Or they're like, oh, you're just in a mood today. And it's like, you were in a perfectly good mood until they said something to piss you off. So you weren't just in a mood today. That's not your personality. They've made you feel a kind of way because they did something that's out of order. I've been watching The Secret Lives of Mormon Mormon wives, there's so many people on there that gaslight. See, this girl, she had a mental breakdown because she was getting bullied by two of the wives who were like you can tell they were just the mean girls in high school, and they're still that now because they're only like early 20s, late 20s, and I don't think people really change that much over that time period. Well, demonstrably they don't, because they were just calling this girl a pathological liar, and she was just naive and like, yeah, she's a bit of a clout chaser. She thought that she'd married into a family with the surname Affleck, right? So the family must have wound her up and said, oh yeah, you could be related to like Ben Affleck now. So she'd gone round telling everyone dead proud of this like thing, not realising it's a wind up. And then the like nasty wives were like saying she's a pathological liar. She lies about everything. They're doing research to find out whether it's true or not, and then trying to call her out for being a pathological liar. And it's like she's just young and naive, and it excited her to think that she's like, her name is Jen. So she was like, oh, I'm Jen Affleck. I'm the real like Jen Affleck. And they just like, there's no need to call someone a pathological liar. Do you know what I mean? She's quite a genuine person. She's very passive. Doesn't like confrontation. She's a people pleaser. So she'll always smile and be really approachable. She rarely stands up for herself. So guess why the bullies picked her to pick on, right? So sometimes you get people like this where they know what your personality is. They know you're a people pleaser. Librans don't like conflict. They don't want an argument. So they might not always say something in such a strong way. They're also the scales of justice, but if you're trying to make a relationship work, you don't often want drama, you don't want conflict, and you just want to be understood. You want to know that someone's listened. And if someone's kind of saying, oh, you're just in a mood, that's not true though, is it? Like, I was having a perfectly good day until you've just said something out of order to me. Or, you know, let's give an example. You're saying it's a woman's work to like make the bed and that's why you haven't done it. That's sexist. It's rude. It's not helpful. I just come in from work. You're saying it's a woman's work to make the bed. I'm not just someone that's naturally moody, and I was perfectly fine all day. Now you've said something that's rude. It's just flat out rude. And now I'm in a mood. So you are the source of that. I'm not someone that's just a moody person. That's not my personality. But this is how a lot of people operate. It's very manipulative behaviour. You know, if I see that you're taking your phone to the bathroom with you and we're married and you're in the bathroom for a long time, I will be like, what are you doing? Do you know what I mean? Like, because if a single person does that, they can do what they like. But if you're married, why are you taking your phone with you to the bathroom, and why are you in there for ages? Who are you talking to and what are you doing? Do you know what I mean? It's a bit like, hang on a minute. If the person's like, oh, you're so suffocating, or like if they're coming home extra late from work and they never used to, and there's no good reason for it, why are they doing that? If they go out to do a short errand, it takes extra long. Like, where have you been? Do you know what I mean? Because we're meant to be a team. I don't know. Sometimes you just get a feeling that someone's cheating, or you get a feeling that someone's hiding something, even if they're not fully, you know, like physically having an affair. They're flirting with someone. People do it all the time. They reach out, don't they, on Facebook Messenger or Snapchat or something. And then the person flirts back a bit and they're like, oh, I'll just stop. And then it's not like an affair or whatever. I just fancied a bit of a flirt or something. But sometimes you just see that like something's not quite right, isn't it? And then they'll be like, oh, you're so controlling, or you say this or that, or like you're imagining things. Hi, Carlton. They're just examples, but something's toxic for some reason, or it's become toxic. Prickly defences, barriers caused by past hurts block you. Be patient. Maybe they're defensive over something that they've experienced in their life, and they kind of project it onto you a little bit. If someone's had a negative experience of divorce before they met you, so they just refuse to get married, they're going to project that onto you and be like, well, I don't agree with marriage, or God, you're always like pushing me about, like getting engaged or something. But if you've been with someone for a few years, isn't that just the natural next step? You're not out of order. But it's like the issues like out of bounds, it's off topic, you're not allowed to talk about it. You're being pushy if you bring it up. Someone's being quite defensive, and I would say it's them because they've got those swords crossed. Hi, Sabrina. Let's get at what lies beneath. Can't pick my cards up. One moment. There we go. So we've got total drama. We've got toxic, prickly, total drama, sexual protection. There's a very sexual kind of thread through this entire read. Anger management. So we've got prickly, angry, toxic. Someone's got quite the temper. They've got quite the temper. And when you're getting somewhere and you're kind of working out someone's like secrets, how do they react? They get angry, don't they? Because they want you to back off. Don't bring that up. Like they get aggressive, because that's the same as like if it was two dogs, one dog kind of growling at the other and like lunging forwards, showing their teeth. They don't want you to bring it up. So if someone starts getting angry quite easily, it's because you're getting to the truth. Now, I would never goad someone when they're kind of in that vibe. I would just go, that's interesting. Do you know what I mean? And like, I'd quietly make a note that they're being unfaithful, or I'd quietly make a note that they don't intend to do the thing that I'm bringing up, or I'd quietly make a note that there's no future in this, because why are you getting aggressive? And I'm not doing it to like wind you up. I'm genuinely like confused why something's taking so long, or where you're going with your phone all the time, or why someone's messaging you on like Facebook Messenger, or why it's not okay to bring up the future. If I'm just trying to talk to you, it's because something's not really fulfilling me. Something's not meeting the needs that I've got. So I'm trying to sort it out by talking to you. And if you're going to be aggressive, it's only going to go one way, isn't it? Because you're not actually trying to talk back and work with me. You're working against me. You're being secretive, or you're just saying, don't talk about it. Okay, that's going to fix nothing. Distractions, temptation, always busy, kept you waiting. I'm getting infidelity here. I'm getting someone who's like, they're either dealing with someone else, or they've always been non-committal, or you're realising that they've started like being a bit of a flirt, you know what I mean? Or I don't know, something's changed about them, and it's too much sexual. There's no depth. Like, maybe that's just like the sum total of what's going on, but we've got a lot of like prickly, being defensive, getting angry, bit of drama. Maybe the only positive thing here is the sex, but If someone's like being dramatic, if they're getting angry, if they're losing their temper a lot, that's not a nice environment to come home to. Your home is supposed to be your, like, you know, your safe space. It shouldn't be a source of drama. Let's get the unspoken truth. That was broken mirror, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay, every person who leaves takes away something that you no longer need. This is the circle of life. Trees drop leaves because they don't need that dead matter anymore. They don't need that dead weight anymore. That has to go into the ground, has to be broken up. I was teaching science all day Wednesday, because I cover on a Wednesday, and it was all about decay. So it's necessary not to hold on to the stuff that we don't need anymore. Do you understand? That is the circle of life. You don't hold on to the stuff that you don't need anymore. And you could be trying to hold on to this person, but it's run its course. Okay, it was hot and heavy, and it's exciting, and it was a good distraction. But if you're trying to get something deeper, if you're trying to get growth out of a situation that's purely sexual, that was nice for a bit, but it's not stimulating you anymore. There's no growth in it. There's no future. What are we doing? Why are you trying to stop them from leaving? You're kind of like using them. You may be using them as like a comfort blanket, you know, like, well, I wasn't by myself and it felt nice to like do coupley things. It felt nice to be getting laid regularly. It felt nice to like have someone make me feel attractive. Okay. But if there's no real growth and expansion, what are we doing? Like, still doing this like a few years later. And now they're being dramatic and defensive and there's arguments all the time. Let it go. It's just not, it's not it, is it? That's my personal advice. Let's get a message from the universe. And then I'll get you some general advice. And an angel number if I remember. This new chapter in your life is going to require a new way of seeing things and a new way of seeing yourself. You can't continue to see and interpret things with the same understanding that you've had until now. No matter what you face or how you feel, see it all from a higher perspective. Yeah? So zoom out and be like, you know what? This served a purpose for a while, and I'm grateful for that. I've had a lot of good times out of this, you know? I like to look back and think of like the good times, but it served its purpose, it's run its course. I'm stronger now, and there's more kind of bad than good, or it's too surface level, there's too much drama, it's actually making my life a bit harder. You know, things would run a bit smoother without this going on. That's possibly like, you know, it's tipped the balance for you into like, this ain't working anymore. I'm trying to hold on to stuff that I should be letting go of. I should be letting go of these leaves and letting decay take place. We're always speaking to you and sending you messages. When you feel like you're alone in a situation, just know that you never really are. We are reminding you to stop, look around and believe in something else, something more. We've got you back. Okay, so it's quite a big message of exercising inner strength, finding out who you really are. This is an opportunity to progress into the next phase, the next chapter. What's the next part of my story? You don't have to regret what's happened. It served its purpose, but it's run its course. That is the message, okay? You mustn't be afraid of like what's to come next, because it's going to be more fulfilling in truth. I love a science question. Though these times are difficult, they're only a short phase of life. This feeling that you've got of like, oh, I don't like being single there, or I don't like, not having like regular passion there, or I don't like, giving space because then there's no certainty about if I'm going to meet someone else. It doesn't matter, okay? This is like for a short period that you're going to feel like this. You might feel totally different in a few days' time or a few weeks' time. You might be like, God, why was I doing that? Do you know what I mean? Give yourself a chance to like feel a different kind of way, and don't be intimidated by thoughts and feelings like that because they're just fleeting. I am gentle with myself and recognise my beauty. Write down 3 things that make you unique. Okay, because possibly there's a little bit of low confidence, low self-esteem, bit of doubt. Maybe not loads, but it's enough to kind of make you cling on, okay, to stuff it's no longer useful to you. I am a beautiful work in progress. Think about a recent situation you could have handled better and allow yourself to release it. It's okay. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to use someone as a comfort blanket or a sticking plaster. We've all done it. I've done it. I fully admit to doing it. Do you know what I mean? People have done it to me. It's because we're scared. It's because we're bored. It's because we've got an unknown in front of us, so we'd rather have a known, right? We're just human. It's okay. It doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't make you weak. It just makes you human. My future is an ideal projection of what I envision now. Spend time visualizing your ideal future and outline steps to make that vision a reality. Okay? Picture your ideal situation. Like mine is a gorgeous house that's like sea themed and it's near the beach. I get to see the sunset over the beach every day. I would have like an artist studio. I would, have my own like wheel to throw pottery. If I got to a point where I understood it all and I could afford it, I would have my own kiln. I would have my own glazes. I would like just make shit using like a beach comb, and I'd like make jewelry like using that. Like I would be happy if I can do that. Honestly, like if I could have like a hammock outside, a fire pit, that's me. That's my ideal life, honestly. Um, See, that's what I work towards. I don't know enough about love to know what kind of person would be with me, but hopefully they enjoy similar things, or they let me get on with what I'm doing and other stuff makes them tick, but we're comfortable in each other's company. Like, but I picture what I want. I picture what I want and I try to work towards it. I take time to nourish my body, mind, and soul. Unplug from all digital devices for 30 minutes. How much do we overstimulate our brains? We're making tough decisions all day in work. Then we're making ourselves like watch something, do something at the same time. We've had to concentrate driving. A big source of stress in my day is driving, and then I'm watching maybe multiple devices at the same time, or I'm watching something while I'm doing something. That's okay. But have you ever just turned everything off and lay in a dark room with some candles lit? Have you ever had? My favourite decompressor is to have a candlelit bubble bath. And my dad gets really annoyed, right, because he likes the big light to be on, because then the extractor fan the extractor fan is on and there isn't like steam in the bathroom. But I'm like, steam relaxes me, it slows down my breathing. I've got a breathing condition, so I'm always inflamed. I need that steam and I need lights to be off. Candlelight is so relaxing. I think it's a very primal thing to be in candlelight. Give your eyes a break, give your brain a break. Change the whole like environment around you. If you've ever been to a sound bath, because it's like half an hour to an hour of lying down, and all your job to do is to just lie down and be under a blanket. women or men step over you with Tibetan sound bowls, and they ding them, and the sound vibrations kind of go through the chant as well. They go through your body, and you can feel it pushing like negative energy out of your body, and it rebalances you. But it's like, how often do you give yourself downtime? You probably go to work and then you push yourself on a run, or you push yourself going to the gym. You push yourself on a computer game. You push yourself doing work at home. You know, how often do you fully give yourself an hour to do very little? Because you should be having downtime, especially in the couple of hours before bed. I mean, TV's not that taxing and it's entertaining, but it's still stimulating. So try to give yourself that, like, put some like sounds of the sea on, or bird song, or whatever it is that relaxes you, chanting. Give yourself some serious downtime, as if, you know, when you go to a spa, the rules are no phones. You know, the rules are, you go in thinking, I'm all right, I don't feel that stressed. Then you come out like, shit, I was like very uptight before I went in. Consciously create the conditions for an hour where you're just down, having downtime. I can lose 3 hours, a good 3 hours, to Facebook arguments with random people on articles I don't even like, but something, I've seen something when I'm scrolling and it's triggered me. So then I can't put it down. I've got to have an argument and it goes on for hours. Why am I doing that to myself? Great, 3 hours of winding myself up for what? One step at a time. I see the mountain ahead and dedicate myself to taking one small step at a time. I make progress by staying focused on the present moment, the current task. Thus, I regain my ease of living. Okay? If you ever felt like really overwhelmed, I do that as a teacher. I've always got 25 things to do, and then more stuff gets added to the list because people create problems. So I've got my list before I go into the day of things that I need to get done, but something will happen in the day because I work with people, young people. They'll do something stupid, then I've got a phone call to make, then I've got paperwork to fill out, then I've got CPOMs to do. You know what I mean? I've got like positives and negatives to put on. I've got emails home. My manager will send me an email telling me there's something else I need to do. There's a deadline coming up, or the job list grows. So you need to just focus on one thing at a time, because if you keep constantly going, I've got this, this, and this, and this, and that to do, you're just going to feel really anxious. Think about what cannot wait because it's due tomorrow, or, you know, what absolutely cannot wait, and you do that first. You know, what's going to have the biggest kind of like negative connotation if it doesn't get done, and do that first. Also, if you don't write down your stuff, you're worried that you're going to forget it. So that's why you keep bringing it up in your own head, because you're trying to remember. You're terrified of forgetting, so that'll add to your anxiety. Write everything down, then you can't forget, and then you can let go of it while you focus on that one task. Treat yourself mentally. Indulge in a mental delight just as you would a slice of decadent chocolate cake. What's the most scrumptious, heartwarming food thought that comes to mind? Perhaps biting into a crispy fried chicken. It's making me think of KFC. Or savouring a spoonful of rich cheesecake. Let this thought fill your mind and immerse in it for 5 to 10 minutes. Your body responds to such positive food related thoughts by releasing feel-good hormones, which relax your body and ease stress away. You had KFC, did you? We've just got a KFC in our local like village, and it's all anyone can talk about. There's people coming from all around for the KFC. We got a leaflet through the door I do like KFC chicken because it's not processed, it's not whipped. It's like chunks of like, tender chicken in its natural state with very good seasoning on. I don't work for KFC, but I could do. I could sell it to anyone. So that's the root chakra, the base of your spine. You know, the reason that you kind of shallow breathe is anxiety. The reason that you kind of get sweaty palms, dry mouth, it's anxiety, it's fear. If you really think about it, because I do this a lot, you're probably not even aware you're doing it, but think about your rectal muscles. Have you tightened them? Or you like really clenching? You clench your jaw, you clench your fist, you clench your rectal muscles because you feel under threat. You know, it's like a school of fish seeing a shark coming or a predator coming along. They must all be clenching something. They do have horses. I know they've got horses. Because I'm like, I've got double A for science. But when you clench your rectal muscles, you literally feel under threat. So you need to like consciously unclench. You are not in danger. If you're ever in a dangerous situation, then you're being given adrenaline to get yourself quickly out of it. But our bodies perceive lists of stuff to do, whatever is a source of stress for us. If we're thinking about the bigger picture and the fact we haven't reached certain goals, often you do this around like New Year, which is why people get like January blues and stuff. Where am I at in my life and all the rest of it? You need to consciously unclench, guys, because you're telling yourself using those physical actions, you're telling your brain that you're not safe. And then your brain's telling your body that you're not safe, and it's like a really bad cycle. So that's why we need to give ourselves downtime. We need to reframe our situation and say, every day I'm a step closer. I work hard. I deserve like a good life. I deserve rest. I deserve to congratulate myself for the last thing that I achieved, whether it's something that I achieved today on a smaller level or something I've achieved major recently. I'm not going to like straight away fixate on the next big goal and tell myself I'm behind, because I do that. I don't allow myself to kind of think, do you know what, I've done loads in the last few years. I never do that. I'm like really horrible to myself. So try to like consciously shift and reframe your thinking and tell your body that you are safe, okay? You'll sleep better, I promise you. So time will slow down because you won't be constantly like catastrophizing. Even in emptiness, I am surrounded by something ancient and kind. Ooh, is that the universe? I don't have to earn rest. I already deserve it. Every day you've like, you work for hours, you problem solve. I don't know why we tell ourselves that that's just, I don't know, that should just continue in the evening. It shouldn't. You need downtime, you deserve it. Your body's worked hard, your feet have worked hard. Give yourself a foot rub. Thank yourself for like, thank your body for like working hard for you all day. Your spine, your neck, your shoulders. Massage your partner, have them massage you. I am not behind. I am on my own divine path. Don't compare yourself to other people. Biggest source of anxiety and fear is kind of comparing yourself to other people. They could be getting a divorce this time next week. They could be like really struggling with a horrible problem, like they can't conceive or something. Like maybe their life seems perfect, but you don't know what goes on behind closed doors. So don't judge people. God forbid anyone become like ill and find out they've got one of my kids in school. He looked really depressed, and he's naturally an outgoing person. Over Christmas, he found out someone in his family had cancer and they died like a week later. It's making me want to cry. But it was such a shock to the system, and there was no time to really like do anything. It was too aggressive. So you've got to really, if you're feeling down on yourself, if you're feeling sorry for yourself, get some perspective, because stuff like that will really like make you think, God, I've been like really feeling sorry for myself. And I could, normally life will throw you a real problem and then you'll think, God, I should be the rest of the time giving myself a better kind of existence, because I'll get a real problem soon. And then I've got a real reason to be down. Do you know what I mean? I let myself grieve. Oh my God, that's weird, isn't it? That's so weird. I didn't even look at that card either. And I was talking about grief. I let myself grieve, and the light gently enters. Oh. If you are grieving for someone, or you're grieving for a past relationship because it can feel like someone's died, it's the same effect, because we're not allowed to talk to them anymore. We're not allowed to look at them anymore. We're not allowed to like do things with them anymore. Other people are, because they're a mutual friend, or it's their family, or it's, I don't know, people in work. We're not supposed to like deal with them anymore, ever see them again. It's horrible. You do have to grieve for a relationship, but some people are grieving because people passed away over Christmas or New Year. So let yourself feel the emotion, and then don't spend your whole life grieving. Don't spend every minute feeling down or grieving for the past or grieving for a person. Make sure that you give yourself a break from that, because it's very taxing. It's very taxing for your body, for your nervous system. Thank you so much. I did notice the little super chat there. Thank you. Is it Devo's fiance? Thank you. You're a Taurus as well. I think mental health is something we're all trying to manage our emotions, and sometimes our emotions manage us, don't they? I think more often than not. Don't forget, you are part of the animal kingdom. You are an organism. So, what am I trying to think in a science way? Physiology. We need to try to take control of like our nervous system. We need to try to create space for ourselves, downtime for ourselves, and not spend our lives worrying and being miserable, because you can make yourself do that. Let's get a chakra whispers, and then I'm going to get you an angel number. And do you know what? I might get a karmic lesson as well, because I used to only think, oh, I'll only pull them out when it looks like you've been dealing with a karmic. But I think we're all dealing with, learning lessons all the time, like choosing to let a relationship go when it's giving us a lot of comfort. There's probably a lesson to be learnt from that. So I am going to look at it to see what it comes out with. Look at this. Very, very interesting. So this is the solar plexus chakra. So this is all about assertiveness, confidence, taking control of your life, take control back. Emperor energy, type A personality. Take control back. Make decisions, visualize the future, set goals for yourself, but also take the time to look at what has been achieved. If I were to see people from high school, I could now say that I've lived in many different places around the world. I've taught several different curriculums. I've taught early years, primary and high school. I'm now a specialist in geography. I've taught English for 2 years. I've got my own business on 2 different platforms. I've just got to the point where I'm being monetized. So I'm killing it. But I always worry, because I'm like, but I live at home with my parents. Do you know what I mean? So we're all horrible to ourselves. It's the same as someone goes, well, I'm married with kids, but I don't work. They kind of carry a kind of shame, because they're like, well, yeah, I don't have any career to speak of. Everyone's carrying shame, everyone's carrying embarrassment, or, well, I've got a great job, but I've just got divorced and I'm living in a flat. Like, that person's status has gone from high up to low down in terms of stuff, assets, savings. They probably were in the opposite position a year ago. Now they feel like they've slid down. You know, snakes and ladders. Life is a game of snakes and ladders. We all feel like we're not where we're supposed to be. So don't look at someone and go, they've got the perfect life, because no one has. There's people out there who are making bank because they're famous, right? They haven't got one proper friend on this planet, and they know that. They know it. Tomorrow, there'll be a billionaire that loses all their money overnight. So don't look at other people and go, they're perfect, they've got all this, and hate on people, because no one's really happy. They've all got bits of stuff that they're happy with, and then they've got a certain level of shame. Okay. I'm very intrigued about this karmic lesson, so I'm just going to see what does come out. What is your karma? Healing generational wounds. Break the chain for future generations. You could have a history of unhappy marriage in your family that's generational. You could have a history, you know, certainly like back in the day, back in the 50s, the 30s, the 20s, the 40s, the 60s, even the 70s. Yeah, it was like, shame on you if you have a divorce, shame on you if you separate from someone. Where's that gone? Where's that card gone? There it is. It's under my seat. It could be not as like clear cut as that. It could just be like, all the women or all the men have been quite unconfident in our family. You know what I mean? Or people have never quite followed their goals because they were told by elders not to do that. Just so you know, our generation are breaking barriers, and we shock a lot of our like parents, because we're doing things they never had the opportunity to do. One, it wasn't possible because there wasn't flights going all over the world, unless you were literally going to war and that's how you travelled. You didn't really travel. You know, some people did migrate, but they weren't doing it because it was their choice. They kind of had to. People these days, we don't do traditional jobs. We make YouTube channels, and you get like, people like, well, that's not a proper job. It is. We're breaking barriers, we're like breaking frontiers, and we are rebels in the eyes of our parents and their parents. But it's actually, we've got opportunities that people have never had before. You know, in previous times, you would have been a housewife and your husband would have been a joiner or like something really blokey. You know, you get taught a trade, or you're sewing and making dinners. So, we constantly shock our parents. You'd be pushed not to shock them. You know, like, you live abroad, you do this, you do that, you're outrageous, you. No. Anything's going to come off outrageous to them, isn't it? Because everything was so closed, so insular, and all people did was worry about what are people going to think. Another thing is being expected to be married at 21, 19, 20. People did out of necessity because of war. You know, there were no men. So it's like, grab someone, reproduce, because you thought, well, maybe I'll be dead like soon, or the population's not going to continue. You know, we don't have to do that. It's not necessary. So why are we holding ourselves to standards that are like old-fashioned? We don't need to. I've talked a lot today, but I've enjoyed it. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. Let's get you an angel number. 1551. You've got a few actually, so let's start off with this one. Hold your vision. Manifestation, abundance, money, dreams, vision, and prosperity. Focus on the good and maintain your concentration on the outcomes that you desire. It's time to put your faith and time into your ideas and pursue your goals with all your might. You have such a beautiful, courageous, and brave spirit. That's one thing I will say about Librans. You know, like Libra stands for like free, like access libero, you know, in the train station in Italy. It's like you don't have to pay, you can turn the barrier, you can get through. You're like a person of the world, Librans, and you shouldn't ever hold yourself back. Get out there, explore, achieve, show off, you know, make people's eyebrows raise, like, get out there. Do you know what I mean? Statue of Liberty. You are freedom, you are about liberty, freedom, exploring, achieving. You are of the arts. You are the social butterflies of the zodiac. Don't be held back. 0550, the eye candy. What is this? Intuition, inspired action, beauty, art, socializing. That's weird because I was talking about that. Flow, potential, and romance. Get some fresh air or call some of your pals over. Take a look around you. There's so much natural beauty waiting to be discovered. Either you will soon become involved in an exciting new project, or you will go out on a date. Put your charisma to use everywhere. Spread your charm around. You are the social butterflies, definitely. Absolute flirts as well. 4444, blessing in disguise. Obstacles, hardships, strength, building character, experience. There might be some difficulties ahead, but you will push through. You've got this. If you've been struggling or feeling lost, the winds of change will blow in your favour. If you've been suffering, some things may fall apart, but you're building the framework for something much better. So hang in there. And then for some reason, this was at the side, so I think I must have forgotten to read this one out. The unknown holds gifts wrapped in silence. Do you know what? I'm going to name your reading that. Don't be afraid of the unknown, because beautiful things are waiting there. Okay? See this like cosmos. Just because it's dark doesn't mean it's scary. It's actually peaceful. Everything's organised, you know, things are glimmering, things are shining. There's miraculous things waiting for you, so don't be afraid. Kismet. What's Kismet? It's nice messages today, isn't it? Okay, so that was your reading, Libra. Okay, nothing to be afraid of. Reframe your thinking, take control. Congratulate yourself on any little thing that you've achieved, whether it's today or in the last year. You are making progress, you are steps closer. You've progressed personally, personal development. You've progressed financially, you've progressed physically. It's time to be nice to yourself, you know what I mean? And don't be holding yourself back or making a comfort blanket of anyone, because it's not fair to you on your pathway that you're on for your dreams. You're kind of settling, do you know what I mean? God, I feel like I'm Libra moon, so possibly that's why I got so much out of that just for myself as well. I'm Taurus, but I'm Libra moon. Make sure you look up your moon sign. You don't need to know what hour you were born to get your moon placement. You just need your full date of birth. Type into Google and put moon sign, because that's your feelings, your emotions, and how you make decisions. I'm very much into what's right and wrong. I've got a strong sense of justice, and I never kind of really understood that. I need to kind of work in a wholesome environment where rules have to be followed, where we've got to hold each other accountable to certain like values and stuff. I can't work in private business because people make seedy jokes or jokes about people that have passed away, like celebrities, and it leaves like not a good taste in my mouth. Do you know what I mean? Like I can't be a part of that because it's just unkind. I don't think you should do that. Don't find it funny at all, actually. I don't like racism, don't like sexism. We're debating a lot in like form time. Form time's going loads better this term. The children get to have a say over what they think about mobile phones. They get to have a say, and it's really like, you know, changing their behaviour because they feel like they're being treated with respect and stuff. That's the Libra moon part of me. The Taurus side is sensuality. I think the Libra part is also like art, creativity. I'm very like polychrome. I love art, so yeah. I am quite social as well, even though I love my home time. I'm quite happy-go-lucky, you know, I'm quite approachable. I think that's the Libra part as well. Scorpio. Yeah, being fair. Oh, kismet means destiny in old Hollywood movies. Oh, right, okay. I love learning as well. And I would say that with Libra being like justice and knowledge and books, you know, swords is communication and knowledge. I would say like I am a good communicator. I do see other people's point of view, and I'm quite, you know, I enjoy being well read. I enjoy like reading and learning. If a book is fictional, I probably won't pick it up. If it's non-fiction, I'm picking it up every day. Do you know what I mean? If I go on a date as well, or I'm in a relationship with someone and we go somewhere and they've got lots of knowledge on the place, I know not everyone can do that, and I probably can't do that, but I find that so sexy. You know, like sapiosexual. I'd probably be like, let's go home. I'd enjoy while we're out, and then I'd be like rushing them home. Because I love people that know stuff. I just feel like I'm learning that. I think that's why I often pick people who are very different to me to go out with, you know, like if they're from another country or something, because then I'm like guaranteed learning something I didn't know before. Take me to a church, take me to a museum, take me to a gallery, tell me some stuff about it, and I am yours. Guaranteed. Spirit guides, universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Scorpio's highest good. How is Scorpio feeling in the second week of January 2026 with regards to the one they're thinking about, dealing with, or manifesting in? 3 cards for how Scorpio's feeling, first of all, please. Hi, Amy, welcome in. We're just starting Scorpio. Knight of Cups reversed. Scorpio, you've got feelings for someone, but you're not telling them. So, like, the Knight of Cups is, compared to the other Knights, you know, Knight of Wands is very sexual. I'm going to do what feels right in the moment for my body. I do what probably I shouldn't be doing. Knight of Pentacles is like, I'm going to date with a view to investing, you know, if it goes well. and provided it goes well, I would like a relationship. You know, increments of time, money, and energy being invested with quite, you know, big aim that we're working towards. With the Knight of Cups, there may not be a plan. There may not be finances behind something. There may not be, you know, sexual motivation by itself. There is like a heart. The heart wants what it wants, you know, like you may think, I could really fall for this person, and it's part of who they are, what they do. I admire them in what they do, or I think they're a very principled person. I like what they look like, but I like who they are. That's, you know, that's when someone really has your heart. And a knight is an active pursuit. So when it's upright, you're actively kind of wanting to profess how you feel to someone. You know, Romeo wants to get to Juliet's balcony and tell her, like, I need to see you. Like, I can't stop thinking about you. And, you know, it's not because he's just thinking about her body and, you know, how she got a big rack on this or that. You know, he's thinking, like, I just want you and only you. You know, like, I need Julia, I need her to be my wife. Like, and there's no real plan, is there? It's just like a feeling um of like, I have to have her, no one else can have it, and I don't want anyone else. And then it's the same with Juliet, you know, she's lying to her whole family. She marries him the next morning behind everyone's back, and it's like, I'm gonna kill myself if I can't be with Romeo. It has to be him. It's not just, well, there's a few people that I like and he's the one that's coming to my balcony. It's like, I have to be with him, no one else exists. Okay, so there's a huge like focus on that particular person, and it isn't to do with what he looks like. Yes, she's attracted to him, but they've got like some sort of profound loyalty to one another that's just there. Okay, life and death kind of vibes. So the Knight of Cups, when it's reversed, is someone that harbours those emotions but isn't telling the person. They're not communicating that, they're not showing them that, they're kind of hiding it. So I feel like you've got quite strong emotions for someone, that you feel you could fall for them or you have fallen for them, but you don't want to tell them. You don't want them to know. Well, you're not gonna, you want them to get onto it, but you want them to tell you first or something like that. I do that. I wait for them to say it first. This is the challenge, okay? So in this picture, this polar bear is a mighty beast. He's an apex predator, okay? But what's kind of harder for someone who's physically strong, for someone who's powerful, is to be emotionally strong and contain those emotions, okay? So we don't want to be ferocious. We don't want to take it out on someone that we're frustrated. We don't want to fall to bits and cry over someone. We're trying to contain our emotions. So she's trying to tame the beast. This is the major arcana for Leo, the strength card. So it's that fire energy. Yeah, so she's trying to tame werewolf. Yeah. If you think people are retarded, that's your small mind, isn't it? You can walk into a church and say that and see how people just escort you out, babe. I am kindly escorting you out because you're in a place where perhaps you haven't got the... I don't know if you haven't got the capacity to understand like things with a deeper meaning. Maybe a very face value. maybe you don't believe in anything other than science. But if that's the case, why are you coming into a tarot channel? It's not for any good reason, is it? Right, King of Cups. King of Cups upright. So, the King of Cups, we're moving into a place of, it's fixed energy. See how he's sat down? Kings and Queens, court cards, they can represent people who have children. They don't have to. It could be that you're quite mature. It could be that you have a home. You have, whether you rent or, have a mortgage, you have a home and you have responsibilities. You could have a high-powered job. But you are responsible. You are calm. Okay, so just like we talked about the Queen of Cups in the Libra reading, the King of Cups has still water beneath him. We've got dolphins in the sky. We've got heavenly skies. They're very calm. We're not looking at stormy waters. We're not looking at a tsunami. We're looking at still waters, okay? So this is someone with a very open heart chakra. They're very forgiving. They're very emotionally intelligent. It's a Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio energy. You are Scorpio. So this is you all day, still water, okay? I don't know a single Scorpio who's dramatic. If anything, you're a person of few words, but you feel, okay? So just like a scorpion in the desert, with your exoskeleton and you're scuttling along the sand under the stars at night in the desert, you feel every vibration. And it's like that for all kinds of creatures that exist in that habitat, whether it be snakes or spiders. You're very sensitive to the movement of the air, the temperature dropping. You're sensitive. You're sensitive to sound. You're sensitive to, you have on a spider, you have like little hairs. Very, very sensitive to anything. Constantly reading energy. As a Scorpion, you're so sensitive that you kind of understand people. You understand them from what they're saying, but you feel like you're picking up, you're receiving, you're very receptive, and you're able to send messages out with that same energy. My nephew's a Scorpio, and some of my friends are Scorpios, and you just feel dead calm, like in a Scorpio's presence. You feel like they understand you. They're very good at making you feel understood, and it's not even with what they say. It's just how they are around you. Like I don't know if I'm articulating it very well, but you're good readers and you're good at exuding calm. So the King of Cups is very calm. He doesn't lose his temper. He's forgiving. He's nurturing. He's emotionally intelligent, okay? So that is the depiction of someone who's calm, cool, collected, but very, very caring, very deep. Still waters run deep, I love it when someone says you're retarded, but their profile picture is them with their pecs out because they've got a jumper on that's open, like a zip hoodie with no top underneath. That to me is retarded. If you're having to show off massive cleavage, whether you're a guy or a girl, and it's not a night out, it's saying desperate, not gonna lie. Maybe you got nothing more to offer. Oh my goodness, we've got a divine pair. We've got matching court cards. We've got the Queen of Cups now. And look, what I really like about this, what I like about this is we've got masculine and feminine energy. So whether you're female or male, whether they're female or male, this is like yin and yang, okay? It's really complementary. So one person's in that more, I'm thinking about the greater good. I'm thinking about what's right overall. and being a bit more of a kind of like forthright person, a bit more of a leader, someone who has the last say. Then we've got this feminine energy where she's concentrating on what's right for each individual person. How is each individual person going to be affected by this? How do we make a decision where we consider each person, how they are individually affected? It's someone who's very nurturing. I don't know why he's got 2 dolphins and she's got 1. There's definitely some meaning behind that, but very still waters, very calm, happy skies, serene, fixed energy, complementary energy, matching court cards, okay? So when you're of the same suit, you literally suit one another. So how in playing cards we have hearts, spades, clubs and diamonds, in tarot we have cups, wands, pentacles and swords, and there's matching court cards for each of those, and you've got them in your reading. So this person literally suits you, and it's not that one of you is kind of in the reverse and feeling angry or bitter. You both got a very emotionally intelligent approach to this. You could be dealing with a fellow water sign, but you don't have to be. You literally suit one another. Okay, so we've got the Hanged Man, but it's in reverse. So the Hanged Man, when it's upright, is someone it's fixed energy again. They're not making any rash decisions. They're not in a rush. They're stopping themselves. They're keeping themselves suspended. So they can have a really good think. And they're trying to look at things from another point of view, just in case they've missed anything, just in case they're being short-sighted, being stubborn. You've got it, not you, sorry, this is their cards. They've got this reversed, which means that this person's very sure about what they think. They're convinced that they're correct on something, and they won't be changed. So it could just be like a strong loyalty, or they've kind of had a chance to think about things and they're very sure. But it's like, it's more, I know what I think, I know what I want. They're not so open to changing their mind or seeing another way. Let's get another one for them. So they could be a Cancer, a Pisces or a Scorpio, but they don't have to be. It could just show that you do complement each other very, very well. You're a good match. Knight of Swords, rushing in. See, this person that you're dealing with wants to rush in with a message urgently. Okay, this horse is rearing up. It's being told like there's no time to waste. We've got a little bit of storminess coming in. This is, a sword because it's communication. So something has to be said, and it has to be said now. I don't know if it's positive or negative, but there's no time to waste. Okay, this person's possibly going to blurt something out at you, and it could be done quite bluntly or just very quickly, because they're just very sure about something. I don't know what the message is. Let's get 3 for the outcome there. The High Priestess is reversed. Then we've got the 4 of Wands upright. And then we've got the 10 of Wands reversed. So the High Priestess is someone who is, they're following their intuition. They don't know what's ahead. It's Piscean energy. So we've got water energy again. If you think of a priest or a priestess, they have faith, they have belief, okay? They trust in the divine plan, they trust their own judgment because they have connection to spirit, They know that everything will work out. They know that they can navigate, okay, like a lynx in the night. They have a foresight. They have the ability to focus in and see things in the dark and know what to do. With the High Priestess reversed, it can be like an opening up or a sharing of this knowledge. The Four of Wands upright is stability. These two people have declared to everyone around them, okay, it's the 11 cards. They've declared to everyone around them that they're together. They are exclusive. Everyone in the town knows, it's very public. Okay, so it could be changing your status on social media. It could be saying, let's agree to be exclusive. Will you be my boyfriend? Will you be my girlfriend? Will you go steady? It could even be moving in together. Okay, it's a declaration that we are together, we are a couple. I like this. To me, you're matching suits, you both court cards, you both complementary with that masculine and feminine energy. We all have masculine and feminine energy, and at the moment you're perfectly balanced. You complement one another, and it doesn't matter whether you're the guy or the girl. It doesn't matter whether they're a guy or a girl. It doesn't matter. You're complementary to one another. You're able to work together, and you know that you want to tell this person that you've got feelings for them, but it looks like they're going to say it first. So you've played it really well. They want to ask you to be in a relationship, it looks like to be. That's what I'm getting around to. The Ten of Wands, if it were upright, would be like something's been difficult for a really long time and we're going to do it anyway. We're going to get through right to the end. This is dropping the burdens, okay? So they're not going to worry about it anymore. It does look like they're going to say, let's, you know, will you be boyfriend and girlfriend? They want to lock it down. And that's why there's no time to waste. Let's get two more for the outcome because they were a combination. Hi Ellis, welcome in. These are free collective readings. If you want a personal reading, you can direct message on Instagram or TikTok. You can email me at jen3585@gmail.com and it's £18. I'll pre-record the reading and give you a link to it. But these are collective readings and they should answer your questions, to be honest. Today I'm doing Libra through to Pisces because I'd normally be starting a new weekly AllSigns, but I wasn't well this week, so I just took a few days off. So I'm just kind of on the second half. If you want Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo or Virgo, they were done in a previous live, so you would just go to the lives playlist and look for them. And I've also posted them as individual readings on the Love Readings playlist as well. Did that yesterday. Took the whole day. You're welcome. Thank you for asking instead of spamming, because people just spam questions. If you watch your sign and the sign of your person every week, you'll get like where the story's going. Do you know what I mean? You'll get like the long-term narrative, and it'll probably answer like whether someone's likely to declare the love this week, whether someone's, you know, in a better position financially, which would make it more likely for them to be like considering a relationship. Do you know what I mean? If money's tight, it's unlikely someone's going to go, do you know what, should we go steady? It's unlikely. So definitely like follow, whether it's my channel or someone else's, follow it like persistently. Do you know what I mean? But you're welcome to a private reading, or if you know, to be fair, if you want a live Q&A, don't blame me, going to a channel where that's on at the moment if you want to do that. It's your choice. So we've got the Three of Pentacles upright. So this is the outcome. It's teamwork. We've got the Page of Pentacles. This is really good. This is again confirming that there's going to be investment. Someone wants to go steady. They want to invest. They want to be a team. 3 is a number of community. It's can be in a general reading, that would be like a workplace, because it's a team of people coming together in partnership, in collaboration. They want to make it work. This person wants to make it work with you, and you want to make it work with them. Page of Pentacles. I'm looking to put my pentacle somewhere. I'm looking to give my time, money, and energy to a person. Ten of Swords reverse. So Ten of Swords upright would be a lot of pain. This person doesn't want to hold back anymore because it's actually like making them feel upset. They're just going to burst. They've got to tell you how they feel. They want to go steady. This is a nice reading, Scorpio. Let's get one more because we've had 2 sets of 3. So we get one more for the outcome. Hi, I don't take individual questions in lives. If you want a personal reading, it's £18. Very happy to do that, or you can watch these collective readings. They're by zodiac sign, so you watch, if you're Aries, watch Aries. If he's Aries, you know, watch Aries. Like, watch your sign, watch his sign, or her sign, and see what the vibe is this week. How's money for them? How is, you know, life for that person? Because that will tell you whether they're likely to invest or not. These are love readings, so it's does she feel the same, and I get your feelings, I get their feelings, and then I get what the likely outcome is this week, because it changes depending on our financial situation, our emotional situation, how are we doing, whether we feel like we're a good match, whether we feel like something's just starting to not work for whatever reason. If you watch regularly, if you watch weekly readings regularly, you'll know what the answers are to your questions anyway. But I understand, because I bought a personal reader for myself last week, and I really enjoyed watching it, to be honest. What have we got here? 6 of Cups reverse. Why have we got that? 6 of Cups upright is soulmate energy. So see how it's a family, and there's just lovely like years of nostalgia being built up. Each cup represents like a few years together or a year together. You know, this is togetherness. This is home. This person feels like home. When it's reversed, we want a soulmate, and we don't feel like we've got that dynamic yet. So I think let's get a message and see what that says. I'm desperate to see what this says now. This would be a message from your person, okay? Hi, Salma. I'm not doing personal readings on the live. If you want to buy one, I can record it probably tonight, and I'll send you the link to it, but it's £18. Whether it's a love reading or a general or finance reading or health reading, it'd be £18. That's my price. People are paying more at the moment. Thank you to everyone who's doing that. They're just choosing to pay more because they're like, no, because it's a really long reading and it's worth more. That's so kind. Thank you. Focused on money. I'm currently focusing on my career and finances. My main priority is financial stability. Okay, I think their intention is this. Okay, so you've got to have 2 things, haven't you? You've got to have loyalty and commitment from someone, like they're emotional, like, yes, I want to be with you too. But you also need a home. You need to be able to put a roof over your heads, you know, put your half in. 1111, 4 is a number of stability. So this person wants to lock it down emotionally, but they also know they need a practical plan. So that's why they're looking to put their pentacle in, because it's like, I need time, money, and energy to make this work, and I want it. You know, that you've got the 3 of Pentacles, you've got the 4 of Wands. It's a beautiful reading. Let's get another message from them. You got divine pair, King and Queen of Cups, matching suits, matching kind of like complementary balance and masculine and feminine. So the masculine energy, whether they're male or female, it's someone who's more likely to do the chasing. The female energy is more likely to be chased. You know, it's complementary, or one person's more kind of sensitive to how each person is affected by decisions, and the other person's more kind of business-like, overall business first, or like can make the tough decisions. Tarot's like from the 1400s, do you know what I mean? So it does work. We complicate things, but you kind of need this balance in life. And it's not always that it's the man who's masculine in the household. Most of my friends, they work, they're the one earning more money, and they run the household because they're very good organisers. They take the helm. They're the main earner. So whether that's right or wrong, it's 2026. They're probably in a masculine energy. They're probably wearing the trousers in the household. So the guy would be showing up as the Queen of Cups. It doesn't make them female. It just means the decision makers of the house are, you know, amongst my friends, it's the woman. It's either 50-50 or the woman's like at the helm. And that's just, I don't know many people where it's the other way around, to be honest. I don't know if that's like your experience or it's just how it is for me. There is someone else. What is that about? There's someone else. That's pissed me off, actually. That's actually pissed me off. That's pissed me off. So there's someone else. They may have someone that they owe money to. You know, if they used to have a home with someone else, they've still got joint assets, or they're in the middle of dividing assets, or they've got kids to pay for that they've had with a previous partner. It could be that. It could be that they... The thing is, because you're already a king and a queen, why are they showing up as a page, though? I do feel like it's new love, because you're showing up as a knight, they're showing up as a page. It's new love, but you're both mature, you both got responsibilities, you complement each other really, really well, and you both want commitment, okay? They want teamwork, they want collaboration, but they may have to deal with someone else already, and that might that may be why. I don't know where that's come from. That may be why they're having to focus on money. If money's tight, they might be having to pay for two lifestyles at the moment, just because they've already been married, already had kids with someone else. What is the messy truth here? It's looking like a positive read. I'm telling you, they want commitment, they want to be public, but money's tight at the moment, okay? I think women have been fighting for equality for so long. We can often we can be disrespectful towards men. You're not wrong. You're not wrong there. I'm a Taurus, right? So I'm very traditional. So I actually don't mind a man earning more. But my experience, and this is my personal experience, is men have used that against me to talk down to me, or, you know, so I've kind of had to, my lesson, I think, is to become very independent, and because I am very like romantic, I can lose money to a man if I let that happen. And that's not to say all men are bad, because they're not. My dad's great. I've had relationships where the guys been equal to me, and they've been very respectful. I talk about negative relationships a lot because it's my job to kind of share what I've been through. But certainly on the bad people and the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, and they put the guys down a lot and they take advantage of them, they disrespect them because the women are the main earners. And I think it's possible for men and women to put down the other person if they earn more. That's why I prefer an equal dynamic in terms of money, because I think the power comes from the money. Well, that's my personal opinion, and I'm not an oracle and I don't know everything. I'm still learning myself. I gave you my all, overgiving, drained, love unreturned. So that could be relevant for some of you. Someone could be feeling like they've overgiven. They feel a bit drained. I'm still getting that overall is very positive, because in the outcome we've got the Four of Wands, we've got the Three of Pentacles, and anything that's negative is reversed. Well, I just don't get why that Six of Cups reversed is there, but it's not unknown for me to change my mind halfway through a reading as I get clarification. So what were the issues? Because we have got the Ten of Wands reversed, we have got the 10 of... Oh, that's 2 10s as well, and 10s are the end of a cycle. So we could be going from a bad phase into a more positive one. 10 of Swords reversed, dropping the fear, dropping the anxiety, dropping the burdens. Maybe this is not a positive reading and it's negative, but you definitely, it's a new, even though you're showing up as a king and a queen, and you're very suited to one another, and you're very emotionally intelligent, you're both upright, so you're like the best version of yourselves at the moment. You are hurting emotionally right now. You need time to heal before you jump in again. The Knight being reversed, the page is upright, but you're showing up as people who are fairly new into something with one another. So that's why I feel like the ex is kind of like a bit of an issue. It's causing a strain on finances, or like their ex maybe. Whoops, flew out my hands. Love's disguise, go beyond superficial looks and see who they truly are. So in the past, someone's heart has been crushed. Things could have felt superficial. They could have realised the person isn't who they thought they were. It's not really a soulmate. Investigating. There could be a lack of trust, or yes, there could be a crossover, or I'm not getting the Three of Cups there. I'm not getting Seven of Swords. I'm not getting deceit. I'm going with my original instinct that the two of you are fairly new to one another. You're very well suited, but there's some sort of like past here. It's affecting finances for this person that you're dealing with. And that could be why you've held back, you know, with opening up your heart to this situation. You might look at the cards and you might think, no, I know what that is. I know what that's about. Let's get broken mirror. Reconciliation. Harmony, resolving issues, getting back together. So something could have been difficult for a while. It felt like a non-starter. It felt like there's too much interference. It's not the right conditions to get together. But actually the intention is there. It's just wasn't ideal before. I don't like it when people call me dear. I find it really condescending, but you could be like a different nationality where dear is just like the translation. But I find it condescending, and I think I've been very open-minded. I've said it's just my experience. I've said like this is what's happened to me. And I do think money creates a difference in power within a relationship. It does. That gets used against people all the time, so I don't think I'm out of order in saying that. I don't want a battle. I'm just saying what the situation looks like. It could be in this reading, okay? I use my experience to do the tarot. So, what other cards do I want? I want the unspoken truth. I don't think you can call anyone not a real man unless it's Andrew Tate. He's a fucking dickhead, insecure idiot. There's something behind your eyes. What are you hiding? There are things I never got the chance to tell you. Ooh. Yeah, it could just be that they've not kind of like told you about everything that's going on in their life. Sometimes you don't want to immediately bring up an ex when you just started dating someone. You don't want to be like, and by the way, I've got all this baggage. But it kind of creeps in, doesn't it? Because it affects like day-to-day living. It affects like what you can provide to a person, whether it's your time, your money, your energy. Let's get you some general advice. Messages from the universe. The only time I'd say someone isn't a real man is if they're like running around being a homosexual, so they just try to sleep with people and get money, like leech money from them. There's plenty of men out there that do that, but there's plenty of women that do it as well. I don't think gender should be like brought into it, really. People are what they are and they do what they do. If you're not in a position financially to have a relationship, say that and say like, I can't have a relationship right now. It's for financial reasons. I won't want to present myself to you for a relationship. I just think be a grown up. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes holding on does more damage than letting go. So leave behind all that's been weighing you down for so long and reach for the opportunities that are waiting for you. I promise you, you will not regret it. If you are worried you don't have the strength to move on, think of how much strength you are using to hold on. Oh my God, that's weird because we had the strength card, didn't we? Then redirect your energy and enjoy your life. Now I'm doubting my initial thoughts, you know. The High Priestess can be when you follow your gut. That can be when you don't follow your gut. So if I look at this another way, you could have been overgiving to someone and overcommittal to someone, and it was too much of a burden. You could have tried to work together. You were looking for a solid investment and it's just been too painful, so you're dropping the burdens. They weren't a true soulmate. So you're gonna have to take this how it resonates for you. Perhaps you thought this was a soulmate, or it could be one of two narratives. They're still having to like deal with an ex, which is costing them financially, and they want full-on commitment, or you thought this was a soulmate and you've realised it's not. There's some sort of secrets. So the secret could be that they haven't told you about all their baggage, or the secret could be that you've realised they're not a true soulmate and they've been kind of like cheating, not making themselves properly available to this, and it's like a false commitment. You're gonna have to, you'll know what's going on in your situation, of course. But it says reconciliation. I'm gonna get you general advice. Just because that message from the universe is like, you think you haven't got the strength to move on, but you have. So it's either a message for you or a message for them, dependent on the situation, isn't it? Creation, I have the power to direct my life. With a constructive attitude, I create what is best for my soul. I firmly believe I can transform and improve my inner and outer worlds by turning every thought into affirmative action. I act in the image of God and bring light into my life. So whatever the situation is, you're in control. You're the CEO of your life. Okay, so don't let this get you down. Don't let it, pour water over your passion for life, your passion for your goals, your passion for each other. Things always get easier. Things progress, even if it feels like nothing's changing. It's because we want the results like straight away. Every day solicitors are kind of opening up that filing cabinet and they're working on your separation, your divorce. Every day people's hearts are healing that little bit more. Every day people are closer to being able to discuss how they feel about you and open up emotionally. Everything's changing all the time. The only certainty in life is change. So it feels like there's no progress. It feels like we're stuck. It feels like X, Y, or Z, but it's not really. The only thing that can hold you back for a very long time is if someone's being a runner and they're being avoidant, because then you're kind of in the dark as to what's going on. But even behind that, there will be progress on their end of things. And maybe, their emotions will build up to a point where they stop running and they say, okay, I'm ready to have a conversation now. Because often when people are avoidant, the guilt gets them before anything else does. Hi, Razia. One of my clients. Thank you very much for the readings that you bought and how generous you were. People have just continued. So it shows me like how much you value what I've got to say and, my ability to pull out the cards. You missed it, but at the beginning of the live, I was saying how I did a live video stream with one of my clients on Friday night. The cards were flying out straight away. I didn't have to sit and shuffle. It was just immediate. So it's quite a cool experience. It's more validation that there's something in this, and the connection was more powerful because we were in a live stream together. I mean, the readings still work when I pre-record them, but I've never tried doing a live like that before. Oh. My effort to being supported by the universe, my dreams manifest into reality before my eyes. Keep a journal of your progress towards your dreams to see their manifestations over time. That's a really nice thing to do, because one thing that I definitely do is I catastrophize and I go, oh my God, it's another year. I haven't got a house. I haven't got X, Y, or Z. And that is just the worst way. What a horrible way to reward yourself for like all the hard work that you do. Every day you get up, you go to work. Every day you persevere when things are difficult. Every day you're able to see things from a positive point of view and rise above it. whether it's someone bringing shit to you or delays over something that are just practical, you know, or wider circumstances that can get you down. We're all working our arses off. You know, our bodies are trying hard, our brains are trying hard. How many decisions do you make in a day that are difficult? How many priorities are you having to list? How many, you know, hours are you sitting doing stuff? And then you just reward yourself by what? Saying, oh, you know, everything's terrible. No, it's not. Remember to congratulate yourself because you're making progress. Every day you're a step closer to your goals. Yeah? Oh, yes, please. If you got it there. Okay. One sec. Look at that. Very, very nice. Very good. Very nice. And you know, progress could be in anything. Like every day you've got up and shown up for your kids. Do you know what I mean? You're getting them up in the morning, you're giving them the best start in life, getting them to school on time as much as you can. You can't help things like the weather on a particular day, or I don't know, anything that slows you down, the car breaking down. We're constantly having to deal with obstacles, and we're being professional and we're being calm. But it takes a lot of effort to do that, so don't overlook it. Tell you what, as well, for my Christmas work night out, I showed up. I looked good. I was late getting there, but I was good company once I was there. And to be fair, it's nice to show people what you can look like because they see the work version of you. But I was turning heads, definitely. Move your thoughts to a small cottage. What's that about? So this is a really nice deck. It's called Look for Your Own Power Centre. Okay. Move your thoughts to a small cottage. Close your eyes and think of a small cottage. Look around for a while and then move to the door. Open the door and let your thoughts from your head to the... What? Open the door and let your thoughts from your head to the cottage. What does that mean? Let them flow as pictures, colours or words, as many as you got. As many as you got? I'm an English teacher, right? And I can't tolerate this. Let's stay with it. When you're finished, close the door. Breathe deep 3 times with the thoughts in the cottage. Open the door. Now you can choose which thoughts you take and which you leave. Remember to close the door when you leave. Oh, okay. So the small cottage is a bit like a safe or a vault or a box. You kind of open the door, you let all the thoughts go in that you're having in your head at the moment, and you only let one of them out, and you leave the rest inside. Shut that door. Stress comes from thoughts which pressurize both your mind and body. By detaching from bad thoughts, you give rest to your mind and body, thus being able to be more present. So that's mindfulness, okay? That's what that is. So you got all this stuff whirling around in your head, you're ruminating, I'm terrible for doing that. Do you know what? I actually woke up Saturday morning thinking it was a working day. And I realised I'd spent most of the night thinking about work. Isn't that bad? So I need to practice every Friday. I need to practice some mindfulness and some cognitive behavioural therapy and like meditate, visualize. I need to take some time to put those thoughts on hold because otherwise they'll be swirling around my head and I'll ruminate or overanalyze stuff. It's very cyclical. It's like out of control. It's not something I can control. And I know it happens to not just teachers, but anyone who's got a position of responsibility. It's a sense of responsibility, isn't it? You don't want to forget anything. You're very aware of, if you're conscientious, you're very aware of like what's gone well that day, what hasn't. And it's difficult to switch off. Let me just plug my charger in. Hang on. It's already right here. I've got a nice new cable, so I don't have to worry about it not charging. Breathe from heaven to earth. I like this one. Close your eyes, make sure the soles of your feet touch the ground. Breathe normally at a normal pace. When you breathe in, imagine that the breath is travelling inside of you from heaven to earth. When you breathe out, think the opposite. Okay, so you're breathing it in from your feet and it goes up out of your head through to heaven. Keep doing this for 5 minutes. Deep breathing relaxes the body, and concentrating on breathing calms the mind. I think that's why swimming is really good. It's probably the reason people smoke and vape, isn't it? Because you're having to breathe on a particular pattern. You've got to regulate your breathing, so you're forcing yourself to slow down. So instead of smoking and vaping, go swimming. Sit in a steam room. Because there's so much water vapor in the air, you've got to slow your breathing down. You've got to calm down. Because if you've never been in a steam room before, you go in, it's overwhelming. You feel like you can't get your breath. So you have to slow your breathing down, and then it just forces you to relax. You learn to anticipate that sensation, and your body becomes really like heavy and like warm, and it's just, yeah, it's lovely. Watch a movie, close your eyes, move the situation, giving you stress to the big screen. I will like this one, this is my favourite. Imagine sitting in the cinema watching the movie with you starring in it. What do you see? How do you feel? Watch the movie for 5 to 10 minutes. Stepping back from the situation will reduce the negative reaction. It will give you more neutral ground to look at the situation. It also gives you a new perspective. So if your love life is doing your head in at the moment, picture you and your person on the big screen as movie characters. And how would you perceive the situation as like a member of the audience? Would you be frustrated by your reactions to things? Would you be frustrated by your action that you're taking or not taking? Would you be frustrated by his or her action that they're not taking? Is their behaviour acceptable to you? What would you want the characters to be doing, ideally? How would you want them to like respond? I think that's such a good, because we do that with books, don't we? But we don't often like picture our own life on a movie screen. I thought that was a really good technique, that. A lot of the time we'll say, imagine you're giving advice to a friend. What advice would you give your friend? And you think, yeah, be the opposite of what I've been doing. It makes you be honest with yourself. So this is just like a similar kind of thing, really. So I've done that one, I've done that one, I've done that one, I've done that one. In the dark, I discover how bright I truly am. It's through periods of challenge that your soul makes the most progress. Yeah, you become a higher being, you ascend through periods of challenge. You find out who you really are, what you're capable of. It's how you come back from shit. that you can really, like, my dad always says, I'm constantly impressed by how you pick yourself up, you reinvent yourself. You know, I've gone through really dark periods, but I always like have some sort of, it's not a glow up in necessarily what I look like, it can be. It's not just a recovery in my composure, but I'll like start a whole new project or a business, or I'll like start a course. I will always get better. I'll always be even better than I was before. Um, and I always give myself time out to take stock. It doesn't mean I'm not getting up to all sorts. I have fun, but within me, like internally, I'm doing a lot of work on myself. But I'll always like have something to show for it as well, for the time that I've taken out of my love life. Um, Maybe my career will take a boost, and maybe I'll find new hobbies and passions. It's how you come back from shit. People admire the come up. Who cares about like when you fall? People love to see a person come back um harder, better, faster, stronger, more interesting. You've got more stuff to talk about, you've got like more experience, you've thought of new motivators, new drivers for yourself. I don't know, people see that and they've got time for it, they've got respect for it, okay? So take the challenges. The unknown is a doorway, not a dead end. I like that. Yeah, if you feel a bit like, oh God, what's next for me? I don't know what's ahead this year. I don't know what's ahead in the next 5 years. They're going to be good as well as bad. There's going to be really good. So, people who can see what their next 5 years are, there's going to be bad as well as good for them. They've got no idea what's coming to them, honestly. It's a false sense of security that comes from, long-term relationships, long-term marriages, long-term careers. It's all going to get, the best laid plans and all that. So no one's safe from the ups and downs of life. We're all experiencing them, whether you can see that on someone's face or not. They're having ups and downs, they're having lessons that are hard. Make no mistake. Some of the most exciting things that have happened to me in my life have been unplanned. They've been last minute. A person has crossed my path, like a new work bestie. When I was so scared of starting in my new job, and I was like, oh, what if like I don't get on? I think this is the workplace where I've got on with the most people, actually. Such a warm, lovely team. There's been the least drama. So I had no way of knowing that, and I got really nervous, and I was thinking of all kinds of awful situations. It was the same. I think that's what my anxiety was over this term, was we've had a change of staff, and I thought, oh God, I've had like no drama, and I bet there's going to be new people in that are going to cause drama. Hasn't happened. It's gone even better. So just because you don't know what's ahead doesn't mean it's going to be awful. It may be better, it may exceed. Oh, I feel dead positive now. That's a nice thought. It may exceed what you've previously been experiencing, or far exceed what you thought was the best relationship you've ever had. You may get something that far exceeds that this year. So, get excited. Where am I up to, guys? I've done all them. Let's get a chakra whispers. I'll get you a karmic lesson card. I will get you angel numbers, and I'll get you a divine timing. One for reconciliation with this person and one for new love. Because depending on what's going on in your situation, there was two particular outcomes for this, or two different narratives. One is that you're the king and queen and you're about to break up. because they've been seeing someone else. The other narrative is it's a fairly new relationship. It seemed like almost like a non-starter, but you're going to reconcile, and they've actually got a past person, past baggage that they're having to pay money to, and it's putting financial strain on the situation. So there could be reconciliation, there could be a breakup. You'll know what your situation is based off of the two narratives that I've just described. I hold space for both joy and sorrow. So that's the heart chakra, it's green. Okay, so just like we're saying with that doorway, just because it's question marks doesn't mean that, you know, if you open different boxes with question marks on, some stuff's going to be not that nice, and some stuff's going to be far exceeding your expectations, and it's going to be gorgeous, because life is a mixture of up and down. Okay, so don't reject your blessings out of fear. In the dark, I discover how bright I truly am. You could be like, you know, it's kind of sad to think about, but people who have depression, they're often like, you know, you see comedians or famous actors and actresses, they bring so much joy to people around them. Alan Carr, oh my goodness. Have you seen Alan Carr and Amanda Holden renovating properties in Greece? I watched 3 episodes of that back to back with my mum and dad. What day was it? Was it Thursday? I think it was Thursday night, maybe. He brings so much light to people, and he's probably had a really difficult time in his life. She has, but they laugh together, and it's like beautiful. But he made people laugh that there's a language barrier there. I mean, it's a program where they've got a massive team of people, but it's so uplifting because you see Greece from beautiful angles. They've got nice outfits on. You meet his family, his parents, visit them out there. She talks about her life. You know, the people that have been through hell and back, but they're stoic and they work hard. They have a good laugh together, and you feel like you're part of it. But I noticed him in particular, he makes a lot of people really happy. You know, and a lot of people that have had depression, they may have finally got to a point where they end their life because they really struggled, but they have fought the good fight for years, for decades. So don't ever think ill of someone who takes that decision, because they've been fighting the good fight. They've been glowing in a place of darkness for as long as they can handle it to bring you, you know, happiness. So I just wanted to say that, because we say commit suicide because it used to be viewed as a crime. But if someone's they've been fighting a good fight for any number of years, they've done that, and they've really pushed themselves as much as they can do for as long as they can. And it's often people who come across really happy. They got the most beautiful smile. They got everyone giggling and laughing, you know. Right, what is the karmic lesson for Scorpio? Listening to the signs, the universe speaks in synchronicities. I take that, to be honest, as ebbs and flows, because you've got 2 10s. There's definitely closure. You've got a doorway. You've got a darker period, a sort of heavier period that you might be experiencing at the moment. But just hold space for joy and sorrow. The way you get through bad times is by focusing on what is going well, by focusing on whether you feel like a failure, whether you didn't get offered a job after an interview, whether you are struggling financially at the moment. Look at your overall picture and congratulate yourself. Like, if you're trying to work on calories at the moment, you know, you every step, you're closer, one step closer to your goals. Whether you're trying to work on spending a bit less and reining it in, whether you're trying to build up your income, invest in yourself so one day you can earn more money, you're a step closer. So accept the good and the bad. Hold space for joy as well as sorrow. Don't spend all of your time being down, because it's quite easy to do that and live your life miserably. Give yourself a breather from thinking about everything. You're allowed to do that. It'd be remiss if you just never thought about anything that's important, but if you ruminate on stuff, you're just kind of using up time where you could be giving yourself a mental break or a physical break. If you work out excessively, take the time to stop and have a cheat day. Take the time to stop and have rest, because your body deserves that. You're meant to be like, life is meant to be a punishment, you know? If you're someone that's a workaholic, take some time to do nothing productive. Do something just for the hell of it. Right, so for a reconciliation, if this was like something that seemed like a bit of a non-starter, you were recently into a relationship with the Queen of Cups and then they've got an ex hanging around, money is tight, it's putting like a chokehold on quite a new relationship, when will there be a reconciliation? And that could be whether you're dealing with a man or a woman. So we've got October. Distract yourself from the waiting game within a couple of weeks next year, winter. So for some of you, there's going to be a reconciliation as soon as in the next week or two. For some of you, it could be the end of this year, or early next year. You know, the last quarter of the year. You're on different timelines, and it depends on the other person, doesn't it? Like, not everyone who is dealing with a Scorpio and has an ex is divorcing them on the same month. Do you know what I mean? So the healing is on different timelines. But let's get a timing for if you are separating from each other because they've been cheating, if there's been infidelity and you're just like, I'm dropping the burdens because I'm not into this, or if, you know, the cross-watcher is done with Scorpio, they've started to see someone new because they realise the love is gone. Something, so if something's ending, when will there be new love? If this is a dynamic that's ending, when will there be new love with someone brand new? Keep going with the flow of life, okay? So don't focus on meeting someone new if this is something that's coming to an end and it's because of infidelity or something like this. You're probably going to take those issues and project it onto your next partner if you don't have some time out for yourself. Remember that. A door opening, because there's definitely 2 10s here and there's 2, you know, indications of going into a new phase. Don't take those issues into the future. Have some time to recover, some time to heal, work on the heart chakra, forgiveness, letting go, not holding grudges, not holding, you know, the last person's values against the next person and judging them by what you've dealt with someone else. Don't do that, because this is a different person. Remember, it's all about your comeback, and people can find that very admirable. When you meet someone new and you say, I've been through all this, but since then I've started all that, it's really sexy, it's very attractive, you know, because it shows that you are mentally strong. It shows a depth of personality, a depth of character that is just really, because people are looking for a partner who can have ups and downs in life and survive. They're not looking for someone who's bringing drama and reveling in it. You know, someone who loves to fight, someone who loves to be dramatic, someone who sees themselves as a victim. They're not looking for that. They're looking for someone, life is going to have ups and downs, but if you show that you can come back from shit, it's so sexy. Let's get you an angel number. 666, reflect. Love, affection, compassion, kindness, attention and self-love. Several unexpected developments will enter your life and impact how you feel. This is a chance to reevaluate your identity. You need a mental shift towards greater optimism, self-assurance and trust. Put your faith in your gut and inner voice. Pay attention to your feelings and use them to help you become a better person. Now that's interesting because we had that High Priestess reversed is like, I'm not using my intuition. So if this is an ending for you and that narrative resonates, take the time out to reflect, you know, don't fight the ups and the downs. Let it all happen, let all of it happen, feel it, experience it, learn from it, come back from it. Give yourself the time to do that. Don't take your issues into the next relationship because it's not fair on the next person. If you're looking at a reconciliation because you know you've been dealing with someone who's really well suited to you, but they've got a load of issues like to do with the ex, they've got no money at the moment because they're still paying out for, you know, a past kind of like living dynamic. There might be children involved, there might be houses involved, assets involved, a business involved. That's going to come back together because you had a reconciliation card. And it could be as soon as in a couple of weeks, it could be end of next year. Depending on who you're dealing with and, you know, where they're at in a divorce or where they're at in a separation. So I hope that makes sense. I hope you liked the reading. Please give it a like, share, subscribe, follow, repost, support the channel. Let me know if you see 666 anywhere. Hype me up. If you want to donate to the channel, there's a link in the channel description. If you want to email me to inquire about a reading, that's in the channel description. You can direct message on TikTok and on Instagram. I don't have many followers on Instagram because I made it purely to communicate with other tarot readers over collabs because they asked me to. But you know, there's a few inspirational quotes on there, but I will be able to see if you've messaged me quite easily on there as well. More than emails, I prefer direct message on TikTok and Instagram because I just see the notification straight away. I tend to. Well, I get a little Gmail icon at the top of my screen, but I get Gmails all the time. You know, sometimes it's just notifications on stuff, but I'll see it. I've got a few people that like to email because I know some people don't like TikTok. They just don't like it. They don't want to download it. I know some people are the same with Instagram, so that's why I keep the email option. Payments by PayPal, or you can do a BACS payment. I'll send you the bank details. Turn around the same day. Or, you know, 24 hours. So if you tell me at night time, can't always do it that night, but within 24 hours. I don't take cards or questions in lives because the lives are for the collective. So I don't interrupt that. I'd never be off here if I took cards or questions on here. I do long arse readings. So I'd never be off here if I kept acquiescing to everyone's requests. I don't want someone who's the next sign waiting around, you know, for people getting individual answers to stuff. It's not nice. I find that dead annoying when people do that, like other readers do that. Memberships are going to start around March time. I'm just waiting on my tax number to be created in the US and sent back to me. So the membership's money would go into my account. I don't exist until that's been made, so I can't do it. But yeah, when you're a member, you would get a monthly health reading, a monthly wealth reading. They're both worth £18. And you would get those 2 things plus a How to Read Tarot series for £5.99. So yes, you get those things each month for £5.99. It's 2 readings worth £18 plus your How to Read Tarot, so you get to learn more about tarot. You might be someone that wants to read it, or you might just enjoy hearing about what the cards mean, understanding it better. Okay, so we're going on to Sagittarius. It might be that you think, I can't afford a membership at the moment. Money comes and it goes, doesn't it? Around September time, I was broke. I was rich over the summer. And I've got plenty of income again now, so I get it. Sometimes you're in a panic over money. Sometimes you think, do you know what, I can probably, push to that. It's up to you guys, okay? Hi, Angel. It's a nice name. You're an Aquarius. So Aquarius will be in 2 hours, because I take an hour for Sagittarius and an hour for Capricorn. So I don't know, you can watch, totally welcome to watch, or you might want to go away, do some stuff and come back. I'm not a 10-minute reader. I'm a 45 minutes to 1 hour reader. Very in-depth readings. I love a Sunday, because there's so much tarot to watch, but it makes me stay up late at the beginning of a week, and I shouldn't do that. But I might be naughty and do it. Because Baddison does her readings on a Sunday. I've seen Empress of Energy has done a Taurus reading. I love Emery's tarot. He posts at 20 past midnight on a Sunday night. Femacy Lighthouse, she posts. Who else posts? I like Spiritually Goldie, Sunflowers and Spirituality. I like their channels. 2 of my absolute favourite readers, just in case you're looking for recommendations, are The Rainbow Wizard. It's creepy. It's actually creepy how accurate. She does in-depth readings for all of the signs, but she gets my exact situation with my person that's been going on for a few years. It freaks me out, actually. And then the other one is Madame Butterfly. I like her because she's just really eccentric and quirky, and she does general readings with a big focus on love. But I feel like I learn a lot from her readings, about the cards and about spirituality. I wouldn't say the accuracy is as detailed, but she knows a lot, so I find that really interesting to watch her. Diane, her name is. She's Scottish. I've got probably 8 readers who I adore, and then I get my personal readings from Martin at Scales of Justice Tarot, because I like his approach. He's very calm, he's very detailed, he's very certain about what he's saying, and he's a good price as well. He's not expensive. I'm not paying 40 quid or 60 quid for a reading, because that reading's relevant for that week. I haven't got money to burn, do you know what I mean? I'm not buying readings more than 3 times a year, because I can watch a collective reading and follow the ongoing narrative, but sometimes you like to get a personal reading, don't you? But I wouldn't do that more than 3 times a year, because you can get it from the collective readings. And don't let anyone charge you stupid amounts. People are greedy, proper greedy. The Hanged Man. Sagittarius, you've got the Hanged Man, and it's upright. So you're trying to see things from multiple perspectives, multiple points of view. You don't want to rush in. You don't want to make a wrong decision or be too closed-minded. You're trying to look at it from other people's perspectives as well, just in case you're being a bit closed-minded or a bit short-sighted. It's a good energy. It's fixed energy, but we're trying to be careful. Trying to be careful to not miss anything, to not be too stubborn. It's an open-mindedness. You've got the Knight of Pentacles, okay? So you're in active pursuit. Knights are in active pursuit. They look for investment. This is when you've got your eye on someone and you're like, I'd quite like to date this person, with a view to it becoming a relationship if it goes well. So it's someone who seriously intends to be in a relationship. So this is where you're at the moment. You're looking before you leap. You've had your eye on someone for a minute and you've thought, you know what, I'd like to date them, and if it goes well, I'd like to invest. Because Pentacles are increments of time, money and energy. So a Knight of Wands is focused on sexual gratification, immediate gratification, doing what they want in the moment. Tomorrow they might change their mind and think, I'm just, you know, a player. A Knight of Cups is someone who doesn't really have a practical plan, but they know they've got serious feelings for someone. It's all about how you feel in your heart, rather than, you know, you might not have money, time or energy to put into this, but you know you want this person, you like who they are. It may not be just sexual, it's got more of a kind of depth, it's got more layers to it. It's like, I like who they are, I like the person that they are, I like seeing them in work, doing their thing, shining. I like how passionate they are about the hobbies. I think this person has good set of morals, good moral compass. You know, Knight of Cups is just, I want that person and I don't really have a plan or anything, but they may have a plan, but it's more like, I'm just so loyal to this person, I want them and only them. Knight of Pentacles is, I'm dating with a view to having a stable future with someone, if all being well. So let's get one more for you. Shows me your intentions, okay? It shows me that you're probably dealing with someone, or you're about to deal with someone. But it's early days, just dating. The Eight of Wands reversed, so that's delays, stagnancy, blocks. The Eight of Wands, when it's upright, is fast action, lots of progress, fast communication, things moving forward at a rapid pace. When it's reversed, we could be... yes, please. I'll just bring my glass. Yeah.
My hand's freezing.
Off the bottle.
It's alright, has it got any warmth coming in?
Jenny, I'm going to give you
A little bit.
a
little bit.
lantern back.
How are you?
You know your nice lamp with the string on the outside. I just played it for a short while.
I don't mind.
It's good. No, it's killing.
What, now or later?
Well, it doesn't seem to be. I think it needs charging up. Although it comes on.
You know why it goes off if there's light? If you've got a light on, it won't light up. So you've got to turn the light off. It can sense when there's artificial light.
Jen? Look at that.
Keep it out there.
No, you want it.
No, I'm not bothered. I'm not using it. My mum was like, oh, I better give you the lamp back. It's one of them solar powered outdoor glass jars, but it's got like fishing net over the outside. And then it's got this didn't come with it. It came with some other lanterns that are off Temu that are like, they look very like Far East, and they're like wicker. The wickers down the side and like lines. They look really like summery. So I tend to like rotate through my stuff. I don't have it all out all the time. So my mum saw that and she was like, oh, I'll do a little setup. She's Virgo, so she's very like creative, like Earth Mother. I'm Taurus, so I'm Earth Mother and creative. we love aesthetics, we love like interior design, we love like colours, shape, pattern. I get it from her as well because I'm in an environment where she's always putting like floral arrangements, or she's always, you know, fresh flowers, or we love like festivals and like different celebrations because you get to do a setup. I do tarot because you get to do a setup. Very creative. So she's like, oh, she thought she should return the lamp to me, but I said it's fine, I'm not using it, I'm not bothered. So she's all excited. Oh, I love creativity. I do love it. You don't have to do stuff for a purpose. You can just do it because it's fun. Ten of Swords reversed. So the person you're dealing with, Sagittarius, they were, look at that, there's a coffin. I think that's a coffin or headstone. There's so many swords in the ground. It's icy, it's barren. That tree is dead, as dead can be. 10 is the end of a cycle. This is the most pain a person can experience. It's like every nail in a coffin. Do you know what I mean? It's like, this is the end now. The end of a long period of being in pain, distress, misery, depression, you know, arguments, anything that's just awful. This is dropping. This is a choice. So just before it came to the end of a cycle, because the numbers in tarot run from 0, 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 10, and then it resets back to 0. We can't experience the maximum amount of pain for sustained. That's not right, is it? Is it? Sustained period, an extended period. We can't do that because it'd make us ill. Okay, so you have to, when you've been grieving, it has to be in phases because your body can't take that level of depression, sadness, heaviness for sustained periods. That's it, sustained. So when it's reversed there, it's like, I've done this for so long, I'm not doing it anymore. I am not doing this anymore. Okay, so that's a choice to drop that pain, to drop that, you know, really heavy feeling. What's this? The 3 of Swords, heartbreak. Okay, so the final nail in the coffin has meant that we're not trying to work with this situation anymore, and it's heartbreaking to make that final decision to leave a relationship, or to make that final decision to accept your fate when someone wants to leave, is to allow heartbreaking. Okay, so this is what is happening. That person is on their knees. The flag that they were holding, where they expected victory, is covered in blood. They've got 3 swords in the back, and they're about to get the head chopped off. Do you know what I mean? It's just awful. It couldn't be any worse. It's heartbreak. It's the end. Yeah, it's the end of a relationship. It's accepting your fate. It's releasing, you know, that big fight that was going on to try to stay in something. It's letting go. But it's hard. It's really hard to succumb to, like, the darkness that follows. Right, 2 cards have fallen. They've landed on the bottom of the tripod and they're both in the challenge position. So I'm going to pick them up really carefully because they're opposite to one another. We've got the Ace of Pentacles, but it was that way. And we've got the 9 of Wands, and that was that way. So they're both in the challenge, but they're opposite to one another. So if they were this way, 9 of Wands is the wounded warrior, and there will be an outgoing of a lot of pentacles, a lot of money being lost, demotion, you know, loss of assets, moving into a smaller place. This is financial opportunities. You know, it's a huge loss. It's difficult. It's not easy. You know, becoming single is not easy. Changing your status is not easy. Deleting people off Facebook, deleting their family, their friends. Everyone goes back to being loyal to who they're originally loyal to. Sometimes loyalties have changed because people can relate to the other person more. Sometimes we get our ex's family still wanting to be in touch with us because they feel really sad that there's been a separation. However, if we reverse it, we're dropping the burdens, we're not fighting for it anymore, and this is bringing us financial gain. So I wouldn't say it's that way up. This is the challenge, is how do I recover my finances and how do I stay strong emotionally when this is actually really difficult for me. It looks like I'm looking at two persons' responses who are now separated to that separation. You're starting to date again. There might be some blocks and delays, but they're kind of heartbroken and really struggling to just find what the new normal is, maybe. Let's get 3 for the outcome. Because it wouldn't make sense for that to be a new person that is dropping the burden and, you know, having heartbreak and then trying to recover. That wouldn't make sense. So it's got to be an ex. And this is their response to their new normal, is they're still struggling to find a new normal. You're starting to date and wanting commitment from someone new. That's what I'm reading it as. You might look at the cards and think, no, it's something else. You know your situation better than me. I'm not a fly on the wall. Right, the 9 of Pentacles is in the challenge. So someone's become single. So that's just confirmation for me that we're dealing with 2 separate people that were once together. The challenge is, can I have enough money to pay my own way? Can I be financially independent once again? Can I recover financially? So I think this is this person, because they've got this huge like drop in status. Yeah, if you've got to move out from a living together situation, you may have to move back in with family. You may have to rent somewhere at the same time as paying a mortgage on somewhere. It's fucking hard. So no wonder it's hard finding a new normal. Even if you move back in with family, you know, you might just really struggle to find a new normal, new routines. Like normally when you'd be at someone else's house, because every evening you go round there, it's hard not doing that. You feel alone, you feel lonely, you wonder what they're doing, you wonder if they're involved with anyone new yet. You fill that gap with going to the gym or something positive. Try and distract yourself with friends, sit with your parents. You might start new hobbies just so you're distracted, so you're exploring other parts of yourself and you're not sitting, you know, dawdling idle, because that's when you start feeling down. Very, very difficult for people who've been married and if they've got children, because they've got to pick up the children. They're not physically living in the same house as them anymore. You feel very much on the outside of everything. You don't know what's going on. You're the second to hear about everything, you know, whether it's communication from school, what's going on in that child's life. They're going to tell the person they're living with before they tell you. So you're on the outs over everything. You're the last to know. It's not a nice feeling. It can be hard, can't it, to like have transport to take them places, or feel like you're more than just a taxi for them. They don't want to open up to you necessarily, tell you what's going on with them. So it's a bit difficult for a while, to be honest, to put it mildly. The challenge in the outcome is, can I become single but financially independent again? Can I recover my finances so I've got enough just to pay for me, frankly? Let's get 2 more. I think your finances are okay because you're already looking to invest in someone new, whereas they're like taking a huge hit, so possibly they left. That's why they're emotionally further behind. It's affecting them financially a lot more. Again, in the challenge position, we've got the Temperance, which is your major arcana. It's not going to be easy for any of you, but whether you're the Sagittarian or the cross-watcher, it's easy for no one. Temperance is I'm trying to manage my emotions. I'm trying not to cry. I'm trying not to get on a downer. I'm trying not to go on about it over and over, you know, when I see people. I'm trying not to buckle under the pressure, you know, have a go at the person when I see them. Because sometimes when you start living apart, when you do see each other, you end up arguing. You know, because that's like the time where you've only got that quick opportunity to talk about stuff and you've been holding it, and then you see each other and it's like, now I'm going to say it. So it becomes like a source of conflict every time you see each other, you're arguing, but it's just because you're not together all the time. That can happen with long distance relationships as well, where you're still together, but you're long distance. When you do see each other, it's like, well, I was waiting until we were together to discuss X, Y, or Z. And it's just quite difficult not to argue. In the challenge again, we've got the Sun card, major for Leo. See, that's being burden-free, okay? Carefree. We've got the Moon. We keep getting things in opposite positions. The Moon is the major for Pisces. So you've got fire and water. The Moon is about moving forwards into a new chapter, and we're not letting fear dictate our actions. If I am too scared to go to work because I've got new people joining the department and I'm anticipating that there's going to be drama because we all used to get on, then I'm kind of feeding myself a narrative that may not be true. I need to go and I need to see and I need to just find out. Yeah, I need to just give it a breather, give it a chance, walk forwards anyway, even though it's frightening. And it may be totally different to what I'm expecting, but I mustn't let fear overcome me. So this is trying to walk forwards anyway, you know, despite the fear. And the Sun card is like, can I get to a place where I'm not just completely burdened all the time? So we get one more for the outcome because they were all combinations, those 4 cards. This is a reading of 2 people that have separated and how you are coming back from it, what the challenges are, what the aims are. One's doing better than the other at the moment. Yeah, so 6 of Cups reversed is the loss of a soulmate. So you were in a family dynamic together and now you're not. Okay, there's a loss of a soulmate. Someone is no longer our soulmate. We're not, you know, continuing to build. We're not going through life together, but there's a lot of nostalgia. Or we're realising, you know, that this is where the journey ends with regards to that person. So let's get a message from them, because they're not doing well emotionally or financially. This is not the person that you've started dating. This is your ex. Okay, so this is a message from the ex. This isn't goodbye. I don't want to walk away, but it's what's best for me and us right now. This isn't goodbye. We will be together again soon. So they're even considering, like, having time out from this marriage or living situation, family dynamic, because it just isn't functional. It's painful. It shouldn't be this hard. We shouldn't be, you know, feeling the 10 of Swords. We shouldn't be feeling the 10 of Wands. they feel that the separation is just what's right. It's just what's necessary. They almost feel sad, to do it. So it's not like they're exhilarated or running around having a great time. At times they think that they may actually want to reunite, but they don't regret the separation. They feel that they couldn't have gone on how it was. I don't want to lose you. Okay, so 4 is a stable number. It's like the 1111 card, the 4 of Wands. You were this person's rock. You were their stability. You could be, a Sagittarius that provides a lot of routine, a lot of confidence. You could be a go-getter. Sagittarians are the archer. So you are naturally social. You're naturally adventurous. You like to be busy, you like to do stuff, you like to see people, you know what you want. You're a fire sign. So this person misses that confidence, that security, that stability. They feel less stable since separating. What's the messy truth? Love bombing. Intense start, sudden withdrawal, confusion. Okay, so that could be a habit that this person has. Confused as hell. No clarity, no labels, emotional chaos. So they've possibly walked away from a marriage, from a living situation, from a family dynamic. And then not only are they saying that I don't regret what I've done, but they're also suggesting that you may reunite. That's like a comfort to them because they don't feel financially secure. They don't feel like they've got good emotional health right now. So again, it's making everything messy. It's making it confusing. Almost, not yet, maybe friends. It's complicated. Sometimes we feel like people don't give us clarity at the beginning of a relationship, but sometimes when people break up with us, they say, well, maybe in a couple of years we'll be back together. What are you talking about? What you're doing now is going to cause me to fall out of love with you because you're going to hurt me so much that I can't come back from this. How I feel about you, you are changing that over time. In 2 years, you won't exist to me. You'll be just a person that I used to love, a person that I used to know, a person that I used to make a life with. I can't possibly feel the same about you after this. So when people say, we're separating, but maybe it's not forever, that's bollocks. They're kind of saying that because they don't want to see you snotting and all in tears, and they don't want to deal with the fallout, or they don't know what they want themselves and they're giving themselves a bit of a comfort blanket. Like, well, maybe it's just a break and then we can get back together. No. It's not even if I wanted to do that. I've tried to get back with people who've wanted to get back together, and we've got in a room together and we've looked at each other and we've gone, it's gone, isn't it? It's gone. So once it's gone, guys. Like, stranger things have happened than people getting back together, but it's usually after many years apart. It's not usually after 6 months or a year, because that is messy. That's way too messy. That's just people using each other as a comfort blanket because it's familiar. It makes you feel secure again. It makes you feel nostalgic. It's not really fixing anything. It's like a coward's way out from doing the shadow work, from doing the healing, from walking the lonely walk of being single again. So this person tends to love bomb. They promise a load of things because it makes them feel good to say it. Then they don't follow it up. Then they're confusing and they're off and then they're on again. They're in, then they're out. Then they've got 1 foot in, 1 foot out. No. I gave you my all. Overgiving, drained, love unreturned. Okay, so that could be how you feel, it could be how they feel. That's their perspective, doesn't make it reality. Okay, see, this person could feel like I'm throwing everything into this, I always did. And even though I've caused a breakup, I'm throwing everything into it again. Well, fine, but it's confusing. It's actually pissing me off, to be honest. Like, it's actually pissing me off. I'm dealing with someone who's a love bomber, and I'm dealing with someone who's confusing and half in and half out, or it's on and then it's off. And it's just so frustrating. It's very frustrating. There's nothing worse. It actually pisses me off so much. Nothing ever needs to be that complicated, does it? It just doesn't need to be. Everyone knows what they want deep down. We all know what we want deep down. We know what we want. But we worry about what's right and what's wrong, judgment of the community. We know what we want. That's not confusing. What's confusing is, well, I liked having assets, I liked having a status, I liked living with my kids. That doesn't mean they're in love with you still. They liked having a nice big house and a big car. That doesn't mean they're in love with you still, or they forgive you for X, Y, or Z, or you forgive them for X, Y, or Z. You move back in, you still got the original problem. They had the wealth, they had the security, they had the status, they had the persona of being a mum or being a dad, but something made them cheat, or something made them think, I'm not fulfilled. So if you go back to where you were, you still got that original problem, that original something that's falling short for that person. So it's rarely a good idea to let them come back unless it's been 5 or 10 years and they've grown as a person, or it's been 5 or 10 years they've lived single, they've dated other people and realised they actually highly value you as a person. Then it's just messy. And it's just bullshit. Because they don't like taking a knock to their ego. They don't like having a smaller car. They don't like having no car and getting the bus. They don't like living in a flat instead of a house. They don't like bullshit. Like, that doesn't mean that our relationship is secure. It means you like getting your status back. You like maintaining a reputation of X, Y, or Z. The head of a household, you know, like, it's human to miss that. Of course, you know, you don't want to feel like you've grafted for decades and then you've lost it all. But you've actually started to live authentically, where for years you've obviously felt like you haven't been living authentically. Something's falling short. So sometimes, despite it being really a financial struggle, or feeling embarrassed about what people are going to say, you think, well, at least I can do what I want now. If I want to date someone, I can. I'm not a cheater. I'm not disrespecting my kids. I'm not disrespecting my wife, my husband, because I'm single now. I've moved out. I've got to get, you know, my head together. I've got to think, what do I want for myself? Whilst you're living a lie, that's not like a solution either, is it? To stay in the familial home, but think, I'm distracted all the time because I'm wondering if this is where I'm meant to be or not. You got to move out. You got to get your head together. Forget about all the, you know, the other shit. It's not important. Because you'll move back in, and then after a couple of months, you'll be like exactly back to where you were before. So what were the issues with this relationship, marriage, living dynamic, family dynamic? What was the reason that it stopped in the first place? Public image, worried about appearances, can't relax, conceited. Yeah, I like that people look up to me because I say I've got a husband and kids, I've got a wife and kids. I like that people think I'm a solid, stable person. I like that bosses, you know, promote me because I've got a mortgage and I'm a responsible person. I like that I've got a big car. You know, people do care about what other people think, and we're encouraged to worry about that. Our own ego makes us worry about it. But we worry how bosses will perceive us. We worry how friends will perceive us. We worry how our parents will perceive us. Yeah, you don't want people talking about it. You don't want people gossiping. What are work going to think? What are your friends going to think? We worry about what our brothers and sisters are going to have to say about it. You know, we worry in a competitive way, but we worry about judgment. A lot of people view divorce as a failure of a marriage. My marriage failed. Don't say that. You made a life together, you were dedicated to it for a sustained period. If you've married someone in a Vegas wedding, then that's just immature. Do you know what I mean? It shouldn't have happened to start with. We all make mistakes, and sometimes people throw themselves into commitment because they feel mentally unwell, they feel scared, they feel alone. They liked someone offering, love bombing them and offering, like, I'm going to be with you forever, don't worry, you're not going to have to worry about anything. We've all succumbed to that because we're not feeling in a good space mentally ourselves. You're only human. But this person worries what people think for one reason or another. They're too concerned with what people will think. You shouldn't ever make decisions because of what other people think. You should be just following what you want. What is your heart telling you to do? Missed chances. Don't have regrets. Cherish your moments together. Okay, so that could mean, I feel like I've thrown my marriage away and I feel like, I was too quick to do that. Or it could be that I've stayed in something due to image and I actually don't feel like I'm fully happy. It's like killing me, it's eating me up inside. I feel like I'm living a lie. I don't want to lie to the people that I love. I've got a lot of love for my wife. I've got a lot of love for my husband. They've been very dutiful. They're a good person, and I feel like I'm living a lie and I'm lying to them. So sometimes it's not like, we're just looking for gratification in a disgusting way. Sometimes we just feel like we're lying to the people that trust us the most, and it's not a good feeling. Sometimes you just want to live authentically and say it and get it done, and it's not comfortable, but it's the right thing to do. So that they may feel like missed chances are kind of like around them, a chance for real love. Sometimes we marry because we're scared, we weren't in a good mental space. Sometimes we have children and do that. Because someone promised to always be there for us and we've had a really awful time, we can be like, oh, do you know what, this is the answer. And then 6 months or a year later, we're like, why did I do that? Because I'm in a better place now and I know I don't really want to be with this person. You're only human. There's a lot of stuff coming out here. Anger management, fake apologies. So someone constantly says sorry and you just don't believe that they are actually that sorry. It's just like paying lip service. Okay. Private relationship, there's been infidelity. Total drama. This person's a mess is what's coming across, okay? They don't know what they want. They're capable of saying whatever to please you in the moment. It's a very strategic, manipulative behaviour. They've got a big ego. Sexual protection. There's definitely been infidelity, guys. Outdated, discarded, outdated, irrelevant, old news. They could just be really someone that has stepped out of that role of father, mother, husband, wife, homeowner, and is now none of those things or one of those things, but, or you could be a parent and technically you're married, but you've moved out, you're not owning a home anymore. You feel like your status in life has dropped. You feel like your power in a family dynamic has dropped. You feel like you're the last to hear about everything. Sometimes we want to step back into the role we had, but it's out of ego. It's not because it's the right thing to do and we really miss the person that we love, but we might tell them that we do because that's what we need to do to get through the door. Do you know what I mean? It's disingenuous, and we've all done it at times, or will do it because we're human, but it's not the right thing to do. So I wouldn't take what this person says, would give it a pinch of salt, and I would like let go of it if they start love bombing or saying, do you know what, I really like love you and X, Y, and Z. I would just let it wash off my back like water. I wouldn't absorb it and be like, oh my God, like they've realised how amazing I am, because they might just be saying something to achieve a certain thing, like move back in. Unemployed, they're struggling for money. They want financial security, they want financial stability back. They feel like they had it, they're broke. Okay, we've got a broke person, financially broke. They could have debt that's growing. They could just hate not having money in the account where they always had money in the account. They don't like living the way that they're living. So you've got a lot of motives here for this person to be a bit of a liar, okay? Or bend the truth or omit details about what their true motive is to come back. But have your guard up, Sagittarius, is what I'm saying. Have your guard up, okay? If someone's starting to say, do you know what, I just really miss you and I think I do want to move back in, don't let them. Because they're doing it for financial reasons. They're doing it because of status, what people think of them as an individual. You gave me the sweetest dream and the hardest reality. Okay, so that's the unspoken truth. Is that I thought we had something really solid. I thought we were going to be living together as a family forever. I thought this was what everyone's working towards, the 10 of Pentacles, the 10 of Cups. And it's the hardest reality, realising that I'm living with someone that's about to tell me they don't love me anymore. They're about to move out, saying they've not been happy for a while. It's the worst sentence that can ever come out of another person's mouth. It's horrible. It's a horrible thing when someone says we need to talk, or I've got something to tell you, I've been having an affair, or I've got something to tell you, I'm not happy anymore. I hate it when people say, I've been feeling like this for a while. Why didn't you say as soon as you felt different? Because that just makes me feel like the biggest mug. It's such a trigger for me when people say that, because it's like it feels like betrayal, even if they haven't been seeing anyone else. The fact that they felt differently for a sustained period and not said anything is disgusting to me. It's such a betrayal. I hate that. If I start to feel different, I say it straight away, because I wouldn't never want anyone to have me say to them for 6 months, I've been feeling a kind of way. If it was longer, I'd hate you more. Don't come to me with that. Just say, just like recently I've started to feel a kind of way and I've got a feeling that it's not going to change. You know, like, don't tell me, oh, I've been like this for 6 months. What the fuck are you doing? What are you actually doing? Let's get advice, because this is about you, Sagittarius. So, messages from the universe. I'm going to finish your reading and I'll bring my dinner in here, because I got told off for the day. No act of kindness is ever wasted. Some of the kindest people you will ever meet have been through hell and back themselves. that strengthens their compassion and empathy. If this is describing you, keep being the beautiful soul that you are. Okay, because if anyone comes to you and says, I'm going through a marriage breakup or this person's in and out, you're going to know what that feels like and you're going to be able to be there for someone. It's all developing your character, developing your sense of self, your personal development, what's it all about, why we're all here, you know, how do I come back from this, what truly is going to make me happy after this, like, take it as part of your wonderful story as an individual. I know that you've been questioning yourself lately and wondering if you are good enough or strong enough to do that which your heart desires to do. This message is here to remind you that you really are more than capable of doing it. Rise up and take that leap of faith. Okay? So if your gut is like, no, it's you've already moved out, you're not coming back in, continue with that. If you started to date and you're starting to feel a bit guilty, don't. They've made their bed, they've got a lie in it. Okay? You're dating, it doesn't mean because you're walking around with a pentacle looking to invest somewhere new that you've got to do that with the first person you meet. You see how it goes. If they continue to prove themselves, so it continues to go well, then you invest. But the intention's there, it's very clear, Sagittarius, that you're looking for commitment. So, you know, don't let anyone come back in, don't let them slither the way back in, because they're doing it for reasons of their own ego. How it makes them feel a kind of way to be broke. It makes them feel a kind of way to not be the head of a household anymore. It doesn't matter. You're not there to pamper their feelings and their like sense of self-worth. They made the bed, they made it for a reason. So let them lie in it now, and you're doing you. You've got what you want in your head, and it's too bad. I celebrate my individuality. Dress in a way that expresses your unique style and personality. Let people get to know you and express yourself. I'm a Taurus, so I will wear comfy things if I want to. Sometimes I'll wear like crazy different stuff and people will be like, I think I must look like I've got multiple personalities, but if you're outgoing, if you're eccentric, if you're quirky, if you're a person of the earth, dress so people can like get on your vibe, they know what you're about. If you're confident in yourself, then dress sexy. Doesn't matter that you're going through a divorce. Ooh, she's putting herself about. Ooh, he's like looking smart. He's paying attention to his appearance, but going through a divorce. So what? You're confident, you're sexy, you're going out, you're doing your thing because you are entitled to do that. And just because you're dressing a kind of way doesn't mean that you're doing anything with anyone. You're just feeling yourself. I'm not even dating anyone at the moment. I'm probably focused on my career at the moment. But I'm feeling myself. I deserve to feel like I look good. And I impress people around me and they think, ooh, she can like turn up. It doesn't mean I'm trying to get with anyone when I'm out. It doesn't mean that there's someone I want in particular. It's just me feeling myself. You don't have to be wearing all black and like covered neck to ankle to be like going through anything. Do you know what I mean? You got Taurus and Venus. They're 114 welcoming. Feel your body. Close your eyes, start with your feet. Notice the contact with the ground and tightness, any tightness or warmth. Gradually move your awareness up your calves, your knees, and your thighs. Observe how your body feels at each stop. Proceed to your abdomen, feeling the gentle movement as you breathe. Then focus on your back, your shoulders and your arms. End with your neck, your face and your head. Spend 5 to 10 minutes on this body scan. When you pay attention to yourself and the feelings in your body, it's a bit like giving water to a flower. When you listen to the needs of your body, you can respond to them easier. Okay, so you may just want to think, do you know what, I'm going to do a little bit of an investigation. I'm going to lie down on my bed or lie down on the floor in any room, and I'm just going to see where I'm holding tension at the moment, and I'm going to routinely and methodically go from my toes right up to the crown of my head. Where am I holding tension? Because we kind of mask it within us. We manifest tension. We hold tension in different muscle groups, joints, in our tendons, anywhere. And there's a lot of people that are suffering physically, and it's for emotional reasons. So when you get IBS, when you can't sleep, when you wake up and your jaw's sore, or your dentist says, have you been grinding your teeth at night? And you're like, not that I'm aware of. But you manifest it in your body, you hold it in there. Sometimes people have restless legs, don't they? Or they toss and turn a lot, they're irritable. Sometimes people are having major stuff like raised blood pressure, heart attacks. So you really do need to have a body scan, lie down and be honest with yourself, because we tell ourselves nah, I'm fine. But then if you actually do a bit of an investigation, take 2 minutes to lie down and see what's going on, probably are tense. Most of us are tense, and it can be from work, from relationship stuff. Sometimes we're just hard on ourselves with particular goals that we've got or worries that we've got. It's about being honest with yourself. Take a minute to do it. It's a good exercise. Faithfulness. I commit to my mind, heart, and will. I am devoted to the needs of my soul. I trust in myself, in God, and in the universe. I'm going to get yelled at in 2 minutes for not getting my dinner. I just want to finish your reading first. You've got all threes. It's about to hit all threes for the length of this live as well. Teamwork, collaboration, community, togetherness. Look up what it means, all the threes. I am not my thoughts. I'm just the one that notices them. Okay, so that's part of the body scan thing. If you think about what's rushing through your head at the moment, there was an exercise on a card from the Look for Your Own Power Centre deck, and it was saying, put all your thoughts into a cottage, open the door, fling them in, close the door, and if you want to take one thought out and focus on that, you can do. But you don't want everything rushing through your head all the time. Okay, it just makes you tired. It's very taxing to ruminate on stuff or have a busy brain all of the time. What I want to do is get a time in for new love for you. I'm going to get a karmic lesson for you. In fact, let's do that first, karmic lesson. I'm going to get a time in for new love, and then I'm going to get you an angel number, okay? Stop it. Learning to say no. Respect yourself, okay? Respecting yourself is a lesson too. I'm sorry, but that's a mic drop. Trusting the unknown. The universe has a plan. Okay, so timing for new love. next year. So this could be your eat, pray. This could be your eat, pray, love year. It is a mic drop. This is your eat, pray, love year. You're getting back to being you. It doesn't mean that you have to not date, but you're not dipping into the past. You're not letting the past slide back in. You're not letting them change their mind, okay? Decisions made. You know what you want. You're happy to kind of accept someone new into your life, but you're also happy on your plan, okay? Solo. Whether it works out with the new person or you start dating someone, it doesn't matter. You might date multiple people this year, but it's your year. It's your year. It's not this person's year. We're not focusing on them and fussing over them and wrapping them in cotton wool and making them feel better. And, oh, you know, no. Because they're not thinking of you. Thinking of themselves. 1, 2, 3, 4, good luck. Spirit guides, progress, justice, structures, systems, processes, conditioning, and rules. You are on the right track, Sagittarius. Someone from the other side has got your back and encourages you to try your best. You will succeed. Observe your surroundings and communicate clearly. Be sure that everything will fall to pieces. Okay, so that has been your reading. I hope you liked it. Please give it a like, share, subscribe, follow, repost, support the channel, hype the channel, drop me a nice comment, and I'll see you in the next one. If you want to donate, there's a link in the channel description. You can always super chat if you want to stand out in a live. Personal readings are £18. You can email, it's in the channel description, jen3585@gmail.com. You can direct message on TikTok or on Instagram. I don't have, you know, a big Instagram account. I put a few motivational quotes on there and stuff, but I don't really, it's just another way for you to communicate with me, or for me to communicate with other readers. I don't, you know, I'm not adding to it a lot. It's just, you might want to follow it so you can direct message or something. What else? Memberships are starting in March, April time. I've just got to wait for my tax number because I'm outside the US. It takes like 9 weeks to come back. Because I've got to obey US law as well as UK law for taxing. Memberships are £5.99 a month, so you get a health reading worth £18, a wealth reading worth £18, and a how to read tarot series. If you just enjoy learning what the cards mean, or you might feel like reading tarot yourself, starting a channel, whatever it is that you want, that's worth a decent amount. So you're getting all that for £5.99, okay? So that's what's going to be available as soon as it can be. Any comments you make, anything that'll keep me going. I'm a full-time high school teacher. I do this because I love it. I do it on top of my full-time job, so it keeps me going. When I'm driving home, I like put my channel up. I see how many watch hours there are, if it's increased, have I got new subs, have I got likes, have I got comments from people. It keeps me going. I think you can do super thanks on videos as well, but if, you know, money comes and goes. Do it when you can do it. If you can't, don't. Just put a nice comment. It's free. Give me a like. It's free. Tell me if something resonates. It's free. Do you know what I mean? But it just encourages me. Why have I put them on there? I'm slapping it down like it belongs there. I will be doing Capricorn, Aquarius and Pisces. I'm just going to grab my dinner from the kitchen because I got told off if I don't. It's right. You got to tell your kids when the dinner's getting cold. You got to tell them. She's done a lovely dinner. She's done roast pork. It'll be gorgeous. One sec. Right, we've agreed that I'm going to heat it up once we've finished my readings. Okay, so that was Sagittarius. We're going on to Capricorn. How nice are these cards? They got, oh, thank you for your feedback. The 114. That's really kind. These cards I got a couple of years ago, but I forgot I had them. I'd put them in, like, I've got like a desk that's got a really good pocket on the side of it where I put like books about tarot, different like tarot spreads, like ultimate tarot spreads, or like the four clear senses, twin flames. I put like tongues down there. I put like lighters and stuff down there. These were in, and I knew I had them somewhere, but I found them like in New Year, and I'm like, I've got to use these. How nice are they? Good for winter. Well, it's winter here in the Northern Hemisphere. So you're having it. It goes with the Viking theme. That candle's off my mum. Presents off mum and dad, but my mum will have picked it out. It's called Stargazing. How beautiful is that? I've got a painted in the background. I didn't do that, my nephew did. That's why I've got it there. I thought it's perfect. And then those pots are made in pottery. That seal, that seal plant pot was off a work bestie when I left one of my schools that I worked in. And then I love the Eskimo shoes there. I just bought them. They were like decorations that I bought like years ago. I like to think they look a bit like Eskimo homes, don't they? Like Inuit homes. I don't know. And then we've got reindeer. It's the runic Viking tarot deck that I'm using. I love the graphics. Very sexy. Very, very sexy. At Christmas I got all new oracle decks, clarification. I put away my clarification decks because I had so many of them, but I think that's what people like about the reading, so I got them back out. I freaked out a bit. You want to know like why someone's doing stuff, don't you? But why are they doing it? Why aren't they speaking? Why are they like this? Why are they like that? Messages from the universe is new. I will never not invest, okay? You've got to speculate to accumulate. Can't stand people that just use like the classic tarot deck and it's like all curly. And you're like, why are you using the manky cards? If I have a lot of different decks, then when I do use them, they're quite crispy and like new looking because I'm just rotating through different ones. I'd get bored if I didn't. They're only like £2 a deck off Temu. I'm not paying 50 quid for a deck because I'll be broke. Yeah, I used to work in early years as well, so we used to do like setups, you know, like tough trees and small worlds and stuff. Oh, I loved it. We would be like doing craft all the time. If the easels were out, you know, Miss Gorman's doing a painting of her own. Spirit guides, universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Capricorn's highest good. How is Capricorn feeling in this second week of January 2026 with regards to one they're thinking about, dealing with, or manifesting in? 3 cards, how Capricorn's feeling. The Tower reversed. So the Tower, when it's upright, is it's huge change. It's like terrifying. You know, this huge beast, it looks like a dragon, doesn't it? But it's some kind of Viking mythological beast. It's burning everything in its wake. People, structures, everything's coming down, whether it's a building or a person, it's all going, it's all perishing. If you think about in the woods or the forest, we do burning because it puts nourishment into the ground and we get new growth. That's kind of what happens with the Tower. We've got to get rid of existing structures, and we've got to allow new to be built in its wake. Okay, so it can look terrifying, it can feel overwhelming, but the landscape of your life is about to change, and at the moment you're resistant to that because we've got the Tower reversed. You're like, no, I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready to live in a new country. I'm not ready to be single again. I'm not ready for a baby. I'm not ready for a change of workplace. Towers could be caused by you. They could be caused by me. By me. Sounds like a threat. Towers could be caused by you. They could be caused by your person, or they could be caused by external forces. Okay, so when that volcano erupted in Iceland, and then the whole of Europe was affected by it, anyone on the other side of the Atlantic was affected by it, flights were down, people were stuck in places. That's just an act of God. It's not, we can't say, oh, that's my person's fault or it's my fault. It's not. It's external realities. A financial crash might cause unemployment. That's not anyone's fault. It's just an external reality. If I announce that I want to end a relationship, I'm bringing a Tower to you as your partner. If I announce that I'm pregnant, it's both of our responsibility because we didn't use protection, but it's still a Tower moment because life's never going to be the same again, even if we embrace the situation. Being a parent, the life of a parent is very different to being like a couple, isn't it? It's just different. It's so rewarding, but it's different. You got responsibilities, you're accountable for everything you do. You can't get pished at home because your baby's like needing your full attention. It's going to be different. If you're pregnant, you can't drink. You're going to need to baby proof everywhere. You're going to need to spend a load of money. Babies shouldn't be bad news, but it's shocking. If you're used to being, someone that works and then you're at home for the next 1 year, that you're either going to be made up or you're going to be completely overwhelmed and think, but I love my job. I feel weird. It's every woman's different. Every man's different. Sometimes we go, oh my God, I don't know if I'm ready for this. And when the baby comes, you're just in tears because you can't believe you never felt a love like this before. You can't believe, how different you feel as a person. So I'm not trying to do babies down or anyone who's just become a parent, but your life's never the same. It just isn't. It's weird. So trying to stop a tower from falling is like trying to stop, waves crashing onto the beach. You're going to struggle. You're going to be running left. You're going to be running right. You're trying to fight the inevitable with a tower reversed. So whatever change it is, even if it's overwhelming, you need to just go with it, Capricorn. Yeah, act of God. Five of Swords reversed. So the Five of Swords upright is arguments, okay? See, this person, they've got swords under their arm and they're not letting go. They've got them tucked under because they're like, I'm taking these with me. Okay, it's someone who's had the last word, but they've left a trail of destruction behind them. So it's like swords are communication. When it's the Five of Swords, it's like something's been said that's just really cut deeply, or it's left a sting you know, on the other person or multiple people. It's a fallout, it's verbal disagreements. When it's reversed, we're trying to avoid that, okay? I don't want to argue. I don't want to fall out. I don't want to say something that I'm going to regret. I'm a sulker personally. So I don't want to say whatever is coming into my head because it won't be very nice. And I don't want to say something that once it's said, isn't it? It's out there, it's done its damage. So I will clam up and I will sulk because it wouldn't be very nice if I said what I was thinking. And you won't be able to forget it. So I don't want to say it. Do you know what I mean? I want to calm down. I want to get my head together. I want to think about it, cool off. And hopefully we'll have a conversation about it. I don't want to be left for a long time because I'll get more and more hurt. But I can't say whatever's like going to roll off my tongue because it won't be nice. It's going to do damage, okay? So this is like avoiding arguments, trying to avoid that situation where we all walk off and slam the door, you know, and go into different rooms because it's a horrible feeling. It doesn't help anything. It doesn't help anyone, but the moon upright. See, this is the major arcana for Pisces. I need to look up what this is. I can't quite see what that picture is next to the moon. There's something in this top right corner. I can't quite work it out, but what is that? It looks like it's got a horn on its head. It's got a tail. It's got 4 legs. I can't quite wait. I don't know what that is. Looks like a cannoli mixed with an insect, mixed with a satellite or something. I don't know what that is. Let me know if you know what it is. I might ask AI. Then we've got this, like, there's a rose or some sort of like carnation or something. It's growing in the ground and it's almost got like its own biome, its own like ecosystem. It's in like a dome, isn't it? And these two people are battling and one looks like good and one looks like evil. It's when you're trying to fight your fears, the moon card. It's being very apprehensive, very fearful about moving forwards. In the story of the major arcana, the fool realizes that he must walk forwards anyway, even if it's dark. It doesn't mean something bad is necessarily going to happen. Even if we can't see what's ahead, we must always continue to walk forwards. When you've got the moon reversed, you overcome with fear. So you might stop yourself from, you know, going into work when it's a new job. You might stop yourself from breaking up if it means being single. Because then you feel like, well, I've got no job and I'm single. I don't know why we do it, but we feel like a relationship is an achievement. So we're like, oh great, I've lost this, this and this. And one of these things might be relationship. But the moon card's upright, so you are determined to walk forwards anyway, even though it's scary, okay? That's the point of that card. Let's get 3 for the one that you're dealing with, or the one that you're thinking about, or the one that's coming in the future. So you're trying to stop a tower moment. You don't want to argue. Even though you're afraid, you want to walk forwards anyway. So 3 for the one that Capricorn's dealing with now. Right, they've got the 7 of Pentacles, but it came out in the challenge position. So the 7 of Pentacles, 7 is a very reflective number in tarot. It's looking back at what was already achieved. You know, like how a farmer would step back in front of all their crops and they're trying to ascertain, like, has enough been achieved? Has enough been cultivated? You know, what have I yielded to date? It's a very reflective number. When it's reversed, not enough has been achieved. So someone's trying to take stock of what they've got, what's happened so far. The Strength card is upright. This is the major arcana for Leo. You know, we've got a powerful, very physically powerful beast there. And he's capable of, when angry, tearing everything up. You know, destructive, like a bull in a china shop. It's not the best way to handle things, is to fly off the handle or do a big demonstration of power. You know, I lose my temper in school. I did it the other day. I shouldn't have done it. I lost my temper. You know, a child was fully sassy to me and she just continued to do it. And I felt like so enraged and I lost my temper because I didn't deserve that sassiness and it was fully wrong. But I really let rip and I shouldn't have. I lost control. Okay, so this is a creature that's capable of losing control. She's trying to tame him emotionally. Okay, so it's trying to be its inner strength rather than outer strength. Okay, there's a need to be emotionally strong, taking stock of the past, a need to be emotionally strong. 5 of Wands reversed, don't want to argue, don't want to get into a physical fight. The 5 of Wands, when it's upright, is inner conflict or external conflict. So it could be that we've got mixed feelings when it comes to something. Sometimes, you know, something feels like good in some ways but bad in others. So you're a bit conflicted internally, like, what do I do? Do I stay? Do I go? Do I say something? Do I not say something? Do I pick this person or that person? We're kind of experiencing internal conflict, or the 5 of Wands could be conflict with others. So maybe too many people are getting involved. You know, parents are giving their 2 cents, brothers and sisters are giving their 2 cents, colleagues, friends are having quite strong opinions about something. Sometimes people, you know, tread on toes, they step out of line, they say stuff that's not really their place to. So we can physically argue or, you know, just feel angry with the people around us because they're getting way too involved. They're too big for their boots. They shouldn't say the things that they're saying. It's not their place to. So trying to avoid, so you're both trying to be diplomatic. You're both trying to be brave, trying to be diplomatic. You don't want a tower moment, you don't want this major change, whatever it is. So let's get 3 for the outcome. What's this? 8 of Pentacles is the challenge. How do we move forwards? Is there growth in this? Does it have legs? You know, is our future a good one? Is it a stable one? Have we got financial means? Do we both want marriage? If one of us wants kids and the other one doesn't, how does this go forwards? If one of us is like a workaholic and the other one's feeling emotionally, you know, like this falls short somehow, how does this go forwards? How is there growth? So, you know, these 2 people are diligently working away. They're producing, they're productive. There's a lot of growth because we're producing a lot of products. They're refining what they do, they're polishing it, everything's done to a very high standard. There's a lot of graft going on here. So this is 8 is looking forwards now into the future, its growth and expansion. That's the challenge. Are we able to work on this? Is there a future here? Another challenge position is the Lovers. So are we divine counterparts? Did we make a contract in the 5D to be together in the 3D? Are we twins? Are we two people that feel like we've known each other for a lifetime. Is this meant to be? You know, Gemini is the twins. The Lovers is the major arcana for Gemini. It can feel like you've known someone forever. Sometimes you've known them for years, so you feel nostalgic about them. You love them unconditionally. You would do anything for them. You're very happy in the relationship. They feel the same, and it's a beautiful feeling. Like you've got your little nest together, and you're very secure. You know that your person loves you. They know that you love them. You're a little team. Beautiful if you've ever experienced that. This is the challenge though, is like, is this my person? Are we meant to be? Even if we've newly come together, does it feel like I've always known this person? It just works, it's just easy. There's never really conflict because neither of you want to argue. But Capricorn, you're trying to avoid a tower moment and you're both reflective. You're both trying to avoid conflict and be diplomatic. But you're kind of wanting to stop a tower moment and stop major change. They're still reflective, taking stock, and then in the outcome, it's like, is there growth? Are we really the lovers? Or does one person want this and the other one doesn't? So it's kind of a bit of a question mark, isn't it? I can't pronounce this right, but it's the Tree of Life. It's part of Viking lore, and like LORE, Viking lore, folklore. We don't need to know what it says, but basically, you're welcome to look it up if you want to. I did look it up way back when I bought the deck. I can't remember too much. It reminds me of the World card because at the top half, when it's upright, we've got the sun shining, we've got a rainbow, the clouds are parting, the sun's breaking through, we've got a tree that's in leaf. When it's reversed, we've got a dead tree. Whilst it could be the roots of that tree, when you turn it upright, it's a dead tree. It's one that's barren, there's no nourishment. There does appear to be some sort of dragon or serpent or beast or something. It's very cloudy, it's dark. It was reversed, wasn't it, as well? Was it reversed or in the challenge? I think it's reversed. So even if we haven't got the detail on that, the overall sort of feeling, the overall vibe is that this might be done. So I think this relationship's hanging in the balance at the moment. Now let's get a message from them. Because I'm kind of leaning towards you want to save it, but they're not sure. Just because someone doesn't want to argue doesn't mean they're certain that you should be together anymore, does it? Emotional intimacy. I'm afraid to truly open up to you. Being raw and authentic with my emotions is something that I'm still working on. So they might really struggle. They might really struggle to open up to you. They could be struggling internally and then they don't really express their feelings because they feel like it'll become a source of conflict. With that Strength card and the Five of Wands reversed, they don't like conflict. Some people are people pleasers and they just want everyone to be happy because it's uncomfortable saying something that you know isn't going to make the other person happy. Sex with you. So it may struggle to find a deeper level. They're happy with the sex, but we don't know if this has got legs. We don't know if it's going anywhere. We don't know if we're meant to be. We don't know if we're divine counterparts or not. That's what we need to find out. Is there a future in this? With the Eight of Pentacles as the challenge, they're very reflective at the moment. Okay, they're mulling it all over. So what have been the obstacles in this relationship then? If they struggle with emotional intimacy, maybe something went down in the past with previous relationships. Very difficult to sort anything out when people avoid tough conversations, because it doesn't even need to be that big a deal. You know, you say what you need to say. It's tough because you don't know if the other person's going to accept what you're saying, or if they're going to agree with it, or be frightened by what you're telling them. But you say it, and the longer you run away from having a talk about something, the bigger it becomes. And it's sometimes people make a right mountain out of a molehill because they just avoid. That's when confusion is left to kind of fill that gap where you would normally have a conversation and clear stuff up. We've got confusion, feeling left in the dark. If I observe that behaviour in a person, I know that I lose respect for them, because I think you're purposely avoiding talking about this. So it makes me lose trust. It makes me feel incredibly pessimistic and think there's no growth in this. If this is how they're going to deal with problems, we're screwed. Like, it can only go badly if you avoid talking about stuff. Did I shuffle them then or not? So we've got self-righteous. Someone acts spiritually superior. They can be condescending and preachy. Escape. Love is an emotional escape for you. Be sure you're getting involved for the right reasons. So passion-based. Using passion as a distraction from your actual problems makes the relationship become something it can't really get deeper. Where there could be potential, but you're not allowing it. You're trying to keep someone at arm's length all the time. You don't want to talk about stuff. You don't want to reveal how you're feeling or what you might like for the future. You don't want to talk about it. You just like making it sexual, keeping people at arm's length, you know, avoiding conversation. Dream world, living in a fantasy land, illusions, not real love. Someone treats like connections with others as like excitement. You know, it distracts them from their other problems. It's not necessarily because they're considering the future together that they want to get involved. It's like, it's fun, it's frivolous, it's getting their minds off their problems. They're trying to work on being vulnerable. Okay, they don't like to be vulnerable. So, you know, for example, if you've experienced a lot of rejection in your life because you were rejected by a mother or a father, you then don't like to open up to a lover and you keep them at arm's length. If you were betrayed in the past, you may not be someone that keeps everyone at arm's length forever, but certainly for the first 6 months or a year, you got your guard up. If you're someone that tends to get cheated on a lot, you got your guard up forever. And you may never trust anyone that you date. And it's not the other person's fault. But it's stuff that you do need to work on yourself, because you're kind of punishing the new person for what a past person did. I know on The Secret Lives of the Mormon Wives, you know, some of them are dealing with like sexual abuse from when they were young, and they know that like the present person that they're actually married to and have children with is getting punished for something they didn't do. because they don't like being intimate with them. They won't say, I love you, and say it while they're looking into their eyes, and hug them and say it. They find it too intense. They might have, you know, like this like early experience in life is that love is a bad thing, or their abuser may have said, I love you to them. So they can't bring themselves to use those words because those words don't mean the right thing in their head. And that's not their fault, but it's not the new person's fault either. And it's just an example of like how some people are not comfortable with emotional intimacy. They're really not comfortable with it. It's usually from something quite deep that's happened to them. It doesn't have to be abuse, but if you have trust issues, it's from insecurity, and it's not just because someone is just born insecure. Experiences have taught them to never trust. You can't trust people. Maybe someone is very, very sensitive, so they don't like to feel because it's overwhelming for them. So then they just keep things surface level. They're not ready, you know, to like go all in, because that means you could get hurt, right? So people have got their reasons for being avoidant. It doesn't mean it's something you have to put up with them or constantly work around. Like they're going to have therapy or try to work on it, aren't they? Icy goodbyes. Amidst unclear paths and frozen moments, the hardest choice is leaving for clarity. Yeah, sometimes it cripples the relationship, stuff like this. It's not small problems, it's fundamental stuff. How can you thrive? How can a relationship thrive under these conditions? It's almost impossible, isn't it? It's a matter of time, basically, till someone's patience wears too thin. Patience wears too thin. You know, their compassion, their generosity is, even if someone is like the sweetest, most understanding person, we all kind of run through our patience and we run out of it. I've got a lot of like young people that I'm form tutor to, and if they're just shitty to me every single day, some days I can find it within me to like think about their circumstances at home and be compassionate. But some days I just think, do you know what, I've had a belly full and all day I've met adversity and you're, you know, being like this to me, and I can't today. I can't like take it. I'm not going to take it. Because you think at some point they would identify me as a safe space, a safe person, someone that's always polite to them, always compassionate with them, and they're still projecting shit to me that someone else is doing to them. And it just, some days I can't stomach it again. Do you know what I mean? And I will take it personally. Because I'm getting punished for what someone else is doing to them. And it's getting me nowhere doing the right thing. So sometimes you have to call people out. Doing drugs. So someone could be quite emotionally disturbed by things that have happened to them in the past, to the point where this is another way that we numb pain. We're not fixing anything, but we try not to think about what's happened to us by doing drugs. You know, one of my first boyfriends was abused by his parents' partner, and he was like going out, he would try anything. You know, he would pop pills, like go to raves, do whatever, because he was just like dealing with sleeping in a shed, you know, and the mum was allowing it. He was dealing with having his clothes cut up. He was dealing with having his pet rabbit put in a boiling pot. He was dealing with the most disgusting stuff in what is supposed to be his safe space. And he was a child, and he was having to fight a man who was twice his age, 3 times his age, calling the police on him, saying there's an intruder in my house, and it's his home. It's him and his mum's home. So, you know, your head's wrecked. You go out and you try different things to just forget, because you're living in hell. You're living in hell, okay? So, like, the way, if you're having a decent quality of life, the way I see it is you shouldn't be doing drugs. You shouldn't be taking chances. with extreme behaviours like this. I can understand, I don't think it's good for anyone, but I can understand people trying to escape if what is supposed to be a safe space for them is not, you know, because they're living hell, knowing they fucked up. This person knows that they're like, they know that I've already done Libra, so you just need to rewind. Libra was the start of the live, and it's about an hour, just over an hour, that reading. So just go to the beginning of the live if you want Libra. This person knows they're a bit of a train wreck. They know they are, okay? I don't know what the cause is. You might know that, but maybe they've never told anyone. Some people are never faced like what was done to them when they were younger, or they've told a couple of people, or a couple of people have witnessed it, but they've never had like professional treatment over it. Sometimes they stop telling people because people's reactions. I started crying when my ex told me we were on holiday, and he told me certain things, and I started crying because it was so awful to me what I was hearing. So he stopped. You know, I'm sorry that I couldn't listen to it all, but I was reacting in a way that is normal, you know, by like crying. I'm kind of saying that's not okay. I've done it when one of my friends told me that she was raped by her stepdad. I cried because it's not right. That's not right, and that's not fair. No one deserves abuse. So some people do struggle to connect emotionally. They look for stability in other ways. They look for financial stability. They look for a person that's loyal to them. A person that is very stable and very predictable. They look for that. But sometimes what's been done to you when you were younger rears its ugly head in your later life, you know, when you're middle-aged or you've already made a family with someone, and then you can't tell them that you love them, or you can't do certain things without it being an issue. People run out of patience. Doesn't matter how nice that person is, doesn't matter how understanding they are, how compassionate they are, it's going to become a problem, and it's going to be one where it finishes the relationship. So I'm not saying that's exactly what's happened, but someone knows they're a bit of a train wreck. And it doesn't always mean that we avoid sex and intimate things. Sometimes we try to keep it at sex because we don't want to connect with people. So hopefully that hasn't triggered anyone, but it may be something like this in your situation that's causing problems with the foundation of your relationship, with the growth of it. The ex, unfaithful, love triangle, ex in question. Ew. Sometimes it's not that deep. Sometimes people just haven't got over their ex yet, so they're not emotionally available. You know, sometimes you're like dating, or not even dating, but you're friends with benefits, or you're having an affair or something. The person's like not dealt with. They've not had time to heal, so they're not really wanting a relationship or anything where there's a future commitment because they're not emotionally available. They're still trying to heal. They're still crying about their ex. They're still having down days. They're still, you know, they're looking for no strings, maybe. I've known people who are running around having one fling, the next fling, the next fling, and they won't commit to anybody. So it's not about you. They're just not there yet in terms of healing. They're not ready for a commitment. It's not kind of showing anything about finances. It's more to do with emotional. More to do with emotional availability. If there's a next life, I'd tell you how I feel sooner. This always confuses me, this, but my first instinct off it is that they're not comfortable to open up in this lifetime. Libra, I've already done Libra, Aslan. I've already done Libra. So you just need to go to the start of the live to watch Libra. Does that make sense? I don't think I can type in the chat, but you need to go to the start of the live, Libra. Rewind. If there's a next life, I'd tell you how I feel sooner. So it's like they're not comfortable to do it in this lifetime. This person cannot bring themselves to be emotionally vulnerable. They don't want to access that place. It's not comfortable for them. That's what I get from it. I think there's a lot of people personally running around with that problem. The divine fruit. As I work to improve and free myself, I strengthen my foundations. My intellect is light, my heart is warmth, and my soul is strength. I am nurtured by the divine sun. The fruit I bear reflects my inner light. Anything you can do positive shows that you are winning, okay? We're trying to overcome emotional hurt. We're trying to overcome trauma. We're trying to overcome someone that avoids being like close with us, emotionally close. They won't open up. They keep us at arm's length. To overcome that and be a good person despite their issues that they've got, whether you end up together or not, you're a good person. You know, sometimes we can't fix people. Sometimes we could wait a whole lifetime and they still won't tell us what the problem is. They still can't open up. On the secret lives of Mormon wives, I know I keep going on about it, but it's a really good example of like problems with emotional intimacy that stem from trauma. This person knows she's letting her husband down. She knows that she should be able to talk about what happened. She's been very vague. She hasn't given any detail because it's not comfortable for her to access the emotion. He's like, but I want to come to therapy with you because I don't want you to do this alone. And she wouldn't say it, but she wants to do the therapy alone because it's something that happened to her. And the more he's trying, the more she feels she's failing. Because she's like, it's not your work to do, it's mine. And it's making me uncomfortable, you being there. I need to talk about this by myself with someone and work on it because it's powerful. It's intimidating. I don't like how it feels. I don't want you to be a part of that. You know, so she actually needs more space and he's trying to get closer to her. He just keeps trying to find ways to fix it. And she doesn't need that. She needs to actually work on what happened to her individually in private. And he's like, but we can do couples therapy and I think it'd be really good for the relationship. And she's like, she can't articulate it because she barely understands it herself. But what she needs is to fix herself so that then she can show up in a relationship. You can't show up in a relationship if you haven't fixed yourself. So it's not their work to do together, it's her work to do. And she can't tell him because it's like they're already married, they already have multiple kids together. And she just can't articulate what she needs because she already feels like she's letting him down. Quite heavy, this one, but they're heavy examples. It's not necessarily your situation, but it helps you to kind of have more patience, more compassion where you could be running thin. But it helps you to understand that you can't always fix people or wait, because you'll wait all of this lifetime and you'll wait in the next one. You can't push other people's healing forwards. And that's something I need to learn myself as well. People's healing and recovery isn't on your time frame, it's on theirs. I ground myself in the present with each step I take. Take a short mindful walk, focusing intently on the movement of your feet and the feel of the ground. Okay, so try to be in the moment, try to bring it back to like being rather than thinking. Because you can get really overwhelmed with life's problems, especially if they're quite big ones that aren't easily solved like this. Sometimes there isn't really an answer, you know. Focus on breathing. When stress looms, focus on your breath. Inhale slowly through your nose for a count of 5. Feeling your lungs deeply. Hold your breath gently for 3 counts. Then exhale through your mouth for 7 counts. This slow, deliberate breathing forces your attention away from stresses. As you concentrate on each breath, you become more attuned to the present moment, melting away tension and restoring calm. Okay, so these are all just that's called Look for Your Power Center, that card. They're all techniques that we can all benefit from, even if it's not relevant to the love reading, but it's just general life advice. It's always good to learn stuff like that, and kind of sometimes we tell ourselves we're fine, we're actually not. It's just more of a coping mechanism. So sometimes giving yourself a couple of minutes to just lie in the bed or sit in your chair and do exercises like this, it's giving you an accurate reading of like your own energy and like your own emotions, your nervous system, what's really happening. Because we're so used to fighting the good fight, aren't we? We're used to keeping on. Even my mess is worthy of gentle hands, okay? We don't deserve people being impatient with us or telling us we've got to fix something within ourselves, you know, like on their time frame. And people are going to get frustrated, but they've not walked in our shoes, and we can't necessarily articulate or advocate for ourselves without a third party present. Sometimes you need to get into a room with a mediator, with a therapist, and they can word things in a way that you can't, or they can advocate for you and say, look, this isn't something that so and so needs help with. It's their journey, it's their work, and unfortunately you're going to feel on the outside of stuff, but they're doing work they should have done years ago, and you can't be a part of it. You can't be a part of it, and they can't show up as half of like a relationship and think about your feelings until they heal themselves. Does that make sense? What else turned over? Something else turned over. I think it's this one. Yeah, it was. My softness is not weakness. It is sacred power. You know, feelings aren't a problem. They're indicators. They're indicators of where there's work to do. Perhaps we've got angry and frustrated because we've been trying a little bit too much of where the person that's trying to help, of where the understanding party, and where the person that's being a good listener and waiting till someone's ready. You could wait a lifetime and that person won't be healed. So if you've been that person that's been understanding and you think, God, being a mug, or great, it's all imploded now and all that was for nothing, don't. Because you've created a safe space for this person for an amount of time, that's been enough for them to start their healing journey as an individual. So you've been more significant than a relationship title, or, you know, achieving having children or achieving having a house together. You've actually helped this person to get to a point where they're comfortable to access emotion, even if they do that journey solo. You've had more of an impact, you know, that just because they can't talk to you about it, you've had far more of an impact on this person's life than just because you don't end up together forever. You've had far more of an impact on that person in this lifetime than anyone else has. So try to see it like that. It might help. Let's get a chakra whispers card. Did I get a messages from the universe card? I don't think I did. Did I start getting advice cards? I'll get one in a sec. I radiate personal power. Okay, so if you've got to a point where you've lost patience with someone, you've been understanding, you know, it's affecting your life, you're not getting what you need, and you know, you're tired of working around their trauma, that's your indication, isn't it, that you've given it 110%, Capricorn. You're giving it 110% and it's not working. See, what's that tell you? It's the same to the person who Capricorn's dealing with, the cross watcher. This is your time for you to work on whatever you've been running from. Okay, whether it's something short term and you're just not over your ex and you've perhaps started dating too soon and you can't do right by the person that you're with, or if there's some sort of really deep seated trauma from your childhood, up to early 20s, you know, it erupts at some point, it comes to the surface where you've pushed it down, you've managed to black it out, you've been taking drugs to escape, you've never talked about it, you never told anyone, you told someone and you weren't believed, so you just don't tell people anymore. Whatever it is that you've been doing to run, it's going to come up to haunt you. So use your personal power and take control. Get another person who's impartial to mediate for you and explain to Capricorn like why you're running, why you need to do this by yourself. Because Capricorn's trying to hold on to you as far as I can see. And whilst you can recognise that Capricorn is a safe space and a good person, you're not doing right by Capricorn, and you know you're not. And that doesn't mean that you can't break up with someone. It means that you just need to work on yourself, and whatever happens to the relationship, it was a house of cards built on sand. Do you know what I mean? Until you've healed yourself, how can you possibly do couples therapy? How can you possibly show up for another person when you haven't got the capacity to deal with your own trauma in a way that's healthy? You know, people don't deserve to be angry with you, so you've got to find an advocator for yourself. If you can't advocate for yourself, because you can't access the emotion, you can't articulate what you've been through, or no one seems to understand when you start talking about it, or no one believes you when you tell them, you got to find a professional that can explain to your person, that can articulate for you, advocate for you, fight your corner, because even if you're a bit of a mess, you deserve to be, you know, held with gentle hands. Does that make sense? It's not okay for people to get angry with you, or for you to beat yourself up over, you know, where you're falling short. You deserve kindness, compassion. And sometimes your partner's like, just, they've tried everything and they're getting like, either they're trying to actively fix, or they're trying to be patient and, you know, give you space and wait, but they could be waiting the whole this lifetime. I didn't get messages from the universe, and these can give good advice, good indicators of which way to go with something. People are brutal, they've got no mercy, you know, they judge people for getting into crime, they judge people for using drugs, they judge people for, you know, being a raver, someone who makes crazy decisions, but you don't know if that person's got mental health problems, you don't know if they've got some sort of imbalance, you don't know if they've experienced trauma. You know, there's a lot of reasons people are coerced into doing stuff that they don't want to do. They're bribed, they're picked on, not picked on, they're selected and targeted because they've got low self-esteem, they're being neglected, they can't advocate for themselves. So it's horrible. It's a horrible thought, but that is why a lot of people are targeted, especially young people, people who are underage. They're targeted. So we must have mercy for people. We must try to, you know, look beyond just going, ha ha, yeah, that's right, justice is being done. You know, we must try to see what the cause is of that behaviour. Focus on what is important to you. Don't give your time or energy to your worries, as this would only amplify them. Focus on what matters to you most. With every thought, you are creating your future. Okay, so often we feel like we're not in control and we're losing power because we realise something is outside of, you know, if someone really needs like patience, space, they really need to like take time out of a marriage or relationship to work on themselves. You got to let them do that on their own time scale. You can't fix them. It's not your job to fix them. You might have created a safe space for them to go, do you know what? I am going to access that place, but I've got to do it by myself. You got to accept that, Capricorn, if this is your situation. Get back to focusing on what your original goals were and stop trying to kind of like make things bend around what you want it to be. People aren't Play-Doh. You know, if you're trying to bend yourself and mold yourself around someone else's trauma, you're going to lose yourself. You're going to lose every part of yourself doing that over time, like more and more. So you get back on track. Think about, you know, it's like GPS, isn't it? When it reroutes, you got to reroute yourself and think, well, what did I want? I was a person before all of this. What did I want for myself? And I wish that person the best, and I have unconditional love for them, and I'm so glad that we met. But I'm going to like focus on my needs, and if this is falling short of what I need, then I'm going to have to regroup, make a new plan, pull back a little bit, get focused, because you'll start to achieve stuff financially. You'll start to like maybe meet someone that is emotionally available, or just be by yourself, but have peace because you're not trying to force anything. Just try to find peace, if anything. That's what this person's trying to do. They need to try and find peace, but they can't do it when you want them to do it, or by your time frame, or to please you. What else? Karmic lesson, and then I'll get you divine timing. I'll get you for either reconciliation with this person or new love. I'll pull 2 divine timing cards, then I'll get you an angel number, okay? Oh my God, stop. How weird does that go? Emotional mastery. Respond, don't react. That's freaking me out. That's freaking me right out, that. If you've given it 110%, you can't do any more than that. It still isn't working, is it? So, you know, respond, but don't react. Don't get upset. Don't feel clingy. Don't get angry with them. Just accept the information. Say thank you for telling me what happened. I hope you can, you know, come to terms with it. I'm just going to try to find emotional peace for myself because, you know, I feel like I've been really supportive, and I'm not trying to make you feel guilty, but giving it 110%, it's still not working. So I'd wish you all the best. You know, if the person who's having that said to them, you're not letting the person down. They're just finally accepting that they can't fix the situation for you, that you need your time, you need your space to work on it yourself. And it hasn't worked running away or pushing it down. It's finding its way up, isn't it? It's finding its way up to the surface. So it's time to work on it. Emotionally master the situation. That's your karmic lesson, Capricorn. You can't fix people and you can't force people, okay? You can't forsake your own sanity and your own peacitude for trying to bend, you know, everything to work it around what you want it to be. You're the goat. You're capable of a lot, but you're not a magician. You're not God. You know, you can't force anything. You're not someone's fixer. Okay, I said I was going to do timing, didn't I? So this will be a timing for reconciliation with this person, because it's not always as deep-seated trauma. It's just they're not over their ex. They need like 6 months to a year. You know, they're not going to be able to jump in the way they thought they could. So timing for reconciliation. It probably tells us to mind our own business. Normally does for that. Trust that it will happen when the time is right, okay? So how long is a piece of string? No one knows. Okay, timing for someone new. Time's being delayed, okay? So you could feel like, do you know what, I'm not ready to be in a relationship. I just need to fix myself. I need to give myself a breather from love. I've given way too much into this and it's got me nowhere. I'm going to take some time out to just be me. That's fair. Sometimes we do that and we go, do you know what, I've been working with someone's crazy for too long and I just need to like give myself, you know, my sanity. Like I need to get back to what my goals were and who I was before all of this, because you become like a shell of yourself, don't you, when you take on someone else's trauma like that. You can really get lost. What you need, what you want gets lost in their kind of like trauma. One, 2, great shift. Personal growth, spiritual development and manifesting goals, oneness, connection and completion. First, focus on the positive changes occurring due to your efforts. Then expand your horizons and permit yourself to try something new. So many positive shifts are in store for you. The world around you is changing in favour of your intentions. That's really nice. I like that. 1, 3, 1, 3. So you got 1s, 2s and 3s. Starting fresh, encouragement, goals, foundations, creative ventures, communication. Step out of your comfort zone. You are about to create something meaningful. All your skills and talents will bring you auspicious profits. Build up your confidence and trust in your decisions. So you're going to have, when you let go of like, you know, maybe you're clinging on to someone or you're trying to fix someone or you've absorbed their trauma and you keep overgiving, when you pull back and you get back to being you, it's not that you're giving up on someone, but you're just giving them the time and the space to do them. Whatever that means, however long that takes, that's unconditional love. You're loving yourself as well. You're having respect for yourself. You're taking your energy back. Your cup is full. You're able to be more compassionate to people then. But you can also focus on your goals. So you're about to have a lot of success. Sometimes if what you're doing is kind of like low vibrational, because you're clinging on out of ego, not because you're really helping someone, but you just want everything to work around your time scale, or you just want everything to be going how it's supposed to go and fitting, you know, what you would like it to. It slows everything down even more. And then they feel guilty, and then it's like a downward spiral, isn't it? So free it up, surrender it to the universe. If they're meant to be with you, they'll be with you, but it has to be, you know, like free. It can't be you trying to steer the ship or like grab the reins. You got to surrender all that. get refocused on your own individual goals, okay? And congratulate yourself for anything you've achieved so far. Set yourself new goals. There's a lot of like success coming through for you, Capricorn. Let's call it, because that's a nice long reading for you. We've got timing for new, timing for reconciliation with this person. It's pretty stuck at the moment, okay? So let everything flow, free it up, loosen the grips. Focus on what's important to you, okay? Not this person or your relationship, but you as an individual. And all will be well. You'll be very successful. If you liked this reading, if it does resonate, please give it a like, share, subscribe, follow, repost, give me a comment, support the channel, hype the channel, and I'll see you in the next one. If you want to donate, there's a link in the channel description. If you want to book a personal reading, you can do. It's £18. Whether you go for a general reading, a love reading, if there's something really specific that you want to know, if you want a health reading, a wealth reading, they're all £18. They'll be fairly long, especially the love readings, because I do it as deep as this. But yeah, it's like a 24-hour turnaround time at the moment. I am a full-time teacher, so I've got to kind of fit it when I can. That's why I tend to pre-record rather than do lives, because I'm not full-time doing this. I've got testimonials on my community page if you want to check those out. Memberships are starting around March, April time. I will be doing a monthly health reading, a monthly wealth reading. Both of them are worth £18 each, plus how to read tarot series. That can be just because you're interested in what the meaning of the cards are, or if you want a better understanding of tarot, or you're actually interested in starting doing your own readings for fun or for a business. All of that for £5.99 a month, so pretty good deal. You're welcome to stick around and watch any reading, but if you have to go now, that's absolutely fine. Thank you for joining. I divide up these lives and I do post them as individual readings so people can get to them when they get to them. I do it because it gets into the algorithm a second time. The lives are the most important because it puts me to the top of the algorithm just from the fact that I'm going live. But I know that people like to just see it when they see it, or they don't know about the channel yet and it comes up as individual readings. So it's worked so far. It's working for me. I've got 1,500 subs. I've got 1,700 and something on TikTok as well. I'm loyal to YouTube because that's where tarot found me. And I think the best readers are on YouTube. But I like having both platforms because I get a different audience. People are like very supportive on TikTok. I get most of my reading inquiries through TikTok, and if a reading doesn't do well on YouTube, then it does well on TikTok, so it gives you that confidence to keep going in the early days as well. I've never done a live on TikTok, but it's just because the live doesn't save. On YouTube it saves and then I can split it up, so I'll have to try it. I'll have to try doing a live, but it's just time, isn't it? Okay, so we're going on to Aquarius. I'm going to nip the low actually because I'm desperate. One sec. Okay, just nipped to the loo. It was essential. What time is it? Nearly 7. I've been a right little chatterbox today. I've talked a lot. Spirit guides, the universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Aquarius' highest good. How is Aquarius feeling in this second week of January 2026 with regards to what they're thinking about, dealing with or manifesting in? 3 cards for Aquarius, please. Five of Swords reversed. So the Five of Swords when it's upright is arguments. Okay, this person's sort of smirking or grinning. They're like, ha ha ha, you know, I got the last laugh. I got a word in that hurt someone. I was the last one to get to say something. I dropped a bombshell, you know, and it's caused all hell to break loose. It's having the last word. Okay, everyone's divided, everyone's walking in different directions, like, well, this sucks. It's horrible, isn't it, when that happens? You're trying to avoid that. You're trying to avoid altercations, arguments, verbal exchanges that are unpleasant, that cause division. You don't want the drama. The Emperor reversed. Okay, so the Emperor, when it's upright, is such a powerful, look at his pose, his posture, you know, legs spread, genitals proudly displayed, elbows out, sitting back. Yeah, that's how a CEO of a company sits. Like, I'm the big guns here, I'm the big kahunas, I'm the boss. So the opposite of that is like a shrinking back energy, isn't it? Like, I'm not in control here. I'm passive. There's nothing wrong with not being a boss because everyone has a perfectly valid function within an organization. But what I'm saying is, in terms of your life, being in control of your life, you don't feel in control of your life, or you could be giving way to someone who's telling you what's what. You should always be the CEO of your life. You know what you like, you know what you don't like, you know what you want for yourself, you know what you don't want for yourself. So you need to take control. You know, think about what career you want. If you don't know what you like, go and do some hobbies and try something. If you don't like what someone's doing to you, you got to say something. So you should feel control. You should be in the driver's seat of your own life. We can't always bend to what partners want, what siblings want, what parents want, what children want. We need to be in the driver's seat for our own life. You know, the Empress fire energy, it's the major for Aries. It's Aries, Leo, Sagittarian energy. This is confidence, this is assertiveness, this is like leading the way, forging the way for yourself. And at the moment, we haven't got that, and it's because we're trying to avoid arguments. So you could be people pleasing at the moment, or just avoiding dealing with stuff because you think there'll be confrontation. What's that? Three of Cups is when it's upright, it's coming together. 3 is a number of community. Like the 3 of Pentacles is teamwork. The 3 of Cups is socializing, you know, being emotionally like together, coming together, sharing. They're all raising a glass, raising a cup. There's a feast. It's like partying, you know, going out with friends, going out with friends, work nights out, chatting, stopping to chat to neighbours, just being social. When that's reversed, we're being antisocial, we're holding ourselves up at home, and, you know, drapes closed, like, can't wait to get home, can't wait to, like, decompress. Sometimes you need time for yourself, but sometimes you got a bit of depression and you've got no get up and go. Sometimes you're embarrassed about what's going on in your life, so you don't particularly feel excited to meet up with people, because then you're going to have to update them or be really cagey about what's going on with you. And you don't know if you can get away with an hour of that or a couple of hours of that. Sometimes we're just exhausted. We're mentally, physically, emotionally drained, and, you know, we haven't got the money or the energy to go out. It doesn't feel like time to celebrate, so we don't want to celebrate. Now, in a love reading, the 3 of Cups can be a third party dynamic, because the 2 of Cups is 2 people being in love at the beginning of a relationship. The 3 of Cups is 1 cup too many, someone else is in the equation. Now, a third party dynamic could have been exposed because it's reversed. So it could have come to light that someone's cheating on you, or you're cheating on someone else. You could have stopped seeing someone else that you were kind of adding into the equation of like an existing marriage or relationship. You could have stopped it. So I'm not saying there's definitely been a third party situation. It could just be that you're keeping to yourself at the moment because you're down on your luck and you're not excited to update people on that, because why would you be? But you don't want conflict, you don't want altercations, verbal arguments with anyone. You've had enough of all that, trying to avoid it. You could feel like a people pleaser or passive, or you're hiding away from people because you just don't feel like it's going to go well when you get in touch with them. Let's see who's showing up for you. Nine of Cups reversed. Okay, so someone is showing up for you that, I mean, this card, when it's upright, 9 of Cups, is someone who's contented. 9s tend to be people who are single, they're not in a relationship, they're not married, they're pretty happy being that way. Or it's just about, you know, that person, are they happy in themselves, how life is going for them. Yeah, they're pretty like emotionally stable, they're pretty happy, they're doing what suits them. At the moment, someone's showing up that is not very happy within themselves. Maybe they don't want to be single. Maybe they don't feel like they've got all the areas of their life, you know, down. Like maybe work's going great, they got great friends, great family, but they really want a relationship. Or maybe they're just unhappy for some reason at the moment. It tends to be about being single or not, though. So someone's not kind of single and content being single. They probably want to be in a relationship, if anything. Page of Swords. So they could be on the lookout. They could be scanning the horizon, asking around. They could be checking social media. They kind of want to know, like, what's going on? Why haven't I heard from you? Is there any trouble brewing? Do I need to have my guard up? Like, it's someone who's curious. Pages kind of try to observe, they try to look. Okay, it's someone who's looking for opportunities. When you're a Page of Pentacles, you're looking to invest, but maybe you're not sure who you would pick yet. Page of Cups can be an offer of emotion or looking to have an opportunity to express something. It can also be an apology. Page of Wands is someone who's at the beginning of a new adventure. They're excited because they never walked this adventure before. Page of Swords is watching, observing, waiting. It's very kind of clandestine energy, like I'm looking, but I don't want anyone to see me looking. So how do you normally get an update on someone? You check statuses, you look at social media, you kind of have your ears open or your eyes open in work. If they work in the same place as you might be driving past their home or like trying to just run into them somewhere. It's like curiosity, observation, being on the lookout, trying to get information, but not really wanting to be seen doing it, you know. We've got the Hierophant, the Ten of Wands, and the Lovers. So we've got the Major Arcana for Taurus. We've got the Major Arcana for Gemini. The Hierophant is the teacher. This is someone that's experienced so much life. They're no longer the student now, they're the teacher. They like to share it with others, they like to share what they've learned in the hopes that they can prevent other people from learning the harsh lessons that they've had to learn. It's about being wise, okay? Acting with wisdom, good judgment. Ten of Wands is the end of a cycle. This person's been very stoic. It's been challenge after challenge after challenge after challenge, okay? Obstacles, delays, conflict, and this person's seen it all off. It's been going on for a long time, and they've actually reached the end of a cycle. With the Lovers, like Gemini, is the twins, okay? So these people are made for one another, whether they've just met or they've been together for years. They're a perfect match because they agreed to have a relationship when they were in the 5D. They signed a love contract. So they knew that they were going to carry out a relationship. That's why you can feel like you've known someone a lifetime, you've only just met, but it just works because you probably have had a life together before. If it doesn't play out in this lifetime, it'll play out in the next. It's upright. So this person possibly feels like you are their soulmate, or they're looking for their soulmate. But there's something about you and them being destined for one another with the Lovers card. It's different to the Six of Cups. It's different to the Two of Cups. It's something predetermined, something that's fated to happen. They could be a Taurus, they could be a Gemini, they could be a cusper, Taurus, Gemini, cusper. Or it could just be the narrative is this person's not new to love, they're very experienced, they've had ups and downs, they've seen it all, they've done it all, they've learned a lot. Now they're looking for, you know, that one that they believe is like the person they're meant to be with. It's not being easy, being fucking tough. They're very stoic now. They're very stoic now. They haven't given up ever. I'm leaning towards this is who they're looking for, this is what they want, because they've got the Nine of Cups reversed. They're not really happy being single. What they really want is to be shacked up with someone, but they want it to be the person they're meant to be with. They don't want it to be just anyone. I think they've had a lot of experience in their love life. You know, they could have had karmics, they could have had people they just don't really match to, but they clinged on to that person because it felt nice at the time. This isn't their first rodeo. Queen of Swords reversed with the Magician reversed. The Magician is someone that has all four aces. So they have all the tools to succeed. They have the Ace of Pentacles, they have the money, Okay, they've got great income, they've got savings, they can afford to put a deposit on a house, they can, you know, pay their own way. They would be like of an equal standing in a relationship, so there won't be any arguments about someone not paying their way or whatever. I just dropped it, sorry. They're the Ace of Cups, so they've got the emotional intelligence. They know to wait for the right opportunity. They know to be understanding. They know not to hold grudge out. They've got the Ace of Wands, so the motivation, the desire, the drive, the enthusiasm. They really want this. They're passionate about it. What's the other one? Ace of Swords. Okay, so the Ace of Swords is the truth. It's justice. It's fairness. Things being made right. A confession. Huge clarity. Very clear on, you know, what they want. Whether something's possible. How to go about it. So they've got all the aces when the Magician's upright. They've got the tools to succeed. The Queen of Swords can be a divorce card, but it's air energy. It's going with logic and reasoning over emotion. Okay? This person's being rational. When the Queen of Swords, when someone's in the kind of like energy of the Queen of Swords, they want you to approach them and speak the truth. They want you to approach with honesty. Be clear about what you want, or don't speak to me at all. Don't lie to me, because I'll use the sword against you. Okay, so she's kind of holding it up, like walk forwards, but if you try to screw me over, I'm going to chop your head off. You know, if I find out you've crossed me, I'll stab you in the back as you're walking away. It's very cautionary. If you approach someone who's in this energy, I wouldn't cross them. I would not cross them. And if they're in this energy, you're screwed anyway. Like, they're coming for you. Be wearing your guts for garters. This is divorce energy. This is like, I am mad as all hell. I will tell you exactly what I think of you. I will block you. I will say nasty things to you. I won't sugarcoat it. I'm going to give you what for. I'm going to divide assets with you. I'm going to tell you that it's over. I'm mad at you. I am going to manipulate the situation to make it work for me. It's a scary energy, this one, because air signs are intelligent, they're strategic, they plan everything. By the time you know about it, they've been thinking about this for weeks, if not months. Okay, so they're very strategic. They go off knowledge, intellect, communication. They're fantastic writers, orators, speakers. But they can use those skills against us. They can be silver-tongued. Sometimes they've got to have the last word on everything. Okay? They love to spread their energy around and help lots of people. But if they're mad at you, or if they don't trust you, they can cross you. They can block you. They can sever contact, sever ties. Okay? They go with what's rational, what's right, what's true, what's intelligent. They deal with knowledge and facts. They do not like to, you know, throw their heart onto the line or act in a way that they think is unintelligent or spontaneous, you know, with whimsy or passion. They're trying to be rational, logical, and use reasoning. They can be very detached. They can detach themselves from a situation. When the Magician's reversed, we don't have the tools to succeed. With the Queen of Swords, we're being cold-hearted. We're detaching. We could be scary to deal with. Okay, it could be someone that's going to, like I said, give a load of home truths, tell someone exactly what they are, exactly what you think of them, no holding back. It can be a divorce card, severing ties. So I'm just going to review the cards on both sides to work out whose energy that is. You've got the Emperor reversed. You know, emperors have a lot of responsibility. You've got an empire, so you could have a family, you could have kids, you could have a spouse, you could have an ex-spouse, you could have property, you could have a business or a high-powered job. You're someone that has a lot to consider. You could have ended a third-party situation with that Three of Cups reversed, or you could just be like feeling like you don't want to see anyone right now. You want to get home and just hide away because things aren't going well, because you look quite disempowered at the moment. You don't want altercations, you don't want arguments. You could be just keeping out of people's way or avoiding social stuff. It's not, like I say, it's pride, it's ego. We don't want to share what's going on with us when everything's shitty. You know, you shouldn't be embarrassed. You should be able to go to your mates for support and say what's really going on to family. But sometimes we just think, nah, no, I don't feel like going out. You know what I mean? Especially if you're a bit depressed or something, you got no energy, so why would you want to do yourself up and go out? You feel vulnerable or whatever. Or you just think, shit, I need to focus on my stability and like I can't afford to go out or shouldn't be. You know, I don't know. You've got your reasons. This person's curious, okay? They are curious what is going on. Why has this been so long? I've got experience with love. I believe that you're my person. I'm wondering where you've been. I don't want to be single. I'm happy with how things are with us being apart. That's their vibe. You're feeling disempowered. You're avoiding arguments, confrontation. You could have stopped a third party, so that could be your third person there that's like, where he gone? Dropped off the radar. You may just feel like I haven't got the ability to make this work right now. I'm leaning towards this being your energy because you are Aquarius, you are air. You know, you could be the Queen of Swords. I'm leaning towards that's your energy. Walk by faith, not by sight. I like that. That's a good phrase, Victoria. The one's finding it all hilarious. Oh, thanks, Resia. Yeah, I'll do it tonight for you. What's this? The Four of Cups reversed. Okay, so the Four of Cups, when it's upright, do you see how he's like got his arms behind his head? He's got a beautiful six-pack. Can't help but notice. But his eyes are closed. He's not, you know, looking at anything. His eyes are closed. He's lying back, kind of taking a breather. So this is a bit like when you don't want to hear from someone, you're just taking a breather. If someone were to express something to you and place a cup in front of you, you wouldn't know, okay? Because you're not thinking about that right now. You're not thinking about love. You don't really want to chase anyone. You just kind of, you know, this is like not bothered. It's very nonchalant, isn't it? It's like, I'm just taking time out from like, you know, love at the moment. Closed off. I'm not sure why there's these horses, because that looks like a foal. Is it a foal? Would you call it something else? I'm sure my mum said something like a colt or something. Is that right? I don't know anything about horses. I've ridden one, it didn't go very well. It didn't go well. It should have been like a lovely scene in Barbados. There was rain, even though it was summertime, there was rain falling down. The horse was walking through the water. I'm sat on the horse. There was even a rainbow, right? It was a beautiful scene, except I just couldn't stay up on this horse, honestly. Like I was all over the place. In my defense, there wasn't a saddle on it, it was bareback. And I've never ridden a horse before, and they were really narrow, skinny ones because they're used for racing. And I'm a curvy girl. I didn't want to ride it, and the guy was like, "You're doing it. You are doing it." So he boosted me up, and then it was like I had one arse cheek one side this horse and one arse cheek on the other side, and it wasn't happy at all. Mortifying, absolutely mortifying. It was the biggest horse there as well, but they were just so like skinny and thin because they've got to be light for racing, haven't they? Oh God. He was a perv as well, that guy. He kept patting my ass, and I'm like, I'm already on. And he just kept patting it, and I'm like, no. He's cruising for a bruising. Anyway, back to this. The Four of Cups is reversed. So this is when we're becoming less closed off and we're starting to open up our heart to possibilities. If someone were to say, you know, send a flirty message or walk over to us in work or, you know, give us a little wink on the street, we might be a bit more open to it. It is Year of the Horse, yeah. It's Year of the Horse, isn't it? The Year of Revelations, where you've just heard like what I'm like riding horses. I think it's different riding camels because you're kind of in between the humps. You're in between the humps and they're quite like barrel shaped, aren't they? So yeah, that's another story. Anyway. Egypt was a 45-minute camel trek and my backside was in bits. Like I literally was bleeding. I went to the bathroom because I needed the toilet and I was bleeding because it was just so bumpy. The saddle was like thick varnished wood, like a U shape, and the movement of like bounced up and down on that for 45 minutes. Ouch, 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 ouch. And my leg had been hitting the side of the saddle as well, which was this solid wood. And I had a big bruise like the size of an orange, like on my calf. So, and my one was the slow one as well. Like it was looking around, it kept walking off away from the herd, and I'm like, this ain't good. Don't leave me in the middle of the bloody Sinai desert because I won't be able to find my way out and no one will be able to find me. It's a bit terrifying, to be honest. I'm not going to take it personal though, because I've seen like every time where there's a group of animals like that, there's always a dodgy one, isn't there? Like it's not in the mood for whatever reason, or it's just has that personality. So I'm like, oh God, I got that one. Right, the Four of Pentacles upright, the Six of Cups upright, and the Seven of Cups reversed. What is going on? This is mad. They're quite contradictory. Because the Four of Pentacles is the miser. Like, I'm trying to conserve my own time, money, and energy. I'm not going to give to this situation. The Six of Cups is soulmates. So, like, you know, there's family on that picture. So it's people that have been together for years. They love each other. There's a lot of nostalgia. You see inside the cups, there's flowers because everything's blooming, it's blossoming. It's a very established connection. There's many beautiful memories made. It's a soulmate card. It tends to let you know when you're dealing with someone you're being married to or in a solid commitment, you know, like living together or, you know, very faithful relationship for a few years. It's like that kind of like, well, I hold this person in high regard. They're very important to me. I would like protect them if any there was any threat or something. It's like, you know, they mean a lot to you. They're like family. Seven of Cups upright is being at a crossroads in your life. Sometimes we do this when we're in a relationship and we don't know whether to be in it anymore. And we're kind of thinking, what is my future? Like, what am I supposed to be doing? Where am I supposed to be? Who am I supposed to be doing it with? It's contemplating the future like an artist with a blank canvas. Like, where am I going? What is my future? What does that look like? So sometimes you're doing that when you're already in a relationship and you realise you're not happy anymore. And sometimes you're just in that place anyway. When the Seven of Cups is reversed, we're not just daydreaming now and again. We're kind of going to that place more than we're dealing with our own 3D reality. So it's when fantasy crosses over into delusion. And there is a word for it, but often people with autism can do this and they sort of live in fantasy or create a fictional reality for themselves because it's more comfortable than what's actually going on. So you can imagine people do that when they're unhappy in a relationship, or when they're single and they don't really like that they're single and they like to picture the future, but they're doing it like so much that it's almost delusional because it's like they're not really happy with how things are in the reality. It's the sheer number of like hours spent, you know, like thinking about how things could be and what we want for ourselves. And it's not really like that in reality. So we had the Magician reversed with the Queen of Swords reversed. I reckon that's you. Then we had the Four of Cups reversed, which is starting to open up again. But then we had the Four of Pentacles with the Six of Cups and the Seven. That suggests to me that with regards to a past life relationship, like a person that we've made a home with, made a family with, potentially someone that we've known for years and been in a proper relationship with, that we were committed to, you know, for like a handful of years or decades, we're kind of wanting out. We're not wanting to give to it anymore. We don't want to give time, money or energy to this anymore. Or we have a fantasy of having this with someone new. Because the Seven of Cups reverse is like fantasy, delusion. That's what I'm getting, but you might look at it and think, no, I know what that is. I'm not a fly on the wall, so I've got to try and decipher it, you know. It might become clear if we pull a message card from this person. I think this is someone that is single, but they would like a relationship. They've been around the block. They've had a lot of experience of love with different people. They've learned a lot. They're looking for the person that they feel they're supposed to be with. You know, like it was always written in the stars, like they're looking for the one. And it's been a long journey for them. So let's get a message from them. Nervous. You make me nervous. Even just thinking about you, I get nervous. I'm not sure what to say or how to act around you. Okay, so you know when you got a crush on someone and then you're like, you just can't be normal. If I have someone flirting with me in work, right, but I don't really fancy them, I can flirt back, no problem. But if I really fancy them, there's not a chance I'm going to stand there and like, oh my God, I'll like avoid them because I just can't. I'd be like blushing or be like all giggly and I can't be around them or like, I don't know, just it's too intense. Do you know what I mean? It's too intense, so I can't deal with it. See, this person feels very strongly about you. It's an indication that this card represents they perceive you as like a potential soulmate, a potential like meant to be person for them. Let's get another message. They can't act normal around you, they go weird. Okay. Look, I have so much desire for you. Okay, they're very attracted to you. Whoops. Let's get the messy truth. Because you're kind of like off and on. Like you're kind of a bit mixed up in their head. Overthinking, stressed out, spinning scenarios. So they're wondering what's going on. You know that Horizon card? The Page of Swords. This is like, look, I can't like understand what's going on. I can't work out if there's a threat. I can't work out if you're going to come towards me and make contact. They're curious. They've got their eyes and their ears open, but they're not sure what's going on, in all honesty. They're not confused what they want. They know what they want, okay? This person's been around the block. They've got a huge dating history, huge relationship history. They've got previous. They didn't marry the first person they loved. They may have loved a few people, you know, or several people at this point. They've dealt with karmics. They're experienced, okay? They've got serious air miles. So they're looking for someone to truly match them, someone that they're fated to be with. They're a proper romantic. But you've got them all up in the head, Aquarius. They've got no idea whether they're coming or going when it comes to you. They're gaga. They're goo-goo for gaga when it comes to you. They get really nervous. They're genuinely like really into you. But you've got them like worried. What's the issue then when it comes to Aquarius and this person? What have been the barriers? So they or you or both of you could have been a bit two-faced at times. So maybe they haven't revealed that they feel that way. Maybe you keep your cards close to your chest. Maybe they have. Maybe you've been a bit poker-faced with one another, and so you're getting in each other's head. Maybe they've never told you that they have all this desire for you, that you make them nervous. Maybe they have. But if they're picturing like the lovers and getting all like carried away with what this could be like in the future, looking for the one, you know, if they've never said that to you, how are you going to know? So they could come across a bit two-faced, like poker-faced, or someone who's making it just sexual, where they've actually got big hopes for this. Because when someone doesn't tell us that, we kind of make decisions based off of that, don't we? We're like, oh, well, it doesn't seem like you see this going anywhere like big, so that's kind of making me make a decision this way or that way. So it can be misleading, that when someone doesn't reveal their true kind of hopes for a connection, or they're being cautious, it makes us hold back as well. Transformational. Through learning, shift your perspective and evolve beyond limits. So I asked what the blocks were between you and this person. Someone's trying to shift themselves beyond certain limits. Okay, they're trying to grow. Perhaps they've settled in the past. Perhaps they've dealt with karmics because they didn't read the red flags or they saw them and ignored them. Perhaps they have loved, previously, and it's taken them a long time to get over the loss of those loves, whether it's someone passed away or the relationship broke down, but there was a lot of love there. It takes a long time to heal and recover from that. This person's, they've lived a lot of life when it comes to love life, okay? So that could be like a reason for them not sharing how they feel, because it's scary doing that and make yourself vulnerable. They're trying to transform and not be like that. Bad choices. Ooh. Yeah, they've gone towards people based off like whether their sex is good, whether they look good. They've been tempted. Falling apart, falling into pieces. Oh dear, that's very dramatic, isn't it? It's quite dark, that. It looks like a space cadet, that, doesn't it? Doesn't it look like a space traveller, like? The space cadets shattered into pieces. They might guard themselves, this person, they might have you kind of like, they might wait for you to say, I think I'm falling in love with you first, because they don't want to say it. They want insurance that they're not going to get the heartbreaking again. They could be like playing down their feelings, like, what's it called? When you're very strategic about how much you tell someone or how much because you kind of want them to say it first. I do this all the time. I do it. I want to know that they feel a kind of way about me before I say it. Because it's like fear of rejection, or you don't want someone to be freaked out that you've started to develop feelings for them. I don't know. I think sometimes when you develop feelings for someone, you didn't think it was going to go to that, and it does. So then you're like, I'm not comfortable with I'm not comfortable with how I feel about this, so I'm not going to tell you, because then it's going to become something. It's going to become an issue where, you're going to start like saying, well, do you want a relationship? Or, you're trying to understand your own emotions, and like maybe you thought it was just going to be passion and that's all you were looking for, and then you've realised you started to get feelings. Then you're wondering, do they have feelings? Like, you don't know, do you? So it's a bit messy sometimes. Envy, hater, spiteful, jealousy. Oh, you've got this, Aquarius, you've got this person all up in their head. They're overthinking the situation. They've got these feelings. They're envious of anyone that gets to spend time with you, even if it's friends or family or colleagues. They're like, why am I not, like, being contacted by my Aquarian? Why am I not being, like, in the company of my Aquarian? What's going on? You got this person, like, completely, like, freaked out. I'm laughing because I'm the cross-watcher and it's resonating for me. Resonating big style. The unspoken truth. That's the, I love that deck. It's the broken mirror deck. What's this? Running from your problems won't solve them. Someone's a runner in this dynamic. Someone's running away, whether they're like avoiding revealing how much they feel for you, or you're avoiding difficult conversation if you know you don't want a relationship right now. There's running going on, okay? If you don't want confrontation, you know, you're running away from this person, spending time with them, getting in touch with them because you don't want an argument. You know, so maybe you've done something that's a bit shady, or you've recently like stopped a third party dynamic with them, and then you're like, you know, you're going to get shit off them because you haven't been spending time with them, and then you're like, oh, just avoid them because it's easier. It's not very nice. You know what I mean? Like, that's going to eat you up doing that because you're going to be like feeling guilty. You've got this person, this poor person, all confused. They're all in their head. They've got different scenarios. Like maybe you've got back with your ex, maybe you don't like them anymore. Okay, if you don't tell someone what is actually going on, they're going to start creating scenarios in their head because they're trying to understand and they can't. They're on the outside of everything. They need clarification. They need this to be cleared up. You know, if it's over, tell someone. Don't just disappear and then they're like left questioning like their own sanity. Do you know what I mean? It's mean. I've done all them, so I'm gonna get messages from the universe because this is about you. You look like you're flying under the radar. You're like lying low so that the radar doesn't pick you up. So this person doesn't like find you. Maybe you don't want anyone to find you at the moment. Friends, family, colleagues, neighbours, anyone. Don't worry, everything you've been waiting for is on its way. Progress is being made even if you can't yet see the results. So much is happening behind the scenes for the creation of your dreams. Trust the process, Aquarius. Well, that's quite reassuring. Hi, Laverne. Welcome in. Open to the universe. I am discovering my worth and my abilities. I have confidence in my value and my potential. I reclaim my inner power. I accept and love myself completely. Thus, I am open to the divine light of the universe. So that's the heart chakra because we've got green. This is about self-love now, Aquarius. Like you got to heal yourself, forgive yourself, accept yourself, find peace, find space, find time. Think about what you want for yourself. Let's get you some more advice. I've got loads of advice decks here. I celebrate my individuality. Dress in a way that expresses your unique style and personality. If you want to rock sportswear every single day, you can. If you want to rock high heels every day, you can. If you want to change up what you normally wear, you can. If you feel like you're always like taking too much time on your appearance, dress down. Is the world going to crash under? Is everything going to fall in? It's not going to, okay? So you're an individual. Maybe you've been wearing black lately, or, you know, your work uniform, then you don't get a chance to think about what you wear, but you might want to start dressing different. You might want to pull something out of the wardrobe that is one of your old favourites. It's your happy shirt, it's your happy tie, whatever it is. Be unapologetically you. Because there's people that look great and it's just because they feel good in what they're wearing. It's not even like important clothes, they're not expensive, but they just kind of rock their vibe. Fly your line. My ex used to have a t-shirt and it had an arrow on the front. It said fly your line. You know, be individual, be unapologetically you. So that could be, you know, maybe you've toned yourself down, maybe you've let things go, or you feel like you're always trying too hard, there's too much time, it's hard work. 4 hours of hair extensions, lashes, nails, makeup. Maybe you just want to go no makeup, like just be unapologetically you. I'm Taurus, so I dress very much to my emotions. If I'm like, I've not got up my dressing gown today because I want to chill. I don't want to feel uptight and have a bra on. I don't want to feel uptight and have like jeans or anything restrictive on me. I'm a very sensual person. This is my downtime. I know I'm going to be busy next week. I'm going to be out in the cold. I'm going to be shouting. I'm going to be like, bossing people about, giving orders. I've got to have professional clothes on. So I'll be damned if over my weekends I'm going to wear professional dress. If I don't have to, I won't wear anything. Oversharing now. But yeah, like not in bed, nothing on. I've got my dressing gown on at the weekend. I don't care. I'll dress according to my emotions. People know I can turn up and show up and look nice. That's what nights out are for. That's what special occasions are for. But I'll dress according to, sometimes like I don't know why I'm doing that so much. Sometimes it's an inset day and I'll wear like Native American Indian themed clothes. I don't mean like fancy dress because that's like disrespectful, but I just mean like I like feathers, I like Apache style stuff. So I would just wear like clothes. Like maybe no one knows that I'm into tarot, so I might wear like a meditation beads or something. Like it's different sides of your personality that people don't know about. Why do people wear football tops? Because they feel a part of, maybe someone's going to shout out that team and they're going to bond because it's like who they support as well. We've got different reasons for wearing. Sometimes just feel like hella attractive in a certain outfit and you don't know why. You just always feel good in it. Be unapologetically you. Express yourself via what you're wearing. I'm just a right chatterbox tonight, sorry, but I'm like sharing all sorts. I don't even know why. You don't have to be. It's something to do with being individual, celebrating your individuality. You don't have to be like everyone else. You don't have to conform. Aquarians are the rebels of the zodiac wheel. You are rebellious. You fly all line. You're individual. You're unique. You're an alien. You're extraterrestrial. Breathe from heaven to earth. This one's coming out a lot. Close your eyes. Make sure the soles of your feet touch the ground. Breathe normally at a normal pace. When you breathe in, imagine that the breath is travelling inside of you from heaven to earth. When you breathe out, think the opposite. Okay, so it's coming up from earth, out up to heaven, out the top of your head. Keep doing this for 5 to 10 minutes. Deep breathing relaxes the body and concentrating on breathing calms the mind. Okay, we all feel hella relaxed, don't we? When we go to yoga or we do Pilates or we go swimming or we sit in a hot tub or a steam room or a sauna. Decompress, it's very important. Regulate your breathing, it's very important. Hi, welcome in. Sorry if I haven't said hi. R43. Does that mean Aries? Or am I just going off in a tangent? I don't know why I thought I might say Aries. I've pulled them, I've pulled that, I've pulled that. Let's get one of these. The universe is always conspiring in compassion. Oh, that's lovely, that, isn't it? If you do feel like separate to everything, you're not. If you think about sacred geometry, so you get it in like churches, temples, mosques. I've got it on this pot in the background here. Let's see if I can move stuff without all falling over. That pattern is continuous. There's no beginning and there's no end. It repeats itself over and over and over and over. You're one of the dots in that. You're an important part of it. You're not separate to it. You might sometimes struggle to fit in, or you feel like you're an outsider. You're not. This is your home on this planet, in this universe. Okay, you're of the universe, and the universe has got your back. You're in good company. Okay, so love and money is energy. Energy cannot be created, nor can it be destroyed. It comes and it goes, it's continuous, and there's a lot going on. You know, if you are overthinking, if you find it difficult to turn your mind off being an air sign, I've got Libra moon. I overthink, like sometimes I wish I didn't have a head. I'm like, can I just not think for like 5 minutes, please? Air signs, you know, you can ruminate on stuff, you can overanalyze, overthink, intellectualize stuff too much. Where was I going with this? Yeah, you can be egocentric. Okay, humans, full stop, are egocentric. But when you zoom right out, okay, read about space, read about the universe, you're inconsequential to actually like the wider picture and everything that's going on. But it's quite a nice thought. It's quite relaxing. It's like, how did I get so zoomed in on everything? Why do I feel like I'm under a spotlight all the time? Why am I highlighting my worries as if they're like, you know, a huge catastrophe? Like, really, you're just an organism that's here for, like, if you're lucky, something close to 80 years, 90 years, 100 years. Your time can be a lot shorter. All of this story of your life, it's bigger than you. There's a huge plan out there. It's all written, it's all fated. And sometimes we take a lot of pressure on our shoulders. We feel like we've got the weight of the world on our shoulders. But you're putting that pressure on yourself. You know, we're flotsam and jetsam. We are like those bits that are floating on top of a stream. We're inconsequential, so take the pressure off yourself. A lot is going to happen, a lot is being done for your highest good. So try to think of yourself floating downstream and go with the flow, let things happen. You know, things are going to turn up. Good things come out of nowhere, it seems like. Sometimes you think, God, everything's been shitty for so long, but there's actually loads happening in the background. There is. There's things financially changing on a wider scale. There's things politically changing on a wider scale. Tomorrow there'll be a new law or an update to an existing law that affects your ability to live in a different country. You know, house prices could inflate, giving you like more opportunities. There's wider stuff going on everywhere. You know, and it's not always like against you. If you watch the news all the time, you'll just kill yourself now because you just think, well, what's the point? Because it's very negative. But the universe wants you to know that it's conspiring and compassion towards you, okay? So things are going to get better. If you're feeling like disempowered, if you feel like you're trying to hide from people and things at the moment, it's going to get better, okay? Things are going to turn up. Jobs will get advertised tomorrow. If you're someone that's looking for jobs to be advertised, your luck changes every day. You know, money comes and goes, love comes and goes, opportunities. Preparation meets opportunity. You know, if you're prepared, maybe the thing that's left to do that you've not been doing is being patient. I find it really difficult to wait for stuff. But sometimes I'll go into work and something's changed that I had no idea was going to change, and it's like for my highest good, and it's actually really good for me. So you just need to let the conditions change, you know. Don't try and build a house in a storm. Don't try and like, I love a metaphor, me. You know, I love a metaphor. Why are you trying to build a house in a tornado, in a hurricane? Why are you trying to do that? Why are you telling yourself that you're shit because you can't do that? Just a load of bollocks, that, isn't it? So stop it. Hi, Anu. I'm very good, thank you. I'm enjoying doing my tarot. Loving it today. I hold space for both joy and sorrow. Okay, so life is full of ups and downs. The only constant in life is change. Change is constant. Okay, so money comes and goes. Joy comes and goes. Misery comes and goes. Unfavourable conditions come and go. Positive conditions come and go. Relationships come and go, you know. But your time on this planet is relatively short, and you are insignificant in terms of the wider picture. So don't hold yourself responsible for what's not possible in these times, in this moment. Weather the storm, okay? Allow it to pass. Try to build a house after the hurricane. I don't know why I keep thinking of that, but I just love a metaphor. This is a really nice message for you. You're not alone. Okay, it's from the Oracle deck. You are not alone. From fear to softness, one card at a time. How cute is that? Oops, just knocked my box over. There's definitely, I don't know if you're trying to like heal something or recover from something, whether that's, you know, and big knocks of the ego, big knocks of finances. You feel like, you know, things are not in your control at the moment. There's definitely something to do with like whether you're closed off to love or open to love in the outcome. It looks like that may be changing. But there's definitely like, there's a recognition of like, this is what I want, or this is what I have lost. This is what I dream about. It's something like this. Yeah, but I cough all the time because I've got asthma. It's not, people go, oh, someone's closing off my throat chakra. They're not. It's just allergies or asthma or something. Do you know what I mean? Hi, Natalia. I don't answer questions in lives or pull cards in lives. I do collective readings in the lives, and then if you want a private reading, I can do that for £18. You can email me or direct message me on TikTok or Instagram. The email's in the channel description. It's jen3585@gmail.com. But what I would urge anyone to do, whether you're someone that likes to buy personal readings or have someone, you know, do live Q&As, you should be looking at the long-term narrative of your life and the life of the one that you're interested in, because the answers will come out of those collective reads. Because it seems like every star sign people within that same zodiac all learning similar lessons, and the time frame might be slightly different. But you've kind of got to look at what's going on with your person to know where their head's at this week, how are their finances this week, because whether things are going good or not in that arena will dictate whether they're open to a relationship or not at the moment. I am not going to present myself to someone for a relationship if I have no job at the moment, and I'd be ridiculous to do that. If I'm doing that, it's because I want money from you. So that's just one example, but our circumstances, say like if you're still not healed from an ex, you're not going to look for love, you're going to look for a lay. Do you know what I mean? Your emotional work that you're doing, your financial circumstances, they all dictate where your head's going to be at and where your heart's going to be at and what you want and what you don't want on a weekly basis. So you need to follow someone else's life to know whether they're likely to reach out this week or not, whether they're likely to propose to you or not, whether they're likely to want a relationship or not, or just no strings. It's the same like with you to them. You know, like you might not want a relationship right now because you're not over an ex or something, or you just don't believe in love at the moment because it's all been a bit depressing. They need to be able to cross-watch and watch your sign and see how you're doing. So I would watch your sign and I'd watch the sign of your person as well. You might already know all this, but I don't want people thinking that I pull cards in lives or anything like that, because I don't. I do collective reads. They're about an hour for each sign. I go through all the signs of the zodiac. And then I do personal readings as well. It can be finance, it can be love, it could be a general reading, it could be a health reading, but they're all £18. I'm just letting you know because I don't offer like certain things that other channels do. If you want a live Q&A, you know, don't mind if you go to look for that on another channel. What is the karmic lesson here? Oh, the rain's battering down. Karmic debts, lessons return until they're learned. Ooh, Aquarius, you've got something to learn. You've got some sort of karmic debt, and you know the unspoken truth is running from your problems won't solve them. So I'll leave you with that. If you know you avoid difficult conversations, perhaps you should stop doing that. The fastest way to forgive yourself is to, you know, confront what you've done, isn't it? To face up to what you've done. Because you're just going to feel guilty until that point. It's the same if you don't have proper boundaries and you go into relationships and you ignore red flags. You're going to keep having karmics. You're going to keep having horrible people that cross you, that deceive you, that betray you on multiple levels, people that would break the law, break any law going, just horrible people with no like regard for like other people. You know, they will lie about money, they will lie about the truth, they will lie about emotional stuff, they will cheat, they will go to prostitutes or take drugs, they will give you one personality in front of you and then running their mouth about you behind your back, you know, doing all sorts, seeing multiple people. I don't know, lying about the worst things possible. They're the dregs of society. They're the people that make up, you know, prison population, prison community. 60% of people in prisons are sociopaths and psychopaths, and that's what karmics are. They're a lesson, and they're nothing more than a lesson. They're letting you know, I'm going to cross every boundary you've got until you stop me from doing it, until you break up with me, until you leave. I'm going to cross every boundary I can think of. There's some sort of bad karma following you around. You've got a karmic debt. And until you deal with it you're going to be put in the same situation over and over again. That was just one example. Okay, because there's a lot of people who keep dating the wrong kind of person, someone who's violent, someone who's emotionally abusive, someone that says nasty words to them all the time, puts them down, someone overly controlling. You will keep getting into relationships like that until you stand up for yourself and leave. Never have an altercation, just go without telling them, go to a safe house, go somewhere. But you can't keep accepting people like that into your life and ignoring the red flags and thinking it's somehow going to change. All I'm saying is, usually these kind of cards speak the truth, and it says running from your problems won't solve them. If you need to have a conversation with someone, do it. Because you've got this person all up in their head. This person's got previous, they're not perfect. Don't put them on a pedestal. Okay? But they deserve to know what's going on. They're completely confused and baffled by the situation, and they've got high hopes. They could be, like letting themselves down in terms of like, if you don't speak, well, they're not going to either. Do you know what I mean? They're envious of the people that get in your time, your attention. Again, I'm going to reiterate, they're not perfect at all, but they do deserve to know what's going on. They're showing up in your energy. They're showing up as someone that wants to be involved with you. I like that that little karmic lessons deck. That's new as well. What haven't I pulled? I guess all that's left to do is look at timings and then get you an angel number. So if you've been running from this person but it's just a pause and you do like them, let's look at a timing for when you're going to reconcile. It's coming for you. Refocus and stop waiting for it. February. So next month, you may be able to resume something that's like derailed here. If you know you don't want to be with this person and that's the conversation you've been avoiding, when are you going to meet new love? Someone brand new. I love a Sunday because there's so much tarot to watch on a Sunday, isn't there? But then there's a couple of channels that post around, like maybe they do Aries on a Monday, so then you get Taurus on a Monday or a Tuesday. I love tarot, but I know on a Sunday there should be loads to watch. Oops, just squashed my cards, I'm gone. So for new love with a brand new person, not the one that's in this reading, you've got September, around March, within a month. So if you're like running away from this person, you can leave them confused, not tell them how you feel, please put them out of their misery, okay? Because they deserve to know what's going on. You could meet someone, you clear your karmic debt, you could meet someone within a month, so January, February or March. Hi, Serene Soul. Or autumn time, late summer, early autumn in September, you could meet someone. So the situation is definitely resolvable, whether you want to come back towards this person and stop running from the issue, or whether you're going to break up with them and clarify what you don't want. and set them, set them free, let them out of their misery. You meet someone new after that. You're in control. You are the emperor. You are in control of your life, okay? You are the CEO of your life. Let's get you an angel number. Right, you've got more than one. 777, perseverance, change of perspective, reflection, inner strength, wisdom, and enlightenment. So you may start to feel like what was confusing, what you were overthinking, is now like you're actually taking some time out and you know what you want, you know what you need to do. There's a need for change. There's a need for a change of perspective on whatever is taking over you now. If you want to succeed, you need to keep going down the road that you're on. Reach for the wisdom within, and then you'll just know what the right next step is. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. You know in your heart if you're running away from stuff. You know if you're avoiding. You know if you don't like having that confrontation, so you just avoid it. You could be a people pleaser, or you could be someone who is running away because you just don't want to say that uncomfortable thing, like, I know I don't want a relationship. You could be someone who is a runner because of like trauma or something, and you just can't bring yourself to like act normally. But you've got to be honest with yourself, and then you've got to go, do you know what, this person means a lot to me and they're going to be upset, but I'm going to face up to what I've done. Do you know what I mean? Like, you just got to, you're going to get some sort of clarity. And if you keep saying 7777 in the next week or two, that's a little sign from your angels. 222, alignment. Connections, friendships, romantic relationships, family ties, balance, life choices, compromise, commitment, and trust. How do you move forward towards your life's true calling? Do what makes you happy. Your enthusiasm is what keeps you going. Follow your interest if it's piqued by something. Following these routes will help you discover your life's purpose. It could be like a hobby that you thought, I should be doing this as a business, or like a lot of people have told you, like, you seem to really enjoy X, Y, or Z. You know, like, because sometimes when you enjoy something, it shows maybe in your facial expression, how you carry yourself, how you change your posture. Maybe your voice kind of picks up. You open your eyes more because you just want to take it all in. You know, we do that around people, we do it around things, around places. So often people that know you really well can see that you're really happy when you're doing a particular thing. My friend, he runs a pottery course, and he's made for what he does. He loves it. I've seen people who are fantastic public speakers. They love it. They buzz off it. People who love singing and dancing, you can't shut them up. You know, they light up when they've got an opportunity to perform, like they just hold themselves differently. Everyone's got something that makes them tick. So there may be something that you found recently or you've known for years. It's your true passion. Why don't you do that for a living? Maybe there's a chance to like have a life over, a new phase, a new chapter. You could apply that to your love life, to anything. Right, I hope you liked this reading. Please give it a like, share, subscribe, follow, repost, support the channel, hype the channel, and I will see you in the next one. If you want a personal reading, they're £18. You can email me, or you can direct message on TikTok or Instagram. Memberships are going to start around March, April time. I'm outside the US, so I've got to wait for a tax number to be created and all the rest of that jazz. So it's taking a little bit longer than what I would have liked, but I'm offering for $5.99 a month. Each month you would get a finance reading worth £18, a health reading worth £18, and a how to read tarot series. So it's an absolute bargain. Money comes and goes, I totally understand. I was broke around September time. I was rich over the summer. I've got money in the bank again. Circumstances change. You know, you do what you can do when you can. Sometimes you think, nah, I won't be doing that. And sometimes you think, you know what, money's been all right for a while. I might want to treat myself. It's up to you. I just love a like, I love a comment, a subscribe, because it's all free. But it supports the channel, lets me know whether stuff resonates or not, whether you like my vibe or not. In fact, don't tell me that you don't like my vibe. Or that didn't resonate at all. Don't do that, it's not nice. I do look, it keeps me going. I get in the car and I check the channel to see if we've got even like one new subscriber, or if there's comments, it makes my day. Do you know what I mean? So if anyone wants to donate to the channel just to be supportive, because you can at the moment, there's a link in the channel description to donate as well. What else? I think that's it. I did Aries through to Virgo on the last 2 lives. I took a few days out because I wasn't well. And then I'm just trying to catch up with the rest of the zodiac wheel. I'm doing Libra through to Pisces tonight. I've got a personal reading to do tonight. And then tomorrow, even though I've got work and then pottery, I'll try to do a couple of the signs, you know, like Aries and Taurus, because I know you guys are waiting for this week's read. Hi, welcome in. I don't answer questions in lives. I don't pull cards in lives. I do collective readings. I know some people do live Q&As, but I can't do that until I've got 4,000 subscribers. And I would still expect you to pay for a card or pay for a question to be answered, to be honest. I do personal readings. They're this long for £18, so an absolute bargain. Nice long readings. I don't like a 10-minute read, although I think experienced readers can get enough out to you. If there's something that you just particularly want to know, I think that's fine, but I do long. We excavate. We excavate in mine. I tell you who else I like watching recently as well, Kimmy's Tarot, because she does like a good half-hour read for each sign. I like that. I like a deep reading. Oh my goodness, get in. Get in. Right, do you know what I should just do? Bring that over here. Bit of logic. Why aren't you going? Goodness me, that was a lot more difficult than it should be. Because it's paper, it's not a card. They're really nice. Oh god, I'm not going to take it out, but they're really nice paper. That looks like Big Ben, doesn't it? You never see the other side, but they're like really nice paper that I got off Temu. I should just put them in whole like that, but then people will be like, what's all that on that side? It's a bit distracting, isn't it? But whoever designs these has got quite the imagination. I love it. What's on the back of Pisces? Oh, it's like a compass, that, isn't it? Everyone has multiple soulmates. You should read a book about soulmates, because actually I've got a book about twin flames, but it's Kevin Hunter. He determines, let me show you it. He determines, like, he kind of defines the difference between soulmates, twin flames, karmics, all of that. Someone was asking me about book recommendations on TikTok. So this is the one that I've got. But I like Kevin Hunter. I like him. I like his books because it's easy reading. It's not dry. It's quite chatty. Recognizing the split apart, the truths and myths of twin flames, soul love connections, soulmates, and karmic relationships. So I did read a little bit of that over Christmas, but not as much as I should have, really. But I liked what I read. It was interesting. Soulmates are just people who you vibe with, and it can be someone in your family, it can be a work colleague, like work bestie, instant work bestie, a friend, and they can be people that you know have a really nice love relationship with, where it lasts a few years at least. But it's very textbook. It all happens how it's supposed to with a traditional courtship. If it doesn't happen in a very textbook kind of way, then it's something different. And it doesn't mean you can't have a relationship, but it could be messy on and off, like twin flames. Karmics just bring pure drama, chaos. They break the law. They're like really, really bad. They're karmic lessons, toxic karmics. But we've all got like multiple soulmates. What was your question? Let me just scroll back up. You want to check a girl's feelings about you? Yeah, but I can do that, but you'd have to pay for a personal reading. I don't take questions in lives, and I don't pull cards in lives. That's why these are collective by zodiac signs, so you follow the narrative of your person, or you follow your life narrative and you see what's going on. So I do a 9-card spread. I get 3 cards for how you're feeling, 3 cards for how they're feeling, and 3 cards for the outcome. Then I get messages from them. I clarify why they feel the way that they feel or are doing what they're doing. And then I give you advice from spirit, but you need to kind of watch every week to kind of know what's going on with someone, because that's going to affect the likelihood of whether they're meant to be with you or not, or whether it's the right time, where their head is at and why. You know what I mean? It changes by the week, so... But I can do a personal reading, but I can't do it now because I'm doing collective reads for everyone who's a Pisces. I've been on here for like 6.5 hours. Spirit guides, universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Pisces' highest good. How is Pisces feeling in the second week of January 2026 with regards to one they're thinking about, dealing with, or manifesting in? 3 cards for how Pisces is feeling, please. Right, Pisces, you've got the 9 of Wands. You're welcome. The 9 of Wands upright. So this is when you're the wounded warrior and something's difficult, but you're like, do you know what, it's difficult, but I'm prepared to keep going. If there's going to be more challenges, so be it. I want to see this through, okay? The wounded warrior. If you're someone that's looking for a live Q&A, that's fine. I don't mind. I wouldn't take it personal. If you go to another channel where it says live Q&A, but they'd probably ask you to pay like $10 or something per question. Because I won't be sitting answering questions for free unless someone's a member, and then I might do live Q&As for members or something. This isn't individual readings. They're not individual. This is for anyone who's a Pisces. Does that make sense? The Three of Pentacles reversed. So we had someone that's prepared. You're prepared to walk forward and persevere and keep going, even though it's been a struggle. The Three of Pentacles, if it were upright, would be teamwork, collaboration. Each person puts in a pentacle in a team, and that's how things come together. That's how they work, because there's teamwork, there's partnership. When the Three of Pentacles is reversed, there's a lack of collaboration, a lack of teamwork, a lack of partnership between you and your person. So you might feel like, I'm doing my damnedest here, but somehow this isn't coming together. So maybe they're not doing, you know, like their bit to kind of make this work. Right, I'm not having people shout at me or spam questions. I've literally explained like a few times now. Pisces are going to be going, shut up. I'm just going to hide anyone that's like not understanding, because it's just annoying. If I have to keep stopping, it's going to really irritate people. Oh, hi, Miguel. Sorry, I didn't see your messages. Aditya, didn't see messages. Sorry, not Aditya. Vaishnavi. Sorry, I didn't see messages, but I don't take individual questions. If you want to get a personal reading, you can email me, or you just watch your sign or the sign of your person or both to see how someone's feeling and why. It should give you a huge indication of what's going on in their head at the moment, what the situation is, and whether they're likely to want a relationship, okay? This spread is a 9-card spread, and it's how you feel, how they feel. Does it match? And then what's the outcome with regards to this week, as of this week? And I do pull messages from them, so we're very thorough at Seven Chakras Tarot. The Six of Wands reversed. See, the Six of Wands upright is victory, success, recognition. It's like, you know, when you graduate and you go through the street and everyone's cheering and you throw your hat up into the air, or, you know, you're wearing your cap and gown, you feel successful. Okay, so that's like in terms of education. In work, it could be that you get a shout out, you get a mention, makes you feel good. In love, it's normally when your partner's giving you attention, they're giving you compliments, they're telling you look good today. I don't really like you look good, because it's quite vague, or, you know, my ex used to say you look very well. But if you know, if you just feel like you're getting attention off your person, you feel good, you feel like you hold yourself different, you think, oh, you know, my person's really into me, I really like that, makes me feel nice. One thing he said, which was really cute, because he was Italian, he'd say, like, you look very elegant, and I liked that, because guys don't say that in the UK, they just say you look fit, or something like that. Not very romantic. Actually, no, a Leo said to me once, you know, wow, you look beautiful, and then he said to my parents, she'll be the best one in the room, because I'd got all dressed up to go to, like, I think I was going to a wedding. That was dead cute, actually. You know, and you're like at the top of the stairs and they're like, oh, should be the best one in the room. That made me feel beautiful. So that this is like you feel handsome, you feel beautiful, you feel good, you feel recognised, you feel seen. The opposite of it, and you've got it reversed, is like, you know, when someone just like forgets to compliment, they get complacent, or you've changed your hair or you've done something and they don't mention it. It just, you've been really trying with this, Pisces, and there's a lack of cooperation and a lack of effort from someone to sort of make you feel seen. Now, I'm pissed off with someone at the moment, right? But when he sees me, it always says like, well, you got like really sexy eye makeup, or he'll like mention something about my hair. And he's very good with specific compliments, things that are very specific. So it feels more genuine. If you just say you look good, it's like, well, how do I look good? Do you know what I mean? And I probably do that myself to people, but I mean it. I still mean it. But it's nice when you can be specific. I love giving people compliments. I will tell someone in work if they look good. I'll be like, ooh, check out a new blazer, or like, love those shoes, love that hair. This one of my colleagues had her hair done, and I mean a full restyle. It just used to be long and straight and didn't really have a style. And then she had it like chopped at the shoulders. She had layers put in, it was curled. And I just could not stop touching her hair. And I was a bit drunk, but a little bit tipsy. But I was like, do you know what? You look amazing. You look really good. I love your hair. And she was like, I feel really self-conscious. And I was like, don't, you look really good. Best decision ever. Like, I really enjoy telling people when they look good, you know. If I've got a man, he's going to know what I fancy, which part of his body. He's going to know what clothes I like him in. I'll tell my person, like, you look really sexy. You got sexy legs. You got big, strong, mad hands. You like got a lovely square jaw. Like, I'll tell them. I'll tell you like what I like about you, or tell you when you look good. Okay, let's see who's showing up for you then, Pisces. I don't know why some of these cards are face down. These two are face down. And these three were up. So I don't know if that means anything. Let's have a look. We've got the Justice. We've got the Five of Cups reversed. The Five of Swords upright. Oof. Arguments, regret, closed off energy. The Four of Pentacles, when it's upright, is like the miser. So that's being closed off. Not being closed off. You know, like Ebenezer Scrooge in A Christmas Carol, someone that's very uncharitable, ungenerous, inhospitable, doesn't really care about the fortune of others, you know, cares about themselves. We're not really the best version of ourselves if we're feeling like we've been giving to something and we just stop trying. It's not really our personality, it's like our reaction, it's how we're responding to something, isn't it? So unless you are just an incredibly selfish person. But let's be honest, like if we start being like that, it's because we just closed off at that period of time, like because it hasn't worked for us being generous and love, so we just hold back resources of time, money and energy. Pentacles, increments of time, money and energy. So, you know, this is holding on to your stuff for yourself. I'm going to preserve my time, I'm going to preserve my energy, I'm going to preserve my wealth. I'm not going to like be generous with people with my time, my money and my energy. So that's reversed though. So usually that's stopping being like that. This person could have been argumentative. They could have a lot of regret, but they're recovering from that now. A lot of sadness, loss, regret. They were quite closed off before. They regret that. They want to make things right. They don't want to, perhaps they're a bit argumentative or defensive or something. I feel like they want to soften up. They want to be a bit more present, a bit more generous. Sometimes we're moody because of stuff that's happened in our day. If we've had to deal with shit all day, we get in and then we're like grouchy with the person at home, or we complain to the people that we love, or we don't bother to give out a nice energy or be nice because no one's been nice to us all day. I'm terrible when I get in from work. I'm awful. And some of it's like the journey home. Sometimes we just get complacent in relationships and we forget to tell our person, or, you're all like handsy, aren't you? Like you can't keep your hands off each other. In the early days, I love playing with my partner's clothes. I will like play with the zip on their like hoodie, or like, put my hands in their pockets or something. You know what I mean? And then after a few years or several years or decades together, you might just be not really like making any effort to tell them when they look nice. You just, maybe you think it, but you don't say it. Or maybe you're not kind of like reaching out to hold the hand, or you're not being a bit touchy-feely with the, you're not instigating anything. Maybe you just got complacent, but it's, I don't know. I'm saying you, but I mean like society or this person. Because it's their cards where they're falling short. You feel unseen. Okay, so you're the person that's like, please notice me. Please collaborate with me. Please work together. Well, sometimes you really want your person. You just want the behaviour to change. You just want them to start doing the right thing. Oh, these aren't individual readings. These are collective. So you watch your sign, or you watch the sign of your person. If you want a live Q&A, you need to go out this channel into one that's where that's happening, okay? The 3 of Swords is the challenge. So this person is heartbroken. They're heartbroken. They want to change, but they don't know if it's too late. Knight of Swords reversed. See, Knights are an active pursuit, and a Knight of Swords, when it's upright, is someone that has something to say and it's desperate. They need to say it now. There's no time to wait. I've got to get this off my chest. A sudden flurry of texts, a request for a phone call, turning up at the house. Like, I've got to get this off my chest. I've been thinking about this. When it's reversed, they're going the other way. The horse is going the other way. So there's something that needs to be said that they're not saying. They're holding back. Let's get 3 for the outcome. You know what I love on a guy as well? Like, lovely. And I know this is like, I've not been mean to anyone that hasn't got hair. I will like love you. I actually like really like people that have short shaven hair, or like, if they've gone bald. Doesn't matter to me. I never used to fancy it, but I fancy it now. Maybe it's just because I'm the age where I probably date people who've gone bald. But if like on a man, I'm just talking about what I find attractive and what I would compliment. I love what they smell like. I love man hands. Why am I telling you this? Smell's a big deal. If you've got a nice aftershave on, oh, it's dangerous. If I'm out in the shops or anywhere, like a workplace or somewhere, and I get a whiff of aftershave, it's dangerous. But I love, went out with a guy who's Indian. He had the best hair I've ever touched in my life. The softest hair, the most supple hair. so full of pigment, like, and it was longer, like you let it like be a few inches longer, because a lot of guys will cut their hair really short. I like it longer, you know, enough to put 2 fingers through. Love a good head of hair. Beautiful. Now this is from Viking lore. I think it's the Tree of Life, but it reminds me of the World card. So when it's upright, you've got rainbows and sunshine and a tree that's all in leaf. When it's reversed, it's not only is it the roots of that tree, but it looks like its own tree that's just barren and it's in the dark. Okay, so I think it was reversed. I turned it the right way up to talk about it, but it was reversed. See, things are not looking good at the moment if we just think about that overall depiction. We're on a bit of a downer at the moment. Things are not good. I did look up what that card means. I can't even pronounce it, so you might want to look that up because it's come out in your reading. But I think it's to do with fate and karma and stuff like that. Sorry to be a bit vague, but the overall meaning, it's a bit like the World card when it's upright, or the Wheel of Fortune when it's upright. It's like a good period, and when it's reversed, we could be feeling quite pessimistic, like everything's going wrong, things have been shitty for a while. It's that, okay? It's more interesting than what I've said, but I don't know it enough to articulate it to you. It's Viking lore. We've got the Hanged Man reversed. See, the Hanged Man, when it's upright, is when someone suspends themselves and, you know, it's fixed energy. Like, this isn't a card of movement. It's a card of taking time out to reassess, look at things from multiple perspectives, different angles. It's open-minded when it's upright. When it's reversed, we're not looking at things from multiple perspectives. We're being stubborn. We're being closed-minded. See, that's in the outcome. Let's get one more for the outcome. You're looking for teamwork. You're looking for cooperation. You feel unnoticed. You feel like this relationship is doomed. You just want to see change. We've got the Three of Cups upright with the Temperance reversed. Three of Cups is like parties, celebrations, happiness, socialising, but it's also, it can be third party situations. So Two of Cups is 2 people that are in love, usually at the beginning of a relationship, the Two of Cups, because 2 is at the beginning of a cycle. The Three of Cups is 1 person too many. So it could be that there's another person in the mix. It could be that there's socialising together. You'll know the situation. The Temperance is in the reverse. So there could be a lot of mood swings, a bit of drama, tears, anger. Because the Temperance, when it's upright, is she's pouring her emotions back and forth between one cup and the other, trying to get the right balance. And when it's reversed, it's imbalance of emotion. So that is like losing your temper, crying, being down, being up, mood swings. God, it's a bit depressing, isn't it? What have they got? The Knight of Swords reversed. The Three of Swords, heartbreak. There's an urgent message that they're holding back on. They had the Four of Cups. It's like they know they messed up and they might lose this. They know they haven't paid you enough attention. They know they've been argumentative. They know they've projected shit onto you or been short with you or neglected you, you know. they're falling short in this situation and it's causing heartbreak. But it's like they can't bring themselves to talk about it. Let's get a message from them. I'm so hungry, I can't wait to have my dinner. It was ready like 3 hours ago. Sorry if you can hear my tummy rumbling. You're my favourite. You're the person I want to call when something good or bad happens. The first thought when I have news to share, you're my person. Oh my God, this person like loves you so much. This person they really love you. That's not, it's not about sex. This person loves you. They're worried that they're going to lose you. If I'm not answering your question, it's because I don't take questions. These are collective love readings, meaning this is for anyone who's Pisces. The last reading was for anyone who's an Aquarius. The one before that was for anyone who's a Capricorn. It may resonate. Usually, it'll resonate on some level, but you need to follow the weekly readings, the weekly collective readings to see what's going on, what is culminating, what's transpiring over time, like long term, because it changes week on week. But lots of things affect, like whether our relationship is strong, whether it's weak, whether it's consistent, whether someone wants a relationship or not. So you kind of need to follow the narrative long term for your sign, and I would watch their sign as well. Because if they're not over an ex, they're not going to be emotionally available to you. If they're struggling with paying rent and a mortgage because they've just moved out from someone, they haven't got the money to date. Do you know what I mean? If they were unemployed, they're not going to be looking for a relationship. So collective readings are a really good indication of what's going on. They do normally resonate for my viewers. If you want a personal reading, I can do that, but it's £18 and I won't be doing it in a live added onto here. It'll be like when I can record it, I'll record it and send it to you. It's usually in the same 24 hours. I won't be offended if you prefer a live Q&A. You can just pop out and go to another channel. I'm a very jealous person. If you thought this person wasn't asked about you, they are. I lie awake. Oh my God, they're really scared. I lie awake worrying about our future. They're not good at like communicating how they feel about you, or they've forgotten. They've been too blasé, too relaxed. They've got complacent, but they're crazy about you and they worry that you're going to leave. Sometimes you don't want to criticize your person, but you don't know how to fix, like how to communicate with them. You could remember a time when this person complimented you and be like, that time you told me like my hair looks really good. I remembered that for like a week. It made me feel really good. And then so you're complimenting them, but you're kind of hinting that I like it when you do X, Y, or Z, you're reinforcing that behaviour. Or if someone gives you a compliment, don't just smile, say thanks and walk off. Like give them a big hug and a kiss, and like reinforce the good behaviour. Some people naturally, express like the things that they're thinking. I can do something where I think something nice and then I almost act like I've told the person because I'm thinking it, what I should say it. So I don't know. They really care about you. They get jealous. They don't like the thought of this ending. They're heartbroken. They know they've like been closed off, moody. They know that they haven't complimented you enough. I don't know what if they've got insecurities or they've just got complacent, or they're distracted with, you know, stress, like, so they're projecting it onto you. I don't know. What are the issues with this connection? Yeah, let's get the messy truth, because I've forgotten and I like this deck. It's new. I don't take questions. I don't take questions in a chat. These are collective, so you just watch and you see if it resonates. What if regret over analysing imagined futures? Oh my God, that's really upsetting, that, isn't it? I think they're worried that you might be seeing someone else, or you might be losing interest, or you're about to break up with them. I think they know that you're not happy, you know. What if they're seeing someone else? What if they're not happy with me anymore? What if I'd, you know, just said this, or like, what if I tell them how great they are and then they decide like I'm not good enough for them, or so, you know what I mean? Like sometimes people got low self-esteem, so they're not comfortable giving compliments. I don't know. But this person's really worried. They're definitely having a panic. They literally lie awake at night thinking about the future and like if you've got one anymore, because they know that you're not happy. Pace of pleasure, resist the rush, adopt a slower stride, and savour each moment's essence. So perhaps this person just gets really busy, really work focused. Maybe they feel lazy. I don't know. We've all been brought up differently, haven't we? But maybe they don't allow themselves to rest enough. Maybe they're grouchy to be around, or you could be people that are like two ships that pass in the night, because you're on a shift pattern, they're on a shift pattern, and or you've almost got to run the home like it's a business because you've got kids, and you know it has to be like a well-oiled machine. But maybe it's just, you know, it's not a kind of place of frivolity or going off grid, or you know, you got a lot of people that visit the house, or it can get a bit like that, can't it? Almost like it's a business or a organization rather than a place of romance and sensuality, or you know, date night, what's that? Like, you know, too busy taxiing children to clubs or being the taxi for nights out. Can't get 5 minutes peace. My tummy is rumbling. It sounds like a creature from the deep. My tummy like raw. Insecure. So they might not be able to compliment you because they don't feel good about themselves, or they know how great you are, and they think if they compliment you all the time, you're going to get ideas that you know, you're better than them, or I don't know. It sounds really bad, that, doesn't it? But some people are quite unconfident about themselves, and they can't quite believe that you're going out with them. They can't quite believe that you married them. Maybe their insecurities come from all their mates saying, oh yeah, she's a 10 and you're a 5, or like, he's a 10 and you're a 5, so why? Still don't get why you married so-and-so. It's not always good to joke about stuff like that, you know. Sometimes like insecurities form because of what outsiders are saying. So you should try to be mindful about that if you're someone that, you know, takes the piss and they're like, oh, how did he get you? Or you're punching me. It's not nice, is it? Because it kind of creates a problem. And often, I know in the past I've had people say like, oh, like, you're well better than him. Like, why are you going out with him? That upset me as the person that was supposed, it's almost like a compliment, but not. And it's like, well, I wouldn't want you to say something hurtful about my person and then find out. So I don't really like that, actually. It didn't make me feel good. It pissed me off because I love that person, I care about that person, and I've deemed them to be good enough to go out with me or have a relationship with me. So I want people to say, oh, I like this about that person, or I like that about the person. If you've got nothing good to say, keep your mouth shut. I don't want you to kind of rank my looks versus his looks or anything else. Like, you shouldn't be comparing us like that. People do, they think they've got the place to say, like, oh, how did you get him? Or how did you get her? But it should be that people are complimentary towards their partners. If they're not complimenting you, they need to start. Because that all that does, I find like it happens to people who are very good looking as well. No one wants to compliment them because they're like, oh, well, they already know. Or they get it all the time. I'm not telling them, but then they want you to compliment them because you're their person. People who are like very good looking often get cheated on because that part of themselves is replaceable. So it's not just about complimenting someone on what they look like. It's like, do you know what, you're a really lovely person. You're a fantastic listener. Thank you so much for that advice. Like, I can tell you really took the time to, like, you know, go through that with me. So compliment someone on the person that they are. If you think they're a great mum or a great dad, if you think they're really talented, if you know that they put in loads of effort because they just like are a really good person, they care about the family. Appreciate, so like, I really appreciate you go out of your way for our little family, or you know what I mean? Compliments don't have to be about what someone looks like, but it makes people feel good, it makes them feel appreciated, and you should be getting compliments on what you look like. Maybe they think, you know, Rita said, I'm a very jealous person. They don't like you wearing certain things because they think you're going to get attention when you go out. Insecure people don't like that. Other people will be like, gee, what, you look great, have a nice time. I want you to like give me all the details tomorrow. Because they're confident that you're not going out to cheat. They know that you've got a solid relationship. They know that you're happy at home. Like, they're not gonna say like, are you wearing that? Or some people, some really nasty insecure people will do something called, is it negging, where you like put someone down and then you say, oh, this lad came up to me at uni and he was like, you're one of them girls that thinks they're better than what they actually are. And I thought, fuck off. Just because you asked me out and I said no doesn't mean you can then put me down and work on me for the next 6 months. Because what, you think that if you put me down, I'll lose confidence and then I won't go anywhere else, or I'll say yes to a date. I know whether I want to date you or not, and I don't fancy you. That doesn't mean you can tell me that I'm stuck up or I think I'm better than what I am. What are you on about? Like, what are you on about? But apparently that's like a tactic. I've seen it in school, actually. 3 girls that are like, you can tell they're going to be like going places in life. They sit on the back row in my form. They're just like nice looking. They do the right thing. They read books. They do the work. You can tell they're going to have like a really good quality of life ahead of them. And, you know, they're not the ones that are like desperate for attention. They're not the ones that are putting on too much makeup, lashes. They're not trying to like be cool or whatever. They're just really balanced. Like, they've got their head on the shoulders. They're probably going to be fantastic earners and get married and have a great stable life. Do you know what I mean? And then this lad who's just like a knob comes in and he's like, oh, these 3 like supermodels on the bottom, is being sarcastic. And I thought, mate, you'd be lucky to go out with any one of them. And it's obvious to me as a bystander what he's doing. It might be obvious to them what he's doing, but the look on one of their faces like just dropped. And I just thought, oh my God, that's really horrible. That is really horrible. Like, it made her feel like shit. And she's like 10 out of 10 for personality, 10 out of 10 for like attractiveness. And he's like very average. He bounces around from one lesson to the other. You can tell he's just trying his luck, and he's putting people down that are like properly like 10s. And I'm like, what are you doing? But I do want to have a conversation with them, because that was out of order what he did, but it's a known tactic. Like, we know that guys are doing that. We know that girls are doing that when people, they're insecure, so they'll put other people down, and then they'll like think, oh, you won't think as much of yourself, and then you'll go out with me. How horrible is that? How horrible is that? It's disgusting. Disgusting behaviour. It's insecurity, jealousy, anger that comes from insecurity, lack of compliments, checking what we're wearing, doing drive-bys when we're out, saying you're not going out if it's with X, Y, or Z person. It's insecurity. Bottom line, Pisces, if you're in a relationship, a committed relationship with someone that can't bring themselves to compliment you, what are you doing with them? Because that reflects to you that you don't look good. That reflects to you that you're not important. That reflects to you everything bad, doesn't it? If you think, do you know what, my husband, my wife is stunning, but they know it, I'm not going to compliment them, they already know. They want a compliment from you, and they're not going to get full of themselves. Often, like, people get a lot of jealousy, they get bitterness, they get nastiness. I've got friends who are knockout, right? Male and female. They're absolutely stunning. They never get a compliment off anyone. You know why? Because people assume that they're always being told that they love themselves. I've seen them get bullied. I've seen one of my friends, she's 6'3". She walks in through the door of this bar, and these two men were laughing, and one went, I thought that was a man then. She looks like a supermodel. She's 10 out of 10 personality, 10 out of 10 for looks. She gets, what's the opposite of a compliment? She gets like a put down. She gets nasty things said to her because people are jealous, they're insecure, or I don't know, they just fancy saying something nasty to hurt someone else's feelings because they're not very happy inside. Don't look at anyone who's good looking and think they've not had nastiness, because everyone gets it. Sometimes good looking people are getting it more. Sometimes good-looking people, they get like a harder time. They don't get compliments because people are jealous. Don't know why I'm going off on one more. It's just because I'm trying to like think it out. Because I'm trying to understand what's going on here. But we've got insecure, jealous, lack of compliments, confidence, self-esteem going down. They obviously care a lot about you. You're their person. That's what's like coming out. But they're very insecure. So if they're not meeting your needs, too bad. You're not there to hold the hand through life. They need to get a grip and be able to compliment their wife or the husband, the boyfriend or the girlfriend. Was that what lies beneath? Let's get a broken mirror. Broken mirrors, addictions, roller coaster, toxic connection. Something's toxic here. Something's a roller coaster. Maybe they're fine for a while and then they go awful again. You know, maybe something cyclical or comes in phases. Let's get the unspoken truth. Oh, have I managed to make my readings even longer? Your past shapes you, but it doesn't define you. Okay, break out of those chains, those patterns, those cycles, those existing constraints. Just break out of them. The more I try to hide my feelings, the more obvious they become. You know, when people are insecure as well, they do cheat, you know. People cheat when they're not getting attention. People cheat when they are getting attention because they're addicted to attention from others. They're They need the rush of new, you know, what it's like at the beginning. They need that over and over again because they're like an egomaniac. But then they're allowing themselves to do that, but they would hate it if you did it. You're not allowed to do it. How much of a double standard is that? This person's into you, but how they behave towards you is toxic. You don't have to like be in constraints and confinement with this person. You don't have to put up with it. If you think you can communicate with them and it's not that deep that you can get them to compliment you and make you feel noticed and valued, then communicate that. But it must be pretty bad for you to be considering like pulling away from them. You were trying to work on it. They do really care about you, but if they're not making you feel cared for because they're insecure, then that sucks big style. That sucks big style. So it's not healthy. Let's get a message from the universe. Shit, it's 9 o'clock. I need to hurry up. What am I doing? I've got stuff to prepare for tomorrow as well. I've got to have my dinner. I like being on here though. You can tell that I like it, can't you? The past is behind you now, so drop the fears and the doubts, even though you may feel a little uncomfortable at the moment and slightly anxious over what is coming next. You are being urged to bring yourself back to the present moment. Your recent prayers have been heard and are currently being worked on. This is your validation that things are finally beginning to work out for you. Get ready for unexpected breakthroughs, good news, and plot twists. Blessings are coming. Things are going to be turned in your favour. People that were against you all of a sudden will be for you. Ideas, creativity, promotion, contracts are going to come into your hands. This does feel very karmic, you know. It's like when you get rid of the tumour in your life, you can be healthy again. When you get rid of the person that's pulling you down, you can be in a positive frame of mind again. When you get away from someone that's been like telling you you're this, you're that, you're only or whatever, your self-esteem comes back. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes people avoid you, you know. I had a situation where I avoided spending time with someone I really love and care about because their person was quite intimidating. Their person would constantly make you feel uncomfortable by bringing up friends that you no longer talk to. If you were between jobs at that moment in time, they'd bring it up. Just like weird, like game playing. They would keep talking about stuff in the world that was happening that was really upsetting and dark. And you know, when you're like, I don't want to be talking about this right now. It's like that place that people take you to where you're like, I don't want to go to that place, thanks very much. Like, that's making me like come out in hives, making me feel really uncomfortable, like I want to leave this house. I avoided seeing that person because then I didn't have to deal with the weirdo attached to them. So you may feel like you're missing out on work opportunities or friendship opportunities or time with others somehow. If you've got someone that's like a bit of a parasite, or they're not popular with your friends, or they're not popular with your family, or people are going to make excuses not to spend time with you. If they like cause drama at your workplace, or they accuse someone at your workplace of like fancying you and call them out on it when you invite like partners to a work do, it's always like some sort of drama or accusations flying around. They give the fall out with anyone, fall out with a brick wall. That leaks through into your work and stuff, and you're walking on eggshells just anticipating the next outburst or whatever. I don't know why that's coming through so much and why I'm going off in that direction. It's just an example. But I know people that have avoided spending time with this person who's lovely because they didn't like the company that they were keeping, and because it's their partner, you stop going round to the house, you make excuses, like, or you just stop inviting them to things because you know it's going to be like some sort of drama. So you've got a load of advice there, and like it's like everything that's been blocked is going to get freed up, and you're going to start to have loads of success, blessings, plot twists, breakthroughs, unexpected breakthroughs, promotion, new ideas. You're going to get more creative. Let's get you some general like life advice, because it's up to you what you do in this situation. I've given you kind of different perspectives on stuff. Then I'll get you a timing, and then I'll get you, I'm going to get karmic lessons as well. I'll get you an angel number. Trust. I trust life and my strengths. Each moment guides me to the light. Everything on my path is placed there for my growth. That's a nice message. Your past shapes you, but it doesn't define you. You don't have to stay in a controlling relationship because you've been there for years, because you got kids with them, because you're married, because you always seem to meet controlling people. You can break those patterns. You can decide today that this ain't good enough for you, doesn't do it for you. It's lowering your confidence. What that makes them feel good that you're not feeling good. That's weird. That isn't love, is it? That's control. That's insecurity. Trust in your own strengths. That's the yellow chakra. It's the solar plexus. Take control back. Be assertive. Be confident. Find your voice. Make moves for your highest good. If you're trying to get out of anything abusive, don't tell the person that you're going to leave. Just do it. Okay, and plan it as well. I don't pull cards or answer questions. I just do the live collective reading and you watch to see if it resonates or not. I'm just finishing Pisces, but you're welcome to rewind to get Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius or Pisces. I did the other signs on previous lives, so you need to go to the lives playlist if you want any of these first 6 signs. My potential to success is limitless. Visualize your version of success for 5 minutes. That's a good idea. When you think about what you want, think about what you do want. Ask out loud for what you do want. The universe knows what to pick off the menu and serve it up to you. If you don't pick off the menu what you want, how are you going to get it? No one knows what to give you. I take time to nourish my body, my mind and my soul. Unplug from all digital devices for half an hour. Turn it all off. Hand and wrist relaxation for inner calm. Close your eyes. Notice how your hands and wrists feel. Are they clenched or relaxed? Start by gently wiggling your fingers, then rotate your wrists slowly in one direction and then the other. As you do this, focus on the sensations. Visualize stress leaving your body through your fingertips. If your hands and wrists feel tight, repeat for a few minutes. If relaxed, keep going for 5 to 10 minutes. This simple exercise eases physical tension and soothes the mind, helping you face life more calmly. Nice bit of general advice. Just checking what I've done and what I haven't done. Even my mess is worthy of gentle hands. You could be a work in progress. You could be someone who, looks for reassurance all the time. Maybe you're insecure and therefore you want validation from your person. They should validate you. They should be able to tell you, you look really nice today. I love your hair. You've changed, whatever. It looks really nice. They should be able to compliment you. We're all a work in progress. We've all got strengths and flaws, but we all deserve compassion. We don't deserve abusive language or to be called names. We don't deserve to be overly controlled. We all deserve privacy. No one should be going through your phone and ripping out your hands and going through it. No one should be taking devices away from you. No one should be telling you that you're not going somewhere if so-and-so is going to be there. That is way out of line. Way out of line. There's boundaries. People are entitled. You have a right to privacy. You have a right to dress up nice. You have a right to go out. You have a right to, we're not talking about being insensitive to our person, but we can't control people like they're a puppet on strings, and we can't tell them that they're not free to do whatever, because that means there's trust issues. So why are they there? There's something about that, guys. You don't deserve to be dealt with in a very kind of tough love kind of way, or treat them mean, keep them keen, or people shouldn't just be saying stuff to you without really thinking about how they're wording it. Let's get a karmic lesson. Look at that, love without attachment. And I'm talking about a puppet being on strings. We've got an image of people breaking out of shackles. True love is freeing, it's not binding. There's someone listening to this right now that needs to hear that. I'm telling you, because I've been going on and on about that particular example. If you're special to someone, they should be telling you that. They shouldn't be hiding that, or playing it whatever way they can to avoid giving you a compliment, negging you or putting you down to lower your confidence and your self-esteem. You can't even do this, you can't even do that, you're just, or whatever. I'm never ever using curse words or anything like that. If they're doing that, they're trying to what's the word? If they're talking to you like you're not human, they're trying to desensitize, and that's because they're getting ready for physical violence. So that, in any indication of that, get the fuck out. Truth flows freely from within me. So that's the throat chakra. I trust the unfolding of my soul path. So there we've got the crown chakra. Okay, so you're connected to spirit. You speak your truth. You say aloud what you want. You visualize the perfect life for you for 5 minutes. Okay, trust your gut. Follow your divine path, because maybe this isn't it. Maybe this ain't it. feel like I've forgotten something. Okay, timing. I'm not gonna get a timing for this because I really feel like this is not for you. I think it's a person that's not for you. So timing for new love for Pisces. Keep going with the flow of life. Perhaps you've got to work on yourself a little bit, okay? Build up your confidence. Know what you're worth. Perhaps you don't know what you're worth because you've never been told. I'd just seen that, right? Because it was turned down. I'd forgotten it was at the side. I am rooted. I am safe. You know, the chakras are dependent on one another. So you need to get yourself into a safe space, a place where it's calm, a place where there's no violence, where there's no name calling, there's no like control. You need to feel safe before you can build up your confidence, to feel yourself, to speak your truth, and then to follow the true path that you're meant to be on. All the chakras are like cogs spinning, and it starts from the root chakra at the base of the spine. And you can't sort the other stuff out until you got your basic needs met. Till you got a roof over your head, how are you going to sort anything out? Until you live in a space that's calm, how are you going to sort anything out? You know, if you're constantly flinching because you think someone's going to go off on one, or they're going to make trouble at your work, or they're going to like, you know, it's shit, isn't it? We know what it's like. Get yourself away. And this happens to men as much as it happens to women. There's crazy women out there. Yeah, I think the lesson is build up your own self-esteem, your own confidence. Try to look for, you know, and detect like whether someone's healthy for you or not. You might just want to be by yourself for a while. Let's get you an angel number. So you've got a few angel numbers. 1001, spiritual awakening. New beginnings, personal development, prioritizing creativity and heading in the right direction. A new phase in a religious or spiritual quest. You're going through a spiritual awakening, which can feel like the dark night of the soul. You're on the path to enlightenment, and this too shall pass. Yeah, it doesn't feel good, stuff like this, but it's necessary, okay, for you to like learn and grow. 1515, the big break. Innovation, focus, creation, progress, forward movement, skills and goals. An opportunity, help, extra cash or other support is coming your way. So keep going and have fun when performing your tasks. The most tremendous success comes from passion. All efforts will be rewarded big time. So if you're worried that when you leave this situation, it's all going to be down from there on in, not true. Not the case at all. Okay, if anything, opportunities are going to flow in your direction, because the universe likes it when you learn lessons. The universe likes it when you break certain cycles or you take action where you've kind of shied away, and it likes to reward you for that. The universe likes it when you make it clear what it is that you actually want, and you visualize it and you ask out loud. You say, angels, I really want X, Y, and Z. It can serve it up to you then. It can start getting things in order. I hope this reading resonates. Please give it a like, share, subscribe, follow, repost, support the channel. Drop me a comment if it resonates, and I'll see you in the next one. Memberships are starting around March time. I'm just waiting for my tax number to be created and sent back to me, and I'm outside the US, so it takes a bit longer. Oh, it takes a lot longer. Let's rephrase that. It takes a lot longer. 9 weeks or so. If you want a personal reading, you can get me on email. It's jen3585@gmail.com. I've written it in the channel description. You can direct message as well on TikTok or Instagram. Any kind of reading, whether it's health reading, business reading, whether you're trying to find out what your true life's purpose is, like career and education wise. Love reading. They're all £18. I do pull mediumship cards for people, and I don't charge for them because it just doesn't feel right. They're very heavy, and yeah, it doesn't feel like a monetary thing to charge for that. It just doesn't feel right with me, so I don't. But they would be very short anyway as well, because it's a card pull rather than all of this. Thanks for your time. Hopefully I've not rambled too much. I feel like I've talked a lot today. But yeah, like I'll be driving home from work tomorrow. If I've got any new subs, if I've got any likes on videos, if you drop a comment and say, oh my god, that resonates, it just boosts me like so much. If anyone wants to donate, there's a link in the channel description. But you know, I totally understand, like money comes and goes. Sometimes you can afford to like give a little thank you, and sometimes it's like I really can't. I would love to, but I can't. But yeah, comments are my absolute favourite. I can't believe how late it is. I can't believe it. Anyway, I've had a really good weekend. I did what I wanted. Stayed up late, started late, so it's me and fault. It's me and fault. I'll try and do Aries and Taurus tomorrow, because I know you guys have waited for a week now. You're due your next reading. There's always some tarot to watch every day because everyone posts at different times, and I think that's kind of good. If everyone posted on a Sunday, we wouldn't have anything for a week then to watch, would we? So we'll take turns holding the baton between us readers. Take care, Pisces. Take care, everyone else, and I'll see you next time.